Good morning, folks. We're confirming a quorum. We're close to it. If we could take our seats. We have a couple quick presentations before we gavel in the formal meeting from some folks that want to keep you apprised of what's going on in town. MTC is first. Are we ready to go? Microphone C? Yes? All right. Go to microphone C and let it rip. Sean, can we turn on microphone C?
Testing, testing. Good.
All right. Thank you.
All right, can we get our slides up? Oh, clicker. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Matt Probst. I represent the Municipal Technology Committee. We're going to make this fast and efficient. The purpose of the Municipal Technology Committee, in a nutshell, is to improve civic services through technology, including efficiency, and improve civic engagement, resident engagement. The question is, why aren't more people here today? This represents a small fraction of people in our town, and it certainly takes their time. Our hope is to drive more interaction with residents and get their feedback and drive more feedback and interaction with the town on a continuous basis. And we've heard that over and over again through our surveys that people want more input and they want more transparency in what's going on in the town. And we're hoping to use technology for that. Some of our key accomplishments over the past year are we've reviewed the budgets that we'll be discussing today for the technology. We administered the town survey. Thank you to all of those who participated in that survey. We had 400 responses, over 400 responses, and it was very valuable. The town now has redundancy in terms of internet connectivity, a secondary ISP for the town offices, so if one goes down, we have redundancy. We have a plan to migrate our services towards cloud, and we have our new servers in place over this past year. We've completed an architecture review of the network and helping out with security. Hopefully everybody has recognized that we have a new town website. If you have any feedback on that, please submit your feedback at the bottom of the website. There's a link. We will be reviewing that on a monthly basis and prioritizing getting all of the problems fixed to the website. We've been doing some cybersecurity training for citizens. The library, please sign up for those. Cybersecurity for your personal and your business is important. And I want to skip over to the next. We're starting to collect metrics on the website, again, to drive interactions and feedback from the clients. And we have basically about 8,000 people visit the website per month. And the question is, why aren't more people visiting the website? And what can we do to drive that? So we're going to be continuing to work on that. As mentioned, we just completed the annual town survey, including some of the items that will be up for discussion today at town meeting. Like, I think we're not going to be discussing I've heard we're not going to be discussing MBTA communities, but there is one question, the result on regional dispatch. Call to action is, well, first of all, we want to thank the town IT department. They are strong partners in this, and they've been great partners. If anybody knows of a data analyst, data scientist, data engineer who's willing to volunteer to help out analyze some of our survey results, please let us know. We'd love to get their help. And thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ryan Donovan, Library Director.
Thank you. I haven't even done anything yet. Hi, I'm Ryan Donovan. I'm the director of the Southborough Library. Can we do the second slide? Yeah. The Peggy Tuttle Award for Library Service Distinction is named in honor of library staff member Peggy Tuttle, who contributed over 30 years of public service to the library and town of Southborough. This year's recipient is a long-term executive board member of the Friends of the Southborough Library. In the words of resident Sandy Pochapin, this individual, quote, stepped up at a time when the Friends were in serious danger of extinction. Her efforts led to the revitalized group through the onerous process of becoming a 501c3, which by itself should be reason for this award. She adds, quote, her unwavering commitment to the Friends and to the library staff, the amount of time she spends on library business, is an inspiration to anyone who is aware of her work. Please join me in congratulating the 2024 Peggy Tuttle Award winner, Beth Mello.
I do just want to quickly say I loved Peggy Tuttle, so that makes this sweet. Thank you.
Next up is the Board of Health.
Hi, everyone. My name is Liz Zulik, and I'm a member of the Board of Health. It is with great honor and gratitude that we gather here today to celebrate the tireless efforts and unwavering commitment of the individuals who exemplify the true spirit of the public health service. The Dr. Timothy Stone Award for Public Health recognizes those whose dedication to serving their communities knows no bounds. This year, we're privileged to honor two extraordinary individuals whose actions have left a mark on the lives of many. In the face of uncertainty, they rose to the occasion, embodying the values of compassion, resilience, and public service. This past August, as our communities faced the challenges brought forth by unprecedented circumstances, these two exceptional volunteers stepped forward without hesitation. Amidst the chaos, they provided a beacon of hope and assistance to those in need. Their unwavering commitment to serving the most vulnerable among us was evident as they dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to the task at hand. Through their involvement in the Medical Reserve Corps and the Community Emergency Response Team, they not only offered logistical support, but also extended a compassionate hand to those who had nothing. Sorry, that's my child who's screaming. Their efforts were instrumental in providing essential human services to 20 migrant families and a total of 75 individuals of all ages who found themselves in dire need of assistance, including shelter, sustenance, and care. Each day, they worked tirelessly, demonstrating unparalleled dedication and empathy as they supported those migrant families. While countless volunteers rallied to offer their support during this crisis, Lisa Braccio and Carol Willoughby stood out amongst them. Their selfless actions serve as a testament to the power of community and the profound impact that individuals can have when they come together for the greater good. Today, as we bestow them with the Dr. Timothy Stone Award for Public Health, let us not only celebrate their remarkable achievements, but also take inspiration from their example. May their unwavering dedication to serving others continue to inspire us all to strive for a healthier, more compassionate world. Please join me in congratulating Lisa Braccio and Carol Willoughby for their extraordinary contributions to public health. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Ms. Houlihan from the Planning Board. And while she's coming down, I'm informed we do have a quorum, so as soon as she's done, we will go.
Hi, good morning. My name is Marnie Houlihan, and I'm representing the Planning Board, your elected body. Today, we're saving you a couple hours because we don't have an MBTA bylaw. That's been pulled from the warrant article, but today I'm going to spend 5 minutes just giving an overview of the MBTA community bylaw, and we will see that again at a special fall meeting sometime in September. So if I could cue up the slides. Perfect. We can just go to the first one. So very broadly, what is an MBTA Communities Act? So in 2020, the Zoning Act was amended by Massachusetts legislature to promote production of multifamily housing. Southborough has the MBTA commuter rail riding through it, so we are designated an MBTA community. There are 177 MBTA communities in Massachusetts. And so what does that mean? It basically means that it's state zoning law to boost multifamily housing development near the transit stops. So on the right, really quickly, are just the requirements for this law. So it has to be 50 total acres. 10 total acres need to be half-mile within our train station. It has to be walking distance to public transportation, bikeways, and bus stops, which we all know we don't actually have a lot of those here in Southborough because we're a very rustic and scenic community. It has to be suitable for families with children. Zoning must allow a minimum gross density of 15 units per acre. It's a little different than most of our other areas in town. And zoning permit process cannot be discretionary. So in the next slide, it gives you a little bit about what Southborough is responsible for. And that is, as a commuter rail community, we have to find 50 acres. 10 acres need to be within that half mile of the MBTA station. 25 acres must be contiguous. So we can find 5 5-acre areas, and there has to be one minimum area of 25. And then 15 acres in minimum of 3 5-acre lots. And there has to be 750 units that are comprised in the MBTA community. So 750 units is quite a bit. So the next slide. What's important is this is zoning overlay. It doesn't mean that it's instantaneous building. It is a requirement for us as a town to approve overlay. This allows by right development, but it must be compliant with the planning board process. And the planning board process for site plan, it requires public hearing with a butter notification for projects greater than 2,000 square feet. Heights, setbacks, parking, lighting, and lower impact development must all meet our requirements. 10% of the units are required to be inclusionary dwellings for Southborough housing inventory. So that's what we would deem affordable housing. And 90% of units would be market rate. In the next slide. So what happens if we don't comply? So the compliance with the law is mandatory, or so the state has told us. And voting no could come with a cost. An MBTA community that fails to comply loses eligibility funds from the funds on the right-hand side. And so the cost means we lose access to state grants, and we have the potential threat of legal action. And if anyone's been reading the news or following other communities, Milton is one of those communities whose town law did not vote it in. They're being sued by the state. So we don't know what will happen, but that we know that the state is enforcing this MBTA community. So you can certainly read more about that. On the next slide is our process. So I want to let you know, since August of 2023, we've held public hearings. We've put a process in place. Next slide. And the timeline really shows what we've tried to do. We've sent postcards to people, public outreach, we've had MBTA mapping sessions, and we came up with 3 zones that we were going to plan to present today. And so we've been very diligent in this process. And we're not here today presenting those. And the reason being, you can probably just close down the slide now. The reason being is that the state had provided a compliance model, and it's a state-designated model. It was, we were provided to that. We were given grants to use a state-certified and trained group called Bowler Engineering, and we were informed that our model and our districts that we chose were compliant. Well, unfortunately, we learned that the compliance model and the engineer were inaccurate in their assessment, and we weren't compliant. And so we are now, we've pulled the article. We'll pull it back up in September. We invite all of you to public hearings that will start sometime within the next few months, and we'll open up the discussion again, reevaluating our 3 areas and the criteria. In parallel, we'll be writing a letter working with our town council to put an appeal to try and delay our meeting vote. We're required by December 24 to have a vote yes in a town meeting. We're going to hopefully delay that to at least next year. We might not win that battle because that's going to the state. But we're doing our best to work with the state and this town to find areas that will comply with the MBTA Communities Act. Thank you very much for your time.
Jim, are you all set? Jim, you all set? All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Our annual town meeting for 2024 will come to order. My name is Paul Semino. I'm your elected town moderator. I've been informed by the town clerk that a quorum of 100 registered voters is present, and therefore this town meeting will come to order. I am responsible for the oversight and conduct of our proceedings here today. And again, I am pleased to see all of you here. especially any that are attending town meeting for the very first time. If any of those out there who are attending town meeting for the very first time, if you choose to come to a microphone today, please let us know that so we can recognize you as you deserve to be. Today, as always, I will do my best to honor the commitment of everyone here to our town's legislative governance by proceeding along as fairly and efficiently as possible. And now, if you would please rise as our local scouts post the colors and then remain standing for the national anthem and the Pledge of Allegiance. Our scouts today posting the colors are Lexi Bissicule, Rylan Mancini, Reese McDonald, Allison Pileco, Stephanie Provençal, and Lorelei Rose. Ladies, please come forward.
Color guard advance.
Also coming forward at this time is 10-year town resident Drew McNair, a major in the Massachusetts Army National Guard, is a physician's assistant currently attached to the 182nd Area Support Medical Company in Worcester. Major McNair has previously deployed to both Egypt and Saudi Arabia, and he will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance after the girls lead us in the national anthem. Girls, whenever you're ready.
Color guard, present the colors. Please join us in singing our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave in the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Major McNair.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Major McNair. Thank you, ladies. You may all be seated.
Color guard dismissed.
As with all past town meetings, normally we would have volunteer tellers appointed and duly sworn by the clerk were it ever to become necessary to count very close and undeclared votes today. However, as we've previewed for you for a little bit of time now, I'm pleased and excited to announce that I expect we will never use tellers again. This is because for the first time at a Southborough town meeting, each of you were issued an electronic voting device when you checked in today. We will use these devices to quickly record votes that are too close to call otherwise, thereby saving quite a bit of time for all of us. Indeed, at this point, I'm going to yield the microphone to our town clerk, who will quickly explain the simple process of a clicker vote. Jim?
Good morning. Thank you all for coming. Every registered voter was issued a clicker today. When you got your red wristband. Okay, does anybody here not have a clicker, a registered voter? Great, okay. Please treat these like you would a ballot at the election. It's essentially, if the moderator decides to use these, you're going to use this to cast your ballot. If you leave the room to use the restroom or grab a snack in the cafeteria, please bring the clicker with you. You can't leave it behind and allow somebody else to vote on your behalf. If you're in the hall and we are using a clicker and you see somebody that has two, please call it out right away and we'll retrieve the other clicker. By the way, these clickers, it's a radio signal. It's really no more complicated than your garage door opener. And it only works in this room. It won't work from the hall. It won't work from the cafeteria. It won't work from outside the building. So pretty straightforward. So when it comes time to vote, you have to be in your seat in this auditorium. Now the clicker itself, if you take those clickers out, they're really simple. The devices you have right now, these are rental devices. So they have 5 buttons on the front of them. But only the first two, the yes and no, the top ones are going to be active. So very simply, when the moderator would allow us to vote on something, you would press 1, yes for green, or 2, red for no. Simple as that. He's going to allow up to 20 seconds for an open voting window, and we're going to do a demo in a second on this. But once you're voting, you can change your mind as many times as you want. You can go back and forth from yes and no as many times as you want, and it will record the last vote. And we'll show you as you go through these, when you press the button, you'll receive a confirmation on your screen that has received your vote. So it's very low tech. So the moderator tells us what to do. When the moderator says it's ready to go, Amy, would you flip the green light? This green light is on, and that will be open for the 20-second window. And the moderator will say the voting is closed. Vanna? Thank you. All right. It'll actually go, we'll go to the middle of no red light. Okay. All right. So a couple of quick things here. Could we jump to the test question now, please? Could you put that on the screen? Okay. This is an example of a test question. We're not going to, all right? All right. Now, let me just say, I don't know who has which clicker, okay? So I don't know who's a Kraft fan or a Belichick fan or whatever. It doesn't matter, okay? By the way, the only reason we wrote the number on your on the clicker, on your wristband and on the slip of paper front, if one doesn't get turned in, we'll track it down and say, hey, Jim, where's your clicker, kind of a thing. That's kind of a. But I don't know when number 27 votes. I don't know who has 27. I couldn't care less. But anyway, so you see right now, if you were to press your buttons, they're not showing up on the screen because the moderator. Oh, he has opened the voting. Okay, so the voting is open. So you see, as people are pressing the buttons, it shows the total number of votes, but it doesn't show how many yes and no's. And that's because we don't want to influence your vote coming across. So those of you who are voting, please feel free to press the buttons. And
I'd like to start over on this because I want to make sure we demo the 20 seconds.
Sure. Okay. Well,
so if we could clear it, Sean, Amy, if you could take the light off and close it. Don't let anybody get ahead of it. Let's put the question back up.
Okay.
Okay.
So
So can go ahead and click something right now, and that 0 shouldn't change. Good. So we'll open the vote with the green light now. Go ahead and click your answer. You'll see how quickly it gets populated.
So a couple of things about the total
Hold
votes
on,
here.
Jim. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we close. It's plenty of time. I mean, we will have debated whatever we're voting on.
It's a harsh audience. Wow.
We will have debated whatever we're voting on for quite some time, and in fact, we would have already had a vote that was too close to call. That's when we're going to end up using this. So you won't need 20 seconds to know how you feel about it, but we'll make sure we do that because it's new and we want to make sure we get it right. So go ahead, Jim, take it back.
But just a couple of thoughts here. When you're looking at the total in the bottom at 105, can you put that back up? Sean, can you put that? Okay. When you're looking at that means 105 people voted. Maybe there are other people that chose not to vote, but that's the number of people in here that vote. If you don't want to vote, just don't press the button. It's just like any other issue. Just you wouldn't raise your hand, you wouldn't vote. Okay, simple as that. So let's go to the second question. By the way, that's the correct spelling of Puxatawny. Boy, I would not have passed that test.
Go ahead and open the vote, please. 5. Okay, close it, please. What do we got? Oh, close one.
And I don't know, does anybody know? I don't know the answer. Did he? I don't know.
All right, so by the way, folks, sometimes we need 2/3. Sean, can you flip it and show how we'll know? Go to percents, please. So there you see on the screen, 51.8% versus, if we ever need a 2/3 vote, we're going to have to get 67 or 66.66 forever to pass. So we have the ability to toggle between numbers and percents. So once we'll get good at this, and it'll save. If we don't have folks walking up and down the aisle while you stand up and sit down and counting, I think you're going to appreciate the value of this. I certainly feel that way.
Does anyone have any questions here? Just a couple more things to cover. They're very straightforward. Okay. Yes. Oh, your sunglasses, sorry. Okay. Everyone was given a flyer on these when you checked in. If you could take a look at that flyer and flip it upside. Yes, go ahead. John, did you have a question? Okay. If you take a look at that flyer and flip it on the back, these items that you're using today are rental versions. When we buy these, and the rental price for today will be applied to the purchase price, it's going to look like the one you see in the back the town of Westwood has. It has a nice skin that covers these bottom 3 buttons. It covers the thing on the top, and it has a town seal on it. Plus, they'll come with a lanyard, and they'll have a security screw in the back that somebody can't get bored and inadvertently open the back and drop the battery on the ground today or something like that. So that's what it's going to look like when we get these. So a lot simpler, and life is good. These are used currently in 65 towns in Massachusetts. They're used by the House of Representatives in D.C. They're used at the Navy War College. They're used by a zillion people. They're pretty straightforward. Okay, these are extremely durable, but they will break if you step on one. That happens. If you have any problems, any questions throughout the day, please come to our tech table up here. We currently have Cass Mello and Cole Gowdy over here, and they will help you. Okay? Now, I didn't tell them I was going to do this to them, but I also want to recognize and thank both of them because they've helped us for several years now at town meetings and town elections. And they're heading off to college in the fall, and I just want to publicly thank them for their service to the town. Thank you.
Folks, any questions at all, any concerns, any issues at all with what we just showed you? Okay, obviously, if we get to the point where we need to do a close vote like that, and there are questions at that time, obviously, we'll take them and we'll make sure everybody's comfortable. Okay, on we go. Traditionally in New England, town meetings serve as the legislative branch of town government. Town meeting decides whether to appropriate money to run the town and considers whether to create, revise, or remove local town statutes known as bylaws. Our town operates with an open town meeting, meaning that every registered voter in town can attend and vote on all matters before us. A warrant is issued in advance of any town meeting for voters to be forewarned about the time, place, and substance of the matters to be considered. The warrant before us today is a mint green document that was on the tables as you came in. Hopefully everybody was able to pick one up. And beginning on page 9 of that mint green booklet, there are ostensibly a total of 47 articles listed to be considered today. We won't nearly take up that many, as you'll understand shortly. As a general rule, the proceedings at town meeting are governed by the rules and practices contained in the latest edition of Town Meeting Time and Section 41 of our town code. In keeping with our longtime town practice, our proceedings today continue until the scheduled end of the session or the article under consideration at that time is complete, or a quorum is called and fails, or a motion for adjournment is passed by a majority. Another of our longtime practices here in town has been to allow certain non-voters into the hall. These people do not participate unless approved by us, and they do not vote under any circumstance. But typically they are non-resident town employees, members of the press, students from government classes, and the like. All non-voters today can be identified because they're not wearing a red wristband like we are, but they are wearing a red, white, and blue band that has white stars and that distinguishes the non-voter guests. Typically, I read the entire list of names, but it has never resulted in anybody questioning anyone. So I'd like to dispense with that this year. But the list of visitors has been printed, and there are copies available right down front. If anybody's interested in who is visiting today, that's certainly available to you. Any question or concern about that? Our proceedings today are being live streamed and recorded by the fine folks at iMedia Productions. All of the audio, visual, cameras, sound, light, pictures is all a product of those folks, and they do a really terrific job. Our bylaw requires me to define the bounds of the hall. Today, all of our seats in the auditorium and the aisles in between, all in front of that louvered back wall, are considered the hall. All voters must be within those bounds to have their vote counted. Again, if you leave the hall for any reason, you must return in order to vote. A few notes about our parliamentary procedure. As we proceed through each article in the warrant, a motion and other pertinent information about each article will be posted on the big screen here at the center stage. As is customary, your town clerk, Jim Hegarty, and your town council, Jay Tallerman, who's behind me here, are up front with me, but while your select board, chaired by Andrew Dennington, and your advisory committee, chaired by Andrew Pfaff, are all sitting on the floor down in the front. With the exception of Mr. Tallerman, all of us up front are registered town voters like you, and so it's good to be reminded that the gathering today is a part of our town government. Today you are not spectating at a meeting, you are the meeting, you are the government. And so the primary and most prominent function of town meeting does not occur up front or on the stage, it occurs out there through your questions, debates, and votes. Any registered voter who has checked in today can go to any of the microphones. You must first state your name and address, and then you can speak to the current motion or ask a question. Any voter who happens to also be a town official and wishes to participate in the debate will likewise wait in the queue at the microphone. All questions should be directed through me. No one may speak unless recognized at a microphone by me, and this includes calls to move a question. The only exceptions are to raise a question of privilege or a point of order. And if you wish to raise a point of order, you still must rise and be recognized. In general, we will hear from everyone wishing to speak to a motion, pro or con or otherwise, until I determine that things are getting repetitive or belabored, and at that point I may suggest that we proceed to vote. Now, at this point, I'm going to ask for your opinion and approval on something new for this year, and hopefully going forward. It's something I've given a lot of thought to as your moderator. Based on feedback I've received over the past several town meetings, the new practice I have in mind is for us to adopt time guidelines for speakers. As a town, we have never formally adopted time guidelines, although many other towns do so. As your moderator, my suggestion is that we agree that article sponsors, the ones making the motions, will have up to 5 minutes to make and support their motion. And then each subsequent speaker at a microphone will have up to 3 minutes to make their point. I'd note that those timeframes are longer than they might seem at first. My suggestion is that we adopt these guidelines today, and hopefully we'll find that they serve to keep our debates fair and productive as possible. Before I ask for the consent of the hall, let me first ask if there are any questions about what I've just suggested. All right. Town meeting time suggests that for, sorry, what? I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, we will still continue to have, when you say rebuttal, do you mean to whoever makes a motion? No. No, we're not seeking to limit. We're just seeking to, if someone makes a motion, someone else speaks at a microphone, and the person who made the motion also wants to speak again, they can go to the microphone. But you know, I will continue to monitor and manage that the way I always have. But I think, again, I think those timeframes are longer than they seem. So it isn't the only, nobody's limited to only one time speaking. That's never been the case. I'm not suggesting that. So that's a good question. Okay, town meeting time suggests that the agreement to limit what would be considered to limit debate either to a certain amount of time or a certain per speaker or an overall debate be done by a 2/3 vote, and I think that's a good idea. I want to make sure that we're all on board with this. So if you could signify if you agree with adopting those time limits, and we'll see how it goes. Please raise your hand. Any opposed? All right, I declare a 2/3 majority on that, and on we go. Before each vote today, I will remind you of the quantum of vote necessary for passage. For example, either a majority, a 2/3 majority, or something else. If I can determine a prevailing vote from here, I will. If I deem it too close to call, or if I do call it, but at least 7 voters rise to question my call, then I will authorize the electronic vote that we've already demonstrated. So at this point, we're just about ready to get started. I want to remind everybody today, again, you are not watching the government at work. You are the government at work. So let's conduct ourselves thoughtfully, efficiently, dignified. Our bylaw requires speakers to confine their comments to the article under consideration, as well as refrain from mentioning by name any other person present. I don't think we need to talk about that anymore. We're all ladies and gentlemen here. So, with that, I have examined the call of the town meeting, the receipt of the officer's return of service for the posting, and the return of the mailing. Normally, the moderator must read the entire warrant, either at the beginning of the meeting or read each article prior to the motion introducing it, unless a motion is made to dispense with that. Therefore, do I have a motion to waive the reading of each of the separate articles of the warrant? Motion to waive. Is there a second? All in favor? All right, that motion carries. To start our warrant review today, we conduct what is called the consent part of the meeting. I hope most of you were able to pick up and read my sort of canary yellow colored handout on your way in today. It's a single sheet front and back, and at the top it's entitled Consent List for enactment under bylaw 41-6C. Under our bylaw, the moderator may propose to you a list of articles to be considered together as a single block, so that several articles that are considered routine may be voted at one time, saving us considerable time today. It is important to note that as the moderator, I merely propose the list. You must approve it. Therefore, before asking for the summary vote on my yellow sheet, on the list on my yellow sheet, I will go through the list one by one and ask if any voter wishes to hold any of the articles and remove it from that list. If there is any hold, we will simply remove it and we will take it up as we go through the rest of the warrant. Any questions about this process? The individual sponsors of the articles on my list have assented to their article being on there, just FYI. But I encourage you, if you have any doubt as to whether we should include something on this list, just yell out and we'll take it off. So let me go. Yes, question.
You called for questions. Betsy Rosemont, 5 Strawberry Hill Road. Mr. Moderator, if we don't object on number 1, does that mean we don't get to hear how much the pilot payments are? As a taxpayer, I'd like to know.
If we're interested in that, you should hold it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because whatever remains on the list, we're not going to revisit. Okay. Let me quickly go through then and just yell out hold if there's something that you want to hear more about. Article 1, acceptance of pilot payments. Article 2, short-term borrowing. Article 3, services contracts. Article 14, capital lease payments. Article 15, 9/11 field account transfer. Article 16, budget for consultants. Article 17, OPEB funding. Article 18, insurance deductibles. Article 20, maintenance fund. Article 22, revolving funds. Article 27, CPA administrative. Article 28, CPA FY24 adjustment. Article 32, substance abuse account. Article 35, capital committee size. Article 38, inclement weather meetings. Article 40, meeting minutes. Article 41, OPEB bonding petition. All right, I heard holds on Article 1 and Article 35. Is that correct? All right. So we will take those up individually as we go through the warrant. Passage of the remainder of the consent list requires a majority vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. All right, so now we will move to Article 1. Mark, who's got that?
So I move.
Ms. Cook.
I move the article. I move the article as printed in the warrant.
All right, is there a second? Second. All right, Ms. Cook, please.
So, Ms. Rosenblum, do you want to be specific as to what you want to hear for this? Because we normally don't go into great detail, but I'm happy to try to answer it.
I've been out of the loop for about a year, but prior to that, I remember a town meeting outdoors. It was sunny. I got sunburned, and a former chair of the selectmen said he was renewing the effort to get increased pilot payments. This is an issue that goes back and forth in my 20-something years here. So as a taxpayer, I would just be interested to know if any of those efforts of the past chair of the Board of Selectmen came to fruition, and if the amount of the pilot payments has gone up, especially in light of, well, I won't go in light of any other things that happen with private schools in town. I won't open that bucket. So I don't know if anyone else is interested, and I'm sorry, folks, to hold up the meeting, but I'd like to know what those amounts are. And if there's a handout and I missed it, if you could just direct me.
There is no handout. However, the Select Board had a meeting last year where we disclosed the pilot payments for the year, which I'll be happy to send you. But roughly, we get about, and the answer to your question is yes, the payments, the donations, remember schools don't call these pilot payments, they call them donations, have increased steadily over the last few years. We have a very good relationship with our private schools, and I'm including Harvard, NEC, Fay, and St. Mark's in that statement. So here's your numbers. About $100,000 from St. Mark's, about $100,000 from NEC, about $26,000 from Harvard, and about $40,000 from Fay. There's some small ones besides that, but that's your big four.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Thanks a lot.
Any other comment or question on Article 1? All right, acceptance of pilot payments requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Any opposed? Motion carries. Article 4, Mr. Rubenstein.
Barry Rubenstein, 95 Carriage Hill Circle, Personnel Board Chair. I move the article as printed in the warrant, except for references to minimum step in the pay grid under Section 20 shall be replaced with Step 1.
All right, is there a second? I heard a second. Mr. Rubenstein.
So first, let me deal with the second part of that. There was a typographical error in the printing of the warrant. So if in Schedule A, it should say the first column should be labeled 1 instead of minimum.
What page of the
It's
green
on
document?
Sorry, page 21 of
Page
the warrant.
21 of the green document. Go ahead, please.
So there's a table under Schedule A. The first column in the warrant says minimum. At the top, it should say 1. So that's the first part. There was a summary handout of the other changes. The other one that's of any significance that I'll point out is, again, Schedule A. The salary administration plan previously had a salary schedule. We're proposing to replace that with the 15-step salary grid that you see in the warrant. We're recommending that for a number of reasons. One, it will put us in line with our peer communities. Two, it will also put us in line with how the union contracts are done. And three, it gives more predictability to employees in the future.
All right, thank you. Comment or question about Article 4? All right, seeing none. Oh, are we going to a mic?
Bonnie Faniff, 179.
Can you, are you on? There you go. Thank you.
Bonnie Faniff, 179 Middle Road. On page 11, probationary employee means a first-time town employee within his/her first 6 months of employment or longer if extended. I believe the word "or longer if extended" has been added. I'd like to know how long is that period?
So that was put in to deal with the situation where you have an employee who has performance issues during the probationary period, but not significant enough to warrant just terminating the employee. So it gives the town more flexibility to deal with that over a longer period of time. So there's no set period. It depends on the fact and circumstances of the case.
All right, behind you, there's somebody?
Hi, good morning. Doug Peck, Fisher Road. My question is
What number Fisher, please?
114 Fisher Road.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My question is on Schedule A. I just want to know if, since they put the survey together, is everyone currently employed, and are they in the schedule that they're supposed to be? So are they at least at the minimum? So if it says it's a grade 7 and they're making 40.13, is everybody at least at that minimum?
Barry?
Yes, there's no one in any grade who would be below the minimum.
Other comment or question? Okay, this requires a majority vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? Thank you. Article 5, Ms. Cook.
So I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate and transfer the sum of $62,010,578 as may be necessary to fund the town's operating budget as follows. Transfer from the Cemetery Perpetual Care Fund, $25,000. Transfer from free cash, $1,873,351. $1,873,351. Transfer from Overlay Reserve, $245,000. Transfer from the Ambulance Fund Receipts Reserved Fund, $660,100. Transfer from the Septic Betterment Fund, $31,464. Transfer from the Water Enterprise Fund, $372,387. And that the balance of $58,803,276 be raised and appropriated.
Does that receive a second? All right. Ms. Cook, anything you want to add as of now?
I don't think so. I know we're going to have a discussion about a couple of changes, so I'll wait till then.
All right. Normally, folks, at this point, we take each budget line by line by line and ask, similar to what we did with the consent list of articles at the beginning of this meeting, ask about holding individual lines. However, I have a not typical motion to amend Ms. Cook's motion that I'm going to entertain first, and that comes from Mr. Fling, who's at microphone A. So go right ahead, sir.
Yeah, Tim Fling, 18 Main Street. I would like to move a motion to amend the cumulative budget by
Can you, sir, just step closer to the mic?
How about this?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to move to amend the motion to reduce the cumulative budget by 1% for the sum of $587,747.54. That was my math. Ms. Cook read a slightly different number, but I'm going to stick with that since that's on my motion. And that is to be decided by the Select Board and Advisory. So that way, if I can explain what
Well, hold on. Let's see if we have a second first. So that's the motion to reduce the overall budget by 1%. Is there a second? I heard a second. All right, go ahead, Mr. Fling.
Okay, so in the last couple of years, our property values have gone up quite a bit. We are taxed against our property values, which as we continue to increase taxes year over year, we end up paying more money overall for what we have to do. For a person like me, it has affected my mortgage because my escrow account went up to make up for where my deficit has been at my house. So I would like to reduce the overall budget, and it's at the discretion of the Select Board and Advisory, so they can find OpEx spending in there, hopefully not personnel spending, to be able to do the same thing everybody like we did in town, bring our budgets back a little bit, and then fit within that 1% reduction to help just overall our tax base.
All right, thank you. Comment or question about Mr. Fling's motion to amend? All right, so the motion on the floor is Mr. Fling's amendment. It requires a majority vote to amend.
Wait, I've got my hand up here.
I'm sorry?
I've got my hand up.
Well, let's go. Let's stand up and go to a mic. Sorry, I have the seal of the town between me and you, Kathy. Ms. Cook.
The budget that is printed in Article 5 is one that has been worked on by the Advisory Committee and Select Board for over 4 months. We started off with a year-over-year increase of double digits, as did the school committee, which is by far the biggest budget in the town. We have worked diligently for the last 4 months to get the year-over-year increase down to something that looks like inflation of about 4%, 3.99 to be exact. To reduce the overall budget by almost $600,000 is not going to be easy. It would require the Select Board and Advisory to cut positions because the budget is mostly personnel. So to say non-personnel would not be realistic. So we're asking you not to support this. We have done everything we can the last 4 months to present a reasonable budget to you in the economic times that we live in. Inflation last year was about 3.2%. If you look at what was used for Social Security. So we aim to get something close to that. We have to give employees raises. Most of our raises are contractual. They're from collective bargaining agreements, schools, DPW, police, fire. So if we were to try to find $600,000 of cuts, there's no doubt that would involve cutting people. I don't know what people. We hadn't talked about this. Came out at the last minute. We heard about this literally this morning. So we haven't had a chance to really deal with it. So we're asking the audience to not support this article amendment.
All right, thank you. Over here.
Tim Martell, 7 Bantry Road, speaking on behalf of Advisory. We do not support this amendment. I'd like you to bear in mind that the school budget is about 2/3 of the total budget. This 1% would impact the remaining third of the budget in a very harmful manner. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comment or question about the motion to amend the motion on Article 5? Yes.
Question moving forward. Are we going to go through each department as far as holding them?
Oh, yes. We're going to do the usual process, but this obviously would have impacted that in a way we needed to take it up first. Over here, microphone A.
Patricia Burns Fiore, 10 Winter Street. This is just really a question. Where is in this list the total budget year over year? I just want to understand what the total budget was from last year and then take into account the increases that he was talking about in real estate. What was the total number last year versus the total number this year? Thank you.
Who's got that?
I can handle it quickly.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Getting some feedback. So Patty, the advisory committee has put out.
Can you guys hear him? No. Come on, guys, let's go to a mic.
So the advisory committee report, which is out on as a handout out there, it has this spreadsheet, which has the numbers that you're looking for.
Was that on the tables? Yes, no? Yes. Yes, okay. Any other comment or question? Microphone B.
Roger Challen, 29 Oak Hill Road. I'm a school committee member, but I'm speaking as a private citizen. I think the process of coming to town meeting and making this kind of an attempt at a reduction is something that actually shouldn't be allowed. We've had meeting after meeting, public meetings, where budgets have been discussed, and there's nothing wrong with coming to any of those meetings and having a question about the budget, asking at those meetings what would happen if you reduced your budget, but to do it in this way, I think is totally inappropriate, and I oppose this amendment.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Jim Caleri, 51 Central Street. I'm the wire inspector for the town, but I'm not in any budget. I'm not paid out of any budget in the town of Southborough, so this has no effect on me whatsoever. But I think this wake up for all of us in the town of Southborough. Everyone sitting in this room better wake up real quick. If you saw your DPW had a truck driver's job open for a year, they haven't been able to fill it. We don't pay high enough money. There's a shortage of truck drivers. There's a number of cities and towns around this area that would hire a person like me to be a wire inspector for them. They didn't care about my age because they can't get anybody to do it. And it's not that people don't want to work. There's a shortage of blue hands-on people in our industry. The fire service, the police service, DPW, all that around. The town of Southborough, finally the Board of Selectmen Advisory Committee realized that they, and I give Personnel Board some credit to this, we're going to be dealing with this. And I'll give you my viewpoint. The fire department is grossly understaffed, my opinion. 45 years on the fire department. I know what it's like when to burn a building. And why? Because most of you people sitting here don't join the call fire department trained to be firefighters anymore. Society doesn't do that. We rely on 5 people a shift. The police department, marginally staffed. Again, my opinion. School department does fairly well as well. It should because it educates your children. But I think moving forward, each and every one of us understand every city and town in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and actually across the country, is dealing with this. So it is costing us more tax money. I'm a taxpayer in town. I have no longer any penny in the school. So why am I paying for school taxes? But I know it's important to do. I do. And if it gets to the point where maybe as this retired guy from a full-time job can't afford to stay here, then maybe I got to look for alternatives. But that's the real-life world we live in. Certainly when I was young and my daughter was starting out in school, yeah, it was tight on my pockets. Believe me, it was. I worked 2 jobs to survive. That's the way the life was. So I think the town of Southborough has moved somewhat in the right direction with their budgets to understand the problems this community faces in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Over here, Mike A.
Yes, Stan Michella, 7 School Street. I don't support this amendment, but I think the real question on the table here is, I requested the advisory committee report about a week ago. And at that point, it was in draft form, but it was sent to me. It took me a couple of days to go through it. And so I don't have these types of questions because I had a chance to go through the numbers, but you can't put something on the table 3 minutes before you start voting on the budget and expect people to know what's been going on in the committee meetings over the last 4 months. I watch as many of the TV presentations of the committee meetings as I can, but there is no public announcement of these meetings unless you go to the website, which, who has time to do that? I mean, this is not, I think the budget is very reasonable and year-over-year comparisons make a lot of sense, but people are just simply asking, what are the numbers? What are the pilot numbers? What was last year's budget? And you just can't put it on the table 5 minutes before the meeting and expect people to know what it is.
All right, any other comment or question on the motion to amend?
Yes.
Where is that? Go right ahead, please.
My name is Kamali O'Mealy. I'm the chair of your Southborough School Committee at the elementary level. And I would just want to point out that on the handouts, if you look at this yellow handout that was on the table, it shows the FY 2025 budget, but it also provides a comparison versus last year for the school committee budget. I understand what the gentleman just said in terms of not having information ahead of time. I would just like to tell the audience here today that a team of us have met diligently over months to review the budget and ensure that it is as close in line as possible as what we think is appropriate for us to maintain the right services, staff, and even improvements that are necessary year over year. I have 3 children at 3 different levels, 3 different schools in the district, and so I'm integrally tied to what it is that our teachers are interested or need, as well as what it is that parents are looking for and need. So I just wanted to say that I support the article as displayed in terms of the budget. I think that a $600,000 decrease would be definitely impact staffing or personnel, let's call that. And as has been repeated here a number of times, the school committee or the schools are the largest part of that budget. So please think about that in your vote today.
All right, thank you. Yes, Mike B.
Thank you. Mark Petrowitz, 16 Mitchell Street. I am a member of the Aspet Valley Regional Technical High School School Committee, and I just wanted to reiterate Madam Chairwoman's thoughts on that. Thank you.
All right. Any other comment or question on the motion to amend? All right, this requires a majority vote to amend the original Article 5 motion. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hands. All opposed? All right, that motion fails. We are back to the main motion on Article 5, and our usual process at this point for our budget is to go through line by line, which I will do now. As we get to each line item, again, yell out hold if you want to discuss any particular budget line item in more depth, and we will come back around to it after we vote all of the line items that were not held. Does everybody understand this process? All right, here we go. Line 114, moderator. Line 121, elected select board. Line 122, select board. Line 131, advisory committee. Line 132, reserve fund. Line 135, town accountant. Line 136, audit. By the way, this starts on page 23 of the green document. Sorry about that. I just finished page 23. Moving to 24. Line 140, elected board of assessors. 141, assessors. Line 145, treasurer collector. Holding 145. Line 151, legal. 152, personnel board. 154, municipal technology committee. 155, information technology. 159, other operation support. 160, elected town clerk. 161, town clerk. Holding 161. 171, Conservation Commission. 175, Planning Board. 176, Zoning Board of Appeals. 177, Open Space. 182, Economic Development Committee. 192, Public Buildings and Properties Maintenance. 193, Public Accessibility Committee. 210, Police Department. 218, Public Safety Communications. Holding 218. 220, Fire Department. 241, Building Department. 291, Emergency Management. 292, Animal Control Officer and Animal Inspector. 400, 420, Department of Public Works. 510, Elected Board of Health. 512, Board of Health. 541, Council on Aging. 542, Youth Commission. 543, Veterans Services. 610, Library. 630, Recreation Commission. 691, Historical Commission. 700 through 799, Principal and Debt Interest. 910, Employee Benefits. Did I hear hold on that? Yeah. Holding 910. 941, Court Judgments. 945, Liability Insurance. 300, Elected School Committee. 301, Southborough Schools. Holding 301. 302, Algonquin Regional High School. Was there a hold on that? Hold on 302. 304, Assabet Valley Regional Tech High School. 305, Norfolk County Agricultural High School. All right, let me make sure and I'll read these back. All right, I have holds on 145, 161, 218, 910, 301, and 302. Did I miss anything? All right. At this point, we will cast one single vote for the budget as listed for all of the lines that were not held. That motion is on the table via Ms. Cook's original motion. Any?
Mr. Moderator, I have been informed by our treasurer that two of the numbers I read are incorrect.
All right, I'm going to allow Ms. Cook to amend them. I assume that two of the numbers that are printed in the motion in terms of the allocations before we get to raise and appropriate?
Well, it's the two big numbers. It's the total in the budget and the amount to be raised.
All right, what page are you on?
So I'm just looking at the motion itself.
Yeah, but what page in the, let's find the page in the
Hello,
warrant
hello.
so folks can look.
No? You're not going to see these numbers in the warrant. It's the motion. So put
All
the
right.
motion back up.
That's fine, they're on the screen.
Okay.
Go ahead. All right, I'm going to allow Ms. Cook to amend her motion.
So I amend the original motion I made to state the following, that the town vote to raise a sum of money not to exceed the sum of $62,010,578 as may be necessary for the town's use and make appropriation of the same. Transfer from the cemetery perpetual care, $25,000. Transfer from free cash, $1,873,351. Transfer from overlay reserve, $245,000. Transfer from ambulance fund receipts reserved, $660,100. Transfer from the septic betterment fund, $31,464, and transfer from the water enterprise fund of $372,387, and that the balance of $58,803,276 be raised and appropriated.
I don't know if I'm missing something, but those sounded like all the same numbers to me. All
Okay,
right,
Brian, what have I done wrong?
All right. All right. So the motion on the screen, as just recited by Ms. Cook, is the current motion. Apparently, I don't have it. What's a photographic memory for ears? I don't remember what she said the first time, but apparently she modified it to what's up here now.
I've modified the top number, the 62,018,578, and I've modified the bottom number to be raised and appropriated. This is correct. What'd she say?
Kathy, do you know what changed? Did something go a little higher, a little lower? Can we
Yes.
just give the folks a little info here?
Yes. The top line number to transfer the sum of $62,010,578 was originally, when I read it, $62,187,282. So we went down.
All right, and therefore the bottom line number went down accordingly.
That's right, because that bottom line number is your leftover number.
Right.
That's what you raise when you've taken into
Okay.
account everything else. So yes, they went down by the same amount.
All right. Brian, do the numbers in the warrant, the line items that I just read, add up to that number? Okay, I got a thumbs up on that. So you can have faith in the line items in the warrant. All right. And I mentioned I held 145, 161, 218, 910, 301, and 302. Our vote at this point now is a majority vote to pass the line items that were not held. Any comment or question? We don't debate it at this point because that's what the whole process would have been if you wanted. This is a majority vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? All right. So that motion carries on all non-held line items. And we'll now go through the held items. And if you were the person who held the item, please come to the microphone and explain your hold. We'll start with line 145. $145, treasurer collector. Who held that? All right. Go ahead.
So I'm Steve Hinternetter, 79 Woodland Road. I just had a question on the personnel services. It looked like a very large increase. Wanted to know if that's increasing the staff size or catching up on salaries.
I can answer that.
All right, go right ahead.
So it is not an increase. All we did was take one person and put the person in the right department. So it got taken out of one place and put into the other.
Where was it taken out of?
Select board. 122. It's a shared position. It's Katie Berry. So we had her completely in select board. She actually works for treasurer also. So we we felt that it was a better place to put it in the two departments that she works for instead of keeping it all under select board.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comment or question about line 145?
Am I to understand that that's now halfway split between the two line items?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other? All right, so line 145 requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? Line 145 carries. Line 161, Town Clerk.
Hi, Carol Logan, 30 Constitution Drive. If someone can just explain the 44% increase in that line budget.
Jim, you got that? Okay.
The biggest item in there is increased election activity with other bigger elections we have this year, the September primary and the state election. That's $32,000 of it. But I mentioned to you that it's not going to cost us $32,000. The state changed their rules. Some of this they call an unfunded mandate, like the vote by mail and some of the other things we have to do. So they used to, they'll still give us the money back, like 24% of it, at least up front. But the problem is it doesn't go against my budget. It just goes into free cash. So this number is higher than you typically see. We'll get money back on that. There's also $26,000 in here to hire, to pay for a part-time archivist working on the digital projects. Again, there's a change. In the past, some of this was paid for out of CPC money, but the state has changed the rules on that, and they say we can no longer use the funds for that. So could you please put up my display?
What are you looking for, Jim?
So this is pretty cool when we get these pictures up here. We've been working on a project for the past few years using a lot of volunteer work and an awful lot of free services from the state to take old records that we have in the town clerk's office going back to the start of the town of Southborough. And we've used CPC money to preserve them when needed to be physically preserved. But that CPC, unfortunately, where the state changed the rules, they say that preservation money can only be spent on physical preservation of a document, not to scan it and make a picture of it. Okay. I don't know why all of us scratch our head on that, but that came out of Boston, and we have to live in that rule. So if we can get these pictures up here, they're working on it. We have these really neat handwritten documents going back to literally why the town of Southborough was formed. And it was literally because it was too long a drive to church on Sunday. I'm dead serious. That's what it was. It was mandatory to go to church. And I've told people this, but it's cool because at the first town meeting, the first appointed position wasn't a clerk or anything else. It was a tithing man, and it wasn't to collect like a 10% tithe. They literally had a long rod with a brass tip at one end and a feather at the other. And if somebody would fall asleep, they would tap the men with a brass rod, and they would tickle the women and the children with a feather. All right? So what we've done here, we can get these up here. We've been able to scan a number of these records for free. We just got 44,000 pages of documents back yesterday from the Massachusetts Digital Commonwealth with the help of the library to make that work. But if you have all these records scanned, it doesn't do you any good. I mean, it's great, you have them, but so what? Nobody can share them, nobody can do anything with them. So we've been able to use a fellow in the back, Jeremy. Come on up for a second. All right. This fellow is someone you're going to read about someday. He's a graduate student, just graduated from a master's degree in archival management from Simmons. He's an intake archivist for the state of Massachusetts. He worked for the California State Archives. And I kidnapped him to come in and work for us part-time. And we can no longer pay for that with CPC, so that's what we have. But basically, what Jeremy has done, we'll show this in a second, is taken all these records, and surveyed them and made sense of them so that you can read them. And actually, we created a website called 01772history.org.
All right, it's up, Jim.
Great. So this is a really neat record by itself, okay? All right. Go to the next one, please. Keep going up here. This is really cool. Keep going. Stop. Recognize that signature? John Hancock and Sam Adams. We have that original piece of paper, and it's really cool. Hancock was the first governor of the state. Adams is the Speaker of the Senate. And this is about somebody complaining they were double taxed. So they agreed, but it was cool because when this document was given to us, they ordered the refund. We didn't have a currency. So the refund was in British pounds, sterling, and penny. It's really neat stuff. So can you explain the next one up here? And he can actually read this stuff. My eyes don't work. Go to the next one, please.
This is a 1773 petition to, can you scroll up a little bit? This is a 1773 petition of persons in the town to establish a committee to ascertain the rights and privileges of the province and the infringement of those rights before the Revolutionary War.
So the kind of stuff we have here, the biggest part of this besides election is having Jeremy work for us 13 hours a week. Is to take the history of our town and make it so that we can share it with you and the students and everything else and have all this ready for our tricentennial. I don't know of another town that's doing that, but it's a pretty cool thing. And a lot of this work has been done for free. Jeremy is able to work some stuff out with the state, like I said, the Digital Commonwealth, and that's what we're trying to do. It's a pretty neat thing to do.
Hey, Jim.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I give you credit for the IT delay, but you're at 3 minutes.
All right.
You're the first one.
One more? Okay. I asked some folks in back to yell time because I wanted to prove that point. But we also have $10,000 in here to try to have what they call an editorial analysis of the town code. Because anyone's looked at that thing, it's a mess trying to find stuff. I want the copy editors and the rest of the people that have this to fix it, clean it up, renumber the beast. And then when it's done, I want to take it away from that vendor because we pay them about $6,000 a year for this. I'm the one that creates and sends them exactly what to put in the town code. So once we get this cleaned up, we can walk away from it. And when the town code's updated, we don't get it for 2 months back from them. So once the AG says it's approved, I can have it up online the next day. There's no reason in this day and age for us to be paying some of that kind of money. But it's going to cost us money to get this all lined up. We have $10,000 in here to hardwire our own fiber optic cable from here to the cafeteria and to the gymnasium so that we can, if we need to use those and have voting in the locations, we can do that so we don't depend on other wiring. A tip of the hat to Keith Lavoie from the school committee helping us last night. At 5:30, we discovered that the internet connection in the back here was dead. It was tested on Wednesday, it was dead. So we had to bring 2 guys in last night to go up in the ceiling to find the cables to bring it back to make it work. So it's most of these are one-time charges, but the biggest one is these elections we can't control, and then Jeremy's salary for the archivist.
All right, thank you.
Okay, sorry to prolong this, but with all of the stuff that you put up there,
Yep.
isn't that part of Article 29?
No.
And not part of, so all of this historical stuff
Right.
is this 44%
It is. And-
increase?
Yeah. When you get to CPC, because of the rule changes over there, the money that's in there is only related to the physical preservation of additional documents, physical stuff. This is related to the digital aspect, to take it, to see what it means, to type it, to bring it up. Again, it's a crazy rule that they separated these 2 worlds, but it's the world we live in.
All right, thank you. Is this about this budget item?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
Did you say that the part that was, Richard Seibler, 15 Lyman. Did you say that the physical copies were somehow reimbursed by the state? Did I hear you say that?
No, the election, well, back up, you mean the copying aspect of it, scanning of it?
Yes, you said the part was covered by the state and part wasn't, I think?
Back up. Well, I said initially the election costs, there are certain things we're required to do, in-person early voting, vote by mail. Some of those costs are reimbursed by the state. They used to give it directly against my budget, so
Hey,
you
Jim.
just see a net number.
No, his question is about,
the scanning.
you can allow, CPC money is allowed to be used for physical preservation, but not digital.
Exactly.
And that's the point he made, I think you're getting at.
It used to be previously, they've changed the rules.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Sorry, Jim.
Sure.
Anybody else on this one? Yes.
Marnie Houlihan, 26 Clifford Road. I just want to say, Jim Hegarty, I appreciate your innovation, your support of our town and your forward thinking, and I support your article, and I thank you for your service.
Thank you.
All right. I think we're good on that one. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Then passage for line 161 requires a majority vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? That carries. Line 218. I believe that was Ms. Faniff.
All right, I'm bringing this, first of all, I want to explain why I'm holding this budget. I've had discussions with the Board of Selectmen Advisory as far as attending a joint meeting and several meetings at the town hall. My request in budget 218, which was originally numbered differently under the police department, 210, and 910, the benefits, there are two separate articles following this, the budget articles, which is 6 and 7. I plan on postponing both of those and combining this discussion within my request of holding the benefits and the personnel budget of communication so that we can dispose of the other two. They're kind of intertwined, and I believe the Board of Selectmen agree on this.
All right, so let me just explain that a little bit more, and I agree with that, with the point. So Ms. Faniff has two citizens petitions, which are currently Article 6 and Article 7, that concern adding money to budgets to cover additional personnel for dispatch, and both salary and benefits. We have this discussion with regard to Article 5 and those budget line items. We have then covered the ground we need to cover such that Articles 6 and 7 don't need to be taken up separately. So as she just explained, she's prepared to move to indefinitely postpone 6 and 7 once we have this discussion on Article 5, line 218 and line 910. Given that, I also think it's appropriate to have the sum total discussion with regard to 218 and 910 together. So unless there's an objection, the discussion we're about to have covers lines 218 and 910 under Article 5. I hope that's clear. Any question about that? And then when we get done, however it goes, 6 and 7 will be moved. All right. Ms. Faniff, do you want to explain your hold and what you're thinking?
All right, originally I had submitted to the Board of Selectmen in February. This discussion has been going back and forth from September of last year of this intention, based on last year's discussion of the need in the department. But before I continue, I want to stress this has nothing to do with the future discussion on any regional dispatch. This has to do with today's department that serves your community. I felt strongly this is a decision that the public should make, the residents of this town, not by members of the Board of Selectmen or an advisory board. I, as many of you know, have served on the Board of Selectmen, the advisory board, school committee, and the housing authority representing this community. This is a decision on public safety, which I believe belongs in this forum. In saying that, the increases that I originally asked were for 4 dispatches. You can read that in the articles. So I'm not going to go through each of those. Everything that I put on the handout that was on the outside table came from your town warrants that were handed out at the town meeting. Any of the statements in quotes I ran by Chief Achilles before he left his employment in his town, Chief Newell, and the Board of Selectmen. There's nothing on that sheet of paper that hasn't been said, hasn't been confirmed, and the need being there. So the request is excuse me, I'm losing my voice again. The question today before you my original request was for 4, and following up on all of the details, I'm reducing that request to 2 personnel in the dispatch. And if you had the handout, or if it can be displayed, I'd appreciate that, because I have to read it from paper because I can't see that far.
Do we have that for the screen?
It was submitted to the town. It went with Article 6. It was a budget presentation.
All right, give us 1 second.
I can only read from mine, so I apologize. I can't see the front. The request for 2 additional employees in the department was a request that it says at the top of the sheet that on November 3rd, 2021, at a select boards meeting, Chief Paulus, discussion of staff shortage, public safety dispatch. Unfortunately, the current budget staffing level of 4 full-time personnel to a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operation with no union part-time filling in is no longer working, leaving both public safety, police, fire operations vulnerable to shortage of trained and qualified personnel to fill the positions. Part-time personnel cannot be mandated to fill openings. A 5th dispatch position was approved and start date was July 2022. So the Board of Selectmen did take some action. At a select board's meeting minutes, December 19th, 2023, Chief Achilles and Chief Newell's recommendation for maintaining the current model, Chief Newell and Chief Achilles shared their findings on enhancing the current dispatch operation system. The chief stated that whether or not the town chooses to regionalize, the immediate need is to add 4 full-time dispatchers to provide 24/7 coverage. So in talking with Chief Achilles and Chief Newell over the past couple of weeks, that's okay, I'm aware that there are 2 part-time dispatchers. The issue with that is mandating overtime. We are at risk if any one of our full-time personnel has an injury, can't work, has a family issue, we are short. They are not clerical staffs to this community. They're emergency responders, even though they do not leave the facility. The facility has, when it was built, has 2 stations already in the dispatch center. There's no need for equipment, it's already there. Over the last year, I have to question why nothing has been done. And now we're asking for a study. As far as pointing to studies, if I may, for any of you that don't know me, my husband's a retired fire chief from this town. He was here for 10 years. I've had a scanner in my home for close to 47 years. So I know what goes on. I'm not an expert, but I do listen to experts. And we had 2 of them that you pay to make these decisions. As far as the test goes, evaluating our town. 2022 to 2027, the fire chief, Chief Achilles. Community-driven 5-year strategic plan. I don't think any of you read it. It's 26 pages long, I have. Under the communication, his goal, staffing, the need for 2. The community risk assessment and standard cover, Chief Achilles prepared in 2020. All of this is online. It's 67 pages long, telling us what we need.
Ms. Phaneuf, if you could wrap up this part, and
I will.
I'm sure there'll be questions and comments.
All right, I have one more thing. Chief Achilles also has on his website the calendar year performance measures for everyone to read. Statistics, colored pages, number of runs, number of overlap runs. And we had a feasibility study done with the question of recreation. So my intention is to increase this budget by 2 to give the personnel and our public safety officials what they deserve. So our amendment to the budget is to add an additional $131,880 to public safety dispatch.
So, Ms. Phaneuf, first of all, that's your motion to add that figure, to amend Article 5, to add that figure to line, is that 218, or is that 901, or is that combined?
It's their new number, 218.
So that's the new number for 218. Do you have another number for 901?
Yes, I do.
Can we hear that also?
I'm also reducing that budget because the request now is for 2, and the motion on that would be I apologize.
Okay. All right. You submitted these to the clerk. He's going to bring it down.
It's for $44,824, and if I could just make one statement on that number. When we hire any employee, we assume it could be a family insurance, so it's doubled. It may not even be that number.
And what would be the source of these increases? Would that be raise and appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. And do I have a second? All right. Let's make sure we have the exact numbers that you submitted.
Just say you're going to make a motion to change the budget.
That's what I know, right?
Yeah, just read the whole phrase.
Can I read this?
Yes, please.
I move to amend the main motion as follows. Change budget 218 dispatch salaries from 423.11 to 554.891, an increase of 131.880. I also move to amend the main motion as follows. Change budget 910 employee benefits from $10,238,628 to $10,283,452, an increase of $44,824. Thank you for your patience.
All right, so I'll consider that. That's the motion to amend you submitted. We have a second on that? Just so it's got, okay. Question or comment about Ms. Phaneuf's amendment?
Mr. Moderator,
Right. Yes?
can you decide how you want the Select Board Advisory Committee to respond to this? There's probably 3 people on this table that would like to comment.
Yeah.
Can we do it from the table after you've heard from the
Well,
audience?
you can do it from your microphone, stand up, but I'm going to go in order.
That's fine.
Yeah,
That's
so right over here, microphone A.
I guess I'd like to understand the risks of someone leaving a little bit better. Do we have any kind of assumption on how long onboarding takes for a new dispatcher, or like expected hiring times? Do we have we have assumptions on a lot of things. I'm wondering if we have something around that. Thank you. Second thought, I don't know who exactly this is directed to, but I guess the general board.
If I may, Mr. Moderator,
Go ahead. Yes.
I made those statements. There are only 2 dispatchers on every shift. Well, excuse me, there's 2 on 2 shifts, and there's a supervisor. If any one of them becomes ill for a lengthy period of time, falls, has medical leave or whatever, you run the risk of another shortage.
All right, I have one quick clarification from town council, and then we'll go back to the mics.
Just for this, Jay Tallerman, Town Council, just for the sake of clarity, this motion increases 2 line items in the budget. It does not and cannot mandate that any person be hired. That's a separate decision by other officials. It does provide the finances perhaps to do so, but it does not mandate that that happen. It's just increasing the line item for those particular budget items.
All right, right over here, ma'am.
Thank you. Lisa Braccio, 13 Oregon Road. Just a couple comments on this. I sat on the select board when this discussion came up of regional dispatch. And at the time, we were shown some deficiencies and some liabilities. And while regional dispatch is still being considered, I would urge you to just keep in mind a couple of things. Dispatch is one of the most important departments we have here if your family's facing a crisis. And we've been shown back a year or two ago when there was a fire on Sears Road, there was a microburst that came through town, off of Meadow Lane, there was also a fire. Thank goodness, I do have a scanner as well, Mrs. Faniff. Thank goodness it happened at a time when there were two dispatchers. It was in between shifts. So you had one dispatcher, they would have been trying to deal with all of these things in getting mutual aid out there as well. And there was a mayday on that call. So we need to make sure that our public safety, our firefighters are protected. And in order to do that, you need to have the resources. Another thing to consider is if you're a family and you don't know CPR, and again, I'm just going to throw a scenario out. If you have a child and your child is not breathing and you call dispatch and there's one dispatcher on, that dispatcher can't keep you on the phone, calm you, guide you through CPR. They have to put you on hold so they can actually dispatch the call. So that's another thing to consider in the importance. And one of the things these studies have shown us is there is a need here. So you today can either take the position to temporarily fund this as we move forward for the select board to decide which the best path is, whether it's regional dispatch. But I think at this point in time, there's no dollar amount you could put on any one of you calling and needing help and being put on hold and not being able to get it. So I would ask this hall to please support this for your firefighters and for your families in town. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Over here, Mike B.
Andrew Pfaff, 50 Oak Hill, Chair of Advisory, speaking on behalf of Advisory. I just wanted to read into the record basically an advisory statement on this article, and we support the budget as printed in the warrant, and we did not support Ms. Faniff's articles. Both Advisory and Select Board have spent a lot of time reviewing the requests for additional dispatchers, along with the additional officer and lieutenant positions that were proposed in the police budget. After lengthy discussions, we believe the lack of sufficient data and analysis to commit such a large increase in staffing, especially as we have already increased the overall police staffing significantly over the past 15 years. Advisory proposed to the Select Board and Police Department to remove the request for the additional 4 dispatchers, 1 additional officer, and 1 additional lieutenant from the current budget, and to instead add funds to complete an evaluation of the current staffing levels in comparison to current market trends and market standards to ensure we have the correct levels. This is similar to the report that was done back in 2000, which was the catalyst to increase to the current staffing levels. Once this information is gathered, which we hope will be in the near future, they actually can start right after town meeting if approved, we will reassess the department's request and whether it makes sense to bring the request to the fall town meeting in September. Our intention is that the delivery of this information will dovetail with the recommendation for the Select Board, Police, and Fire as to whether the town should pursue moving our dispatch function to a regional emergency communication center, as that change would certainly affect the staffing levels within the police budget, which is where the dispatch staff is currently located. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Right over here.
Al Hamilton, 35 Pine Hill Road, member of the Select Board, speaking for myself. If you know me, you know I'm as reluctant to spend money as anyone in this hall. I've looked at this. I've been enmeshed now in understanding the regional issues. And last spring, this body voted to reject regionalization in an advisory capacity. The logical inference from that is that this body has to take responsibility for funding an appropriate level of staffing in dispatch. And we have an issue here. There's no reason to have a fire department or a police department if we don't have a dispatch operation. We really don't need the others because they won't be effective. And we have a well understood liability, and I believe that it is appropriate, at least until we make a regional decision, to attempt to fill these positions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Over here, and then we'll go down to microphone C. But let's go to A first. I'm sorry, B.
Matt Probst, 31 Woodland. It's clear that I think everybody agrees this is a problem, or most people agree that this is a problem. In the output from the survey, people agree that we need to solve this problem one way or another. The question is, what is the best way to solve this problem? Is it through hiring? Is it through region? Is it through both? And I don't think, from my perspective, we've come to a good conclusion. And so this article that's put forward here, I don't think we can consider it independent from the idea of regionalization. The discussion that happened at last town meeting was not that the voters in town meeting rejected regionalization. It was that particular form of regionalization, from what I recall, that particular site, that was a Superfund site. It wasn't going to be a great location for the dispatchers. And yes, the voters rejected that flat out. But I don't think we rejected the idea of regionalization. So from my perspective, putting forward funds and hiring people is not necessarily something you do temporarily. And it's you can just hire people and then say, okay, we're going to go to regionalization and then let people go. So I would vote against this and supporting what the select board advisory say is let's figure out what the best long-term solution is to this problem. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Who's going down here at Mike C? Ms. Cook.
Kathy Cook, Vice Chair of the Select Board, Andrew Dennington, Chair of the Select Board, and we are speaking for the Select Board. So to not repeat what Mr. Fast said, we are fully on board with the advisory recommendation to do the staffing study first. We have made the steps to have that take place very shortly. We have tentatively set a special town meeting for September 23rd, which is not far away. With all respect to Ms. Faniff, which we have great respect for, I don't agree that the decision to add 2 dispatchers is disconnected from the regional dispatch decision. We believe we need to make that decision. We plan to bring that to the September 23rd special town meeting to let everybody weigh in on it and describe it, et cetera. So we think we're going to move pretty fast. We've done a whole lot of homework at this point. And just to be clear, Chief Newell's request for fiscal year 25 was 6 new positions, 4 dispatchers, a lieutenant, and an officer, which is a lot of people to add in 1 year. So therefore, we felt we had to take the step, doing the study, hoping that the study will give us a very efficient way to provide the services that Southborough needs. We certainly want to keep everybody safe here. There's no question about that. So we ask that you not support these articles to give us time to do what we think is the better way to make this decision.
All right, thank you. Over here, Mike A.
John Thorburn, 1114 Madison Place. I don't think too many people here would know me. I'll give you a bit of background. I joined the Western Fire Department in 50 years ago. I worked my way up through the ranks there. When you first go on the fire department, down there, you serve as a dispatcher for a period of time before they send you out in the field. I worked my way up through the ranks there and retired as chief in 2002. A couple of years later, I was offered a position as dispatcher here in Southborough. I can honestly say, and I can look you right in the eye, that in my 43 years on the Western Fire Department, I never really had a fear. We handle all kinds of situations, but there was nothing that struck fear in me. I handled it all. When I became a dispatcher here, I was the lone wolf handling fire and police, When a police officer would sign off and say, I'm out on Route 9, he's all by himself, and I'm occupied ×4. That struck a fear in me for the man that was out there. But in regards to Ms. Fainoff's thing, remember that your first contact when you call 911 here, your first contact is the dispatcher. That's the first person you're dealing with as to what happens with your public safety, fire and police. If they mishandle it, that starts a bad situation. But you're all alone. I worked in the old building. I came here, I served 11 years as dispatcher here before I retired. And when you were in the old building, there was the crowded circumstances. There was usually a police officer that was looking over your shoulder when you took the call, and he could send the police or the fire out while you're still taking the call. Under the dispatchers now, when they take a 911 call, if it's in a medical emergency, they have to stay on the phone and try to guide you, like Ms. Braccio said, with CPR or whatnot. At the same time, they've got to get people going out on the field. And it's not a good situation. It's a liability to the town if it gets mishandled. Her article is to bring the present situation with less liability. This has been talked about. Her article has nothing to do with regional dispatch. It's to bring a totally unsafe condition that exists in our dispatch center now to somewhat, at least with two. You talk about studies. In my 50 years in the public service, I've seen more money wasted on studies. Study.
All right. Mr. Thorburn, we're going to have you wrap it up, please.
Pardon?
I said we're going to have you wrap it up, please.
Okay. Thank you for listening to me.
Mr. Butler.
John Butler, 4 Davis Road. So I just think I support Mrs. Fanoff's article, and I would say the following to us here. It's 0.002 times the total that we're appropriating tonight, but we've heard it's one of the most important things we do in town. So it's 0.2% if we appropriate. If we appropriate the money and the select board doesn't spend the money because they can't find people or they think it's ill-advised to hire the people, it'll just be, we'll just get the money back next year as free cash. For something this important, why tie their hands? If it turns out that they need these people, let's give them the money to hire the people if they need it. The thing that they were here to us last year with, that regional center, is exactly at the same spot it was a year ago. A year ago, it was supposed to go on a Superfund site. Well, the Superfund site started oozing odors, and that's dead. So in a year, we've made no progress. It's exactly where it was a year ago. They have a new site because the one we thought was crazy turned out to be crazy. And so it could take, if we go to Westborough, it could take 3 years to get a regional center working, actually up and running. It's made no progress. I just say let's appropriate the money, and that way, if it turns out that they think they need it, which they well might, they have it. And if they don't spend it, it comes back to us anyways, reduced tax next year. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Same microphone, please.
Hi, Richard Seibler, 15 Lyman. I guess I'd like to say that it seems strange to say that we would waste money in a study, but not waste money in just appropriating funds. The whole purpose of a study is to find out if more should go, right? So we spend a little to avoid wasting a lot. I'm feeling a little bit callous, so I guess I thought I'd explain that it sounds like when things are dispatched and things are going wrong and we require the police and fire department, that it's a bad situation. That's why we have the police and fire department, for bad situations. That's a hard job, and like it being hard sounds about right. It also sounds like we've had 2 dispatchers, and that has been the appropriate number in almost all circumstances. I feel like we haven't had an explanation of XYZ went wrong because someone was missing. And if that's me being callous, it sure sounds like it, so I wanted to put it out there. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Over here.
Hi, me? Lisa
Yes.
Jankaitis, 3 Johnston Road. I feel like I can kind of see both sides to this. I understand why people don't want to spend the money if we're going to regionalize, but what is the timeline on regionalization? We keep talking about it. They wanted to put it on a Superfund site, which was kind of scary. We're going to vote on something in September regarding that, so that's 5-6 months away. And then if we vote to do it then, when will this site be up and running? It could be months, it could be years. In the meantime, it sounds like our dispatchers are understaffed, and I think I represent a population that finds it incredibly hard to get to town meeting, and that's a parent of a young child in town. And, if I call 911 because my child is, choking on something, I don't want to be put on hold. So I guess I'd really love to know what the timeline on regionalization is, because I feel like that's really important for people to know if we're going to vote whether or not we need more dispatchers or not.
Yeah, so Andrew Denny.
Andrew, just on that specific question, please.
So the timing is that our intention is to, for a fall town meeting, come forward with a specific new proposal regarding regional dispatch. And one, I think, important piece of information that Mr. Probst alluded to was that the last time we discussed this, there was a different site under consideration for the Metro West Rec Regional Emergency Communication Center. I think this is going to have the discussion is going to have a different flavor once there's a different site in consideration. Just overall, it's an unusual hold seeking to increase rather than decrease, and also increase by adding full-time employees. That's one of the most serious things that's considered by the Select Board and the Advisory Committee, because when you add staff, you bake in those costs year after year. There's pension costs associated with that, et cetera. And I just think it's more prudent to wait to have an informed discussion until fall town meeting about a specific proposal as to how, if town meeting, if the town decided to sign a new IMA for regional, intermunicipal agreement for regional dispatch, it really depends on the specifics of that, but it could be at least a couple years. Another point is that adding 2 dispatchers still wouldn't be sufficient to have 24/7 coverage of 2 full-time dispatchers. You probably need even more. Again, I think it makes more sense to consider the whole picture in the fall rather than now.
All right, right over here, Mike A.
Tim Fling, 18 Main Street. Does anybody know how the 911 system works, and if Southborough is overwhelmed, how the national system would escalate? So if Southborough can't handle the phone calls, does another town step in to already cover our deficiencies through that national system? Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, with permission, I can answer that question.
You're okay. Go right ahead. I'm interested in the answer as well.
Sure. The software that is used for 911 in Massachusetts, in order to have a 911 center, either a regional or local, and be approved for directing 911 calls to that center, it must have demonstrate an operational rollover to another 911 center before it's certified to receive a 911 call. In our case, the rollover is to the town of Hopkinton's dispatch, and the software accomplishes that. So if an operator is overwhelmed, however, my understanding from talking to dispatchers is that it's very seldom actually used, but it is a requirement and it is operational.
All right, thank you. Other question or comment on Ms. Faniff's motion to amend?
I have additional information I'd like to share with the hall.
All right, let's hear what's new.
All right, as far as dispatching and the need for a second dispatch, like I said, if you went on the town's website and saw the data, you would see this yourself. The Southborough Fire Department in calendar year 2022 had 1,452 total emergency incidents. The number of times 2 or more incidents occurred at the same time were 200. In 2023, they had 1,579 calls. They had 127 more emergencies occurring at the same time. There was 216. What's happening here, we have an elevation and duplication of calls at the same time. And I can give you a scenario that just happened to me within the last 4 days. I had to call 911. The receiving end of that call provided me with everything I needed. But knowing what I needed myself, I hung up on that call and I told them I could take care of the situation until they got there. I did. I did that because I didn't want to keep anybody else from getting into that 911 system. And when I say it was an emergency call, it was. I just brought the individual home from ICU. I should be at my home instead of pushing this to protect all of you from the same situation and not needing to wait until we have a future discussion on what we're going to do, where we're going to go. Thank you.
All right. Any other question, comment? Yes.
Hi, Doug Peck again, 114 Fisher Road. I'm also chairperson of the Council on Aging here. One thing I think people should realize is that our aging population is now over 2,300 people in this town over 60. And that population is growing at double digits. And I think not having an adequate supply of dispatchers puts that whole population at risk. Because what's happening is not, people are, as they age, we are seeing more complex cases in. People want to stay in their home, and there's real need to have an adequate dispatch service to really service all of our senior citizens. These are people incredibly at risk, as we have a lot of people living in their 80s and 90s in town. So I don't think we can wait 2 to 3 more years to think about supplementing with a regional, whatever you decide. The need really is right now. Thank you.
All right. The person with the green jacket, are you up for the microphone? I can't see from here. No. All right, then this. A is next, and then we'll come back to B. Oh, it's me. I got you now. Microphone A, please.
Freddie Gillespie, 78 Southfield Road. Just wanted to point out that I have no idea how I'm going to vote when you bring this back at a special town meeting, but neither do you. And it may not pass. So there's sort of an assumption that they're going to bring forth something, and if it doesn't pass, we're still in the same boat. And in the meantime, you don't have this item in the budget. So what's wrong with passing it now, and then you can change it later if it passes?
All right, right over here.
Just briefly, Jim Cleary, 51 Central Street. I'm very familiar with that type of operation. I was a shift supervisor 28 years at National Grid in their control center, which is the emergency center, not a place the customers call, where we handle the emergency and flow of power throughout the New England grid. And we handle calls very similar to that, panic calls including fatalities, accidents on site. But I felt for over 20 years, and I told this to my brother Bill when he was police chief, the dispatch center was grossly understaffed. It was always kind of like we can't get police and firemen, how are we going to do that? You've heard what the town said to you today. If we all decide they're going to wait till September, so be it. I'm ready to vote for it now. But we know in September we need an answer. It's not, well, we did the study and now we're thinking of doing, no, we're done thinking. This has got to be put to bed. There were 2 fires on Sears Road to which there was a mayday. One didn't get quite to the mayday level, the first fire at the same house. when a firefighter would get trapped in the basement. Mutual aid was delayed, it was 18 minutes before the first engine arrived. We were able to get the lieutenant out of the basement. It was at the point, possibly, the retired lieutenant and retired chief who was volunteering to be safety officer were going to have to mask up to go in that building because of the delays. It's not that we have bad people. So we do know this is a problem. And we do know this is not a place you call to order pizza, it's life and death. That's what they handle. You sit in that room and listen to the calls they get when someone's having a heart attack. The person isn't calling, hey, I got a problem. Geez, my husband fell down. He's got a heart attack. He's not breathing. This is screaming and yelling and calming people down and getting it, plus sending a dispatch. So it's very important stuff. If the town body decides to vote this, to wait till September, so be it. But we know this has to have resolution in September at the latest. Thank you.
All right, say Mike.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kyle DeVincent, 82 Newton Street. And most of you guys don't know me, but I am one of your dispatchers in town. I've worked here for 14 years. My family's been in town for 100 years. And I'm just going to keep it very brief. I'm not here to talk about specific circumstance or anything like that, but I am requesting just support to tap into this funding, allow us to hire 2 people, and I hope you support it. Thank you.
All right, I think we'll go one more time here, and then I think we're probably ready to vote. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Butler, 4 Davis Road. I just want to clarify that while it might not be technically impossible to appropriate this money it is not technically impossible to appropriate this money at a late September town meeting. It is, the proper time to do it is now because the tax rate setting process to appropriate as it would normally be done begins in July, the beginning of the fiscal year, and it would be difficult, potentially difficult from a timing viewpoint to do this in the normal way. If we were to vote it tonight, it would be difficult to go down that path in September, or it might be. The time to do it from the point of view of the town's processing of its appropriation, that appropriation outcome is now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we've covered it, and I think we're ready to vote. So what we're voting on is Ms. Faniff's motion to amend budgets 218 and 910 in the amount. What happened to it? Sean, do we lose the feed here? Oh, it's back. In the amounts on the screen, which would raise the overall budget by those amounts, obviously. Requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? All right, that motion carries. Ms. Faniff, can we get you to do an indefinite postponement on 6 and then 7?
Bonnie Faniff, 179 Middle Road. I make a motion to indefinitely postpone 6 and 7.
No, one at a time, please. So let's take it for Article 6. I heard a second. Requires a majority vote. All in favor of indefinitely postponing Article 6, raise your hands. All opposed? And let's do it again for 7, please.
I make a motion to indefinitely postpone Article 7.
I heard a second. Same thing. Majority vote. All in favor? All opposed? Okay, thank you. Line 301.
Point of order.
What's the point of order?
We have voted to amend. We have not actually voted the budget.
Yeah, and that's my mistake in my in trying to keep clean on this topic. We're still, we're still in Article 5. I was just about to go to line 301. So Mr. Hamilton makes a valid point. But I will allow those interim motions, and the clerk will record those. So line 301, who held that? I mean, you could change your mind, but I want to make sure you're heard. Go ahead, sir.
John Butler, Fort Davis Road. If I'm correct, Mr. Hamilton's point, which I think was correct, was that we amended the police budget, but we did not vote the police budget. So I believe that we have to cycle back and get 210 and approve
We
it.
will have a wrap-up of Article 5 that will include the amended numbers. Is that what you're asking?
Well, held budgets ordinarily get voted each one, and we not voted the police budget, the police dispatch budget. We've only voted to amend the police dispatch budget, whatever number it is.
It requires a vote, I believe, Mr. Moderator.
So I think I understand what your point, and we will do a wrap-up on Article 5. No?
So, Mr. Moderator, each held budget, we vote the budget to appropriate the money. We amended the number, but we did not vote to appropriate the money for police communications.
Yes. Fair. It's a valid point. And forgive me for the confusion because we do have 6 and 7, or did have 6 and 7 to dispose of. All right. So we amended line item 218, and we amended line item 901 based on the numbers that were up there before. Approval of those two line items as amended requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? All right, that motion carries. Line item 301. If whoever held 301 is no longer here or has changed their mind, that's fine. Yes, ma'am.
Sharon Shoemaker, 22 Wood Street. I just had a question on the medical therapeutic services, went up to $819,000. Was that somewhere else in the budget before?
Hi, Rebecca Pellegrino, Finance Director for the schools. Yes, that was actually in the teacher salaries line item, and so we are trying to align our codes with the DESI chart of accounts, so we have moved our SLPs, PTs, and OTs, we've moved those salaries from that line item into this new account.
I have one other question. Are you doing the school-based Medicaid program to get reimbursements for those services?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other question or comment regarding the hold on 301? All right. Passage of 301 requires a majority vote. All those in favor? All opposed? All right. That motion carries. Line 302 was also held. Yes, sir.
Hello. Richard Seidler, 15 Lyman Street. I just saw a large increase in other student services. I wanted to know if there was any kind of information on what was inside of that line item?
This is for our out-of-district student tuition. So we did see an increase in that, and that was due to an increased number in students who were requiring that, and also a decrease in the amount that we received in circuit breaker from the state.
Any other question or comment on the hold on 302? All right, seeing none, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards, or your hands. No cards this year. All opposed. All right, that motion carries. Brian, are you ready? All right. Our Cracker Jack accounting staff has accounted for Ms. Faniff's changes. And so we'll have a wrap-up now with regard to the overall Article 5 numbers. Is that also you, Ms. Cook?
Yes.
All right, go right ahead.
And you've double-checked these? Okay. I'm sorry I got to ask this, because it's going up, not down. Okay, it should go up. Never mind, you're right. It should go up. Never mind, sorry. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate and transfer the sum of $62,187,282 as may be necessary to fund the town's operating budget as follows. Transfer from the Cemetery Perpetual Care Fund, $25,000. Transfer from free cash, $1,873,351. Transfer from Overlay Reserve, $245,000. Transfer from Ambulance Fund, receipts reserved, $660,100. Transfer from Septic Betterment Fund, $31,464. Transfer from the Water Enterprise Fund, $372,387, and that the balance of $58,979,980 be raised and appropriated.
Is there a second? Second. All right, this is the adjusted overall budget. It's a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? All right, that motion carries. We move to Article 8. Mr. Butler.
John Butler, 4 Davis Road. I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Is there a second? All right, Mr. Butler.
Yes, because Mrs. Fanoff and I have reached agreement with the Board of Selectmen on a principal aspect of this, I expect we're going to be able to move indefinite postponement after we hear a statement from the board.
Okay, somebody from the Select Board going to speak to this?
Yes, this is Andrew Dennington. At our last meeting, the Select Board unanimously agreed that we're not going to enter into a regional dispatch IMA before the fall town meeting, at which our intent is to present a specific proposal for the advice but not the consent of town meeting. And what I mean by that is that town meeting approval of an intermunicipal agreement isn't required, but we believe that we would benefit from getting town meeting input on this. So basically, I think we've already agreed to the substance of what you're looking for in your article.
And Mrs. Fanoff and I, who were the proponents of this warrant or this citizen petition, agree, and therefore I'd like to move indefinite postponement of Article 8.
Second.
All right, hold on. So your original motion was as printed in the warrant. By inference, you're withdrawing that, Mr. Butler.
That's correct, basically because the principal aspect of it, which was to reiterate the request that we not get into it without it coming back to town floor for discussion, has been agreed to already. So why?
Yeah,
why
no. I'm happy for it.
Yeah.
We have it. We had a second, I assume. Okay, hear it again. Okay. Motion to indefinitely postpone requires a majority vote. All those in favor? All opposed? All right, thank you. Motion carries. Article 9, Mr. Stivers.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to appropriate $2,749,470 for the Water Enterprise Fund for direct costs, that $372,387 be included in the appropriations from general fund for the indirect cost and be allocated to the Water Enterprise Fund, and that $3,121,857 be raised as follows: from user charges, $2,871,857, retained earnings, $250,000. The Select Board unanimously supports this, advisory unanimously.
Well, let's have a second. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Stivers.
Both Select Board and advisory unanimously support this for the operation of the town's water system.
Any question or comment about Article 9? Seeing none, requires a majority vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? Motion carries. Article 10, Mr. Dennington.
Yes. Let me get there. I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Is there a second? Second. All right, Mr. Dennington.
Basically, same reason. The Select Board and the Advisory Committee both unanimously support Article 10 for the operation of our water system. Happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Any question or comment about Article 10? All right, seeing none, it requires a majority vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, motion carries. Article 11, Mr. Malinowski.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moderator. Jason Malinowski, Chair of the Capital Improvement and Planning Committee. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $318,130 for the following purposes: $272,500 for road maintenance, $20,630 for mower attachment for the John Deere tractor, $50,000 for defibrillators-paramedic, and further, I move that the amount of $150,000 be transferred from free cash for the following purposes: $150,000 for 2 police cruisers.
So receive a second. All right, Mr. Malinowski.
This is one of 2 capital articles that you'll hear from me on this afternoon. This is all for appropriation through both free cash and just regular appropriation in the budget. This is after extensive review by the Capital Improvement and Planning Committee with our rigorous process that we have with all department heads. I will note that for each of these items, this list is much shorter than you usually hear from us, mainly due to most items have already been resolved through either ARPA spending and or gifts from various pilot payments that were received. The 4 items that I spoke to are road maintenance, which is our typical article, but it is expanded beyond the normal roads to accommodate other needs, including culverts this year. $20,630 for the mower attachment for the tractor that you actually hear about in a subsequent article. And defibrillators paramedic, this is for 1 of 2 defibrillators. The other one was already received in a gift. And 2 police cruisers. And I wanted to expand on the use of free cash this year due to supply chain issues that the police department is having with the cruisers. We recommended it be from free cash to allow the chief to purchase those vehicles after a successful vote.
All right, thank you. Question or comment regarding Article 11? Yes.
Sharon Shoemaker, 22 Wood Street. In the past, the things that were paid for by pilot programs were usually listed in here, and then it was noted that they were coming from other funds. Do we know what was paid for via the pilot program this year?
Jason, do you know the answer to that?
I'll clarify. The reason it used to be listed is because the donations hadn't been received by the time the warrant had been printed. This year, the warrant we actually received the gifts, at least some of them, prior to the warrant being printed, which hopefully will eliminate a lot of confusion. But I would defer to Kathy Cook from the Select Board to denote what was received.
So as we said earlier, we worked really hard on this budget this year, so we actually called St. Mark's School earlier than we usually do, to see what they'd be willing to do, and they graciously responded within a week and ended up contributing money to buy 1 of the defibrillators and another set of the fire turnout gear. We normally have those conversations with them in May and June, so we did it this time again because we were trying so hard to get the year-over-year increase down for the residential tax residents in Southborough.
All right, thank you. Any other comment or question about Article 11? All right, this is a non-borrowing article, so it's capital, but it's a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, motion carries. Article 12, Ms. Davis.
Hi. I move that the town vote to apply for, accept, and expend Massachusetts Public Library Construction Program, MPLCP, grant funds, if approved, and vote to transfer from the free cash the sum of $150,000 or any other sum if said MPLCP grant is approved, said sum to be expended by the town for library assessment, planning, feasibility, and/or design, or act in any manner relating thereto.
Does that receive a second? All right, Ms. Davis?
Ryan has this quick presentation.
Thank you. I'm Ryan Donovan. I'm the director of the Southborough Library. I'm here to provide just a brief update about the library. I promise it's only 6 slides, guys. I'm very happy to report that the Southborough Library continues
Hey, Ryan.
to...
It could be 66 slides as long as it's 5 minutes.
Okay. This doesn't cut in my time, right? I'm very happy to report that the Southborough Library continues to serve as an integral resource for the community. The library staff has provided dynamic services to residents, including highlights on new books and materials, the annual library seat exchange going on right now, and more. The library opens at 10 a.m. Monday through Saturday, and it is open late until 9 p.m. on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. There are magnets and pens on the tables outside, as well as a handout, which have the hours and more information about what we're doing. This year, the library accomplished multiple long-term goals. High-quality security cameras have been installed in the entrances and the Idea Lab in the teen room. The library has made major progress in cataloging the local history collection, including yearbooks from local schools, town reports, and other unique publications. The library continues to provide necessary books and resources to the residents of Southborough. Your library had just over 154,000 items circulate in the past fiscal year, and over 6,100 people attend programs across all age groups. The library would like to thank the Friends of the Southborough Library, the Southborough Cultural Arts Council, the Southborough Community Fund, and the Foundation for Metro West for their continued support. The library has continued offering the popular food-oriented programs this year. Virtual cooking classes featuring international cuisine and in-person cookbook clubs have been very popular. A new book club called the Reading Roundtable for Adults was started this year, featuring a wide array of book selections. Programs for teens and tweens this year have allowed for more volunteering opportunities so youth can give back to their community. Projects included holiday cards for homebound seniors, setup and breakdown for the Friends book sale, and providing ideas and feedback for libraries, events, and services as part of the new teen library team. Assistant Library Director Kim Ivers continued to offer programs for children nearly every day that the library is open. These events include morning story times, crafternoons, and read to a dog events, to name just a few. For the 2023 summer reading program, 336 children registered and read a total of 67,000 minutes. This past summer also had 34 programs for children specifically under the ages of 11. Approximately 663 children attending these events. It included a puppet show, a reptile presentation, a magic show, the annual 4th of July parade, Lego building, and more. The library also hosted campers from the Recreation Summer Camp for weekly story time. As the town continues to grow, we are considering the future growth of the library. This year, the Southborough Library has the opportunity to apply for the Massachusetts Public Library Construction Program, or the MPLCP, in May 2024. The library is looking for support at this town meeting with this article for planning and designing a building expansion project. This will hopefully allow us additional space for youth programming, study rooms, a new back entryway, and much needed space to grow library collections with more books. Thank you.
Question or comment about Article 12? All right, seeing none. Oh, yes.
John Bartolini Jr., 4 Wyeth Circle. I'm not against this article, and I'm not speaking against it, but there is, Ryan gave a presentation the other day at the senior center. And you need to be aware, and I think there should be, and I hope there is in this $150,000, an assessment of the site. It appears that at that presentation, he said that they were planning on 6,000 square foot addition, which would be 60 by 100 feet. You have a pump septic system there. you have some water issues. So a soil assessment and a assessment of the lot would be warranted, and I hope that comes out of this money before you spend any more money on designs of a building or anything else, to make sure that the site can actually support what we want to do. It'd be a shame to lose the library where it is. I'm not against all that, but I drive by there every day, and it is a challenging site. Thank you.
All right, same microphone, please.
Hi, Erin McMurray, 2 Ledge Hill Road. I appreciate the library. I think there's some great programming that goes on there. One question I have is about the decision to close the library. So I know, for example, today the library is closed all day, and there have been other days when the library has been closed. And so there's, to me, a question of capacity. I would think that we would want the library open today if there was such demand for library services, which then makes me wonder why we would be looking to expand the library. And also just sort of in the context of school projects that we're looking at, school consolidation, there's talk of a community center. As much as I support the library, it doesn't rise to the top of my list of financial priorities for expansion at this time.
Microphone A.
Hi there. I have a sore throat and a cold. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Joanne Pearson, 101 Newton Street. I am a huge supporter of the library. We have wonderful programs there. It doesn't matter whether you have kids, you're retired, you've never had kids, and whatever it is, it provides services for everyone. One of the things that I do for work, I give lectures, and I've had the opportunity to go to many libraries throughout the state, and I see these other libraries in small towns, in industrial cities, whatever, and they have wonderful, wonderful rooms for doing presentations, for study rooms, many things that we don't have at our library. So I would encourage everybody to do everything they can to support the library and see that it's better suited to suit all of our needs here, because it is, again, a facility in this town that services everyone. Thank you.
All right, yes, Mike B.
Hi, my name is Mary Tinty. I live at 2 General Henry Knox Road. I'm a current member of the Friends of the Southborough Library, and I'm also, I don't know if I need to disclose this, but I'm running for one of the 2 open seats on the Library Board of Trustees. So to say I'm a library fan and supporter is an understatement. And I would also just like to say I'm in favor of this vote today. I encourage you all to improve it for all of the reasons listed, but also because not only is our library an amazing space currently, but as the previous speaker just said, I think that the Children's Library in particular, we have such a gift in the librarian and assistant director of Miss Kim, and to have the space to allow kids to further explore their love of literature and craft and all of the opportunities that the library gives them is an essential. And just to speak to 2 of the points that were raised, I believe, and I don't want to put words in the library director's mouth, but I believe part of the reason that the library closes on days like today is to encourage town participation, to make sure that people can come to this meeting and advocate, and that they can be here to do the same. I also think that it's important to know that this study, and I don't know if it's fair to invite the library director to speak to this point, or perhaps another trustee, but the $150 that you would be approving here, there are some caveats associated with it, in that should we receive the grant that the library will be applying for, some of the $150 will come back to the town. So I think that's also important to know. Thank you.
So can I maybe, Ryan, can we clarify on this 150,000? Is the motion essentially explaining the accounting? I mean, is this all free money?
No.
Okay.
So no. I can answer that and say no. It is $150,000. So I want to make that just clear. But we have to, it's contingent upon acceptance into the grant program that we list. And then, so that we apply in May, we find out by the end of the summer if we were accepted. It's competitive. There are other libraries in the state that are going to enter into this grant program, so we have to see if we're going to be one of the recipients of it. Then out of that money, if we spend $150 on planning and design, $75,000 would be paid for out of the grant funds. So I know it's a little confusing, but this is how the state needs it done. So that's where the language came from, was from the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners. The $150 has to be authorized by this body, but then half of it will be paid for out of the grant if we get accepted. If we don't get accepted into this grant program, we've made the article contingent upon acceptance. So then we won't have to pay anything.
So,
and then we'll look at applying again in the future.
So net, this is a $75,000 item.
Yes, but we have to request it $150,000 from the body.
Understood. But
We basically, it acts as a reimbursement, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Amy Yazdani, 16A Bantry Road. I'm a library trustee, but I'm speaking as a resident. We've been going to the library since my 17-year-old was born. We've been through the children's room. Of course, Mrs. Kim is fabulous. But I also think what people don't realize is there was a study recently that of all the things people do, 75% of people have been to a library within the last year nationwide. That's over movies and all kinds of other stuff. And I think for our town, it's like our family room where people don't necessarily go to the public safety building when they're exploring town, but they do come to the library, and we don't put on our necessarily best foot with the building that we have now. It is also served as a place where people who have no one else to talk to come. That often happens, nowhere else to go. It's a great place for teens that can be safe and have something to do. We have a great young adult teen librarian as well. And I think adults are starting to find what we offer, but like the cookbook club is amazing. But there's lots of other programs that are offered, and I think it's really the hub of the town, and we need to make sure we have space for everybody who will be in town. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Over here, Mike B.
This is Chris Robbins, 39 Parkerville Road. I just want to second what Mr. Bartolini said. He has been in the construction business his entire career along with his family, and they understand water conditions, and it's very important that's thoroughly examined and checked before we start launching buildings in space. So thank you for that. The second thing is different communities are deeply invested in the library, and I couldn't support it more. But Marlborough has involved and included every aspect of the community. The business community has invested thousands of dollars into the new library that's going to be built or added to in Marlborough, and the nonprofit organizations. My question is to what extent are we collaborating with our business community? And to what extent are we collaborating with the nonprofits? Most people don't realize the nonprofits are the largest employers in this town. That's the Fay School, that's St. Mark's School. They have libraries. What are we doing to collaborate and learn from them? What are we doing to work with Harvard University that has a facility up on Pine Hill Road that's been here for years? So let's leverage the strength of our business community and make sure we're an inclusive community and not just a library operating on its own without the engagement of two private schools that are world famous, have libraries of their own and can bring added value to the efforts that you're making, and along with Harvard University. So I commend your initiative and support you.
All right, Mike A.
Stan Michello, 7 School Street. Ryan, so it sounds like if this isn't approved, that the money doesn't get spent. If it's approved and we now, next town meeting, we have a design in our hands, what's next?
Well, so we do have, that's a good plug for some of the work we've done on the library's website recently. There is a building project tab that's now present on the library's website, including a long-term timeline. So we won't come back. I know there's been a fall town meeting mentioned for this year. We're not coming back this fall. We're not coming back next year. We're not coming really back until 2027. So there's going to be a lot of work done between now and then on getting some additional community input. You know, Mr. Robbins was bringing up potential collaborations. I would also like to work with our friends group and maybe with some other interested individuals on creating a capital campaign so that we can start looking at independent fundraising, which I think will be a big part of what happens in the next few years. Did I answer your question, Stan? Okay. So that's really nothing happens until 2027. That's when we're going to come back. And then there will be actual architectural drawings of what the library will be looking like.
All right, thank you. Mike A.
I thought you said Mike A, and I'm like, no. Hi, Freddie Gillespie, 78 Southville Road. I wanted to support this article. I want to also point out that we have the same size building for many years while our population has grown. And right now we are facing, I believe, three current 40B projects that will increase units in town by, I'm not sure of the exact number, but over, I think it's 130 units anyhow. Not to mention the new upcoming MBTA communities, which has the potential, not that it will happen right away, but some of it's going to get built, up to 750 units or homes that the state wants. You know, these people will be using our library. And if you don't start planning now, where are the resources going to be when you need it? And it only gets more expensive to do this in the future. And second of all, I just want to support the library for all that they offer to this community. I'm speaking as an individual, but as chair of the Open Space Preservation Commission, we've had a long-term positive relationship with the library. This last year, we just started a new native pollination preservation garden club, which has been well received and supported by the library and many people who attend our activities. But there's just so much more going on there that, you know, you can't do it with the same size building we've had forever. And if we have the opportunity to get $75,000 in state funding, you know, we should really take advantage of that. So thank you to the trustees and the Friends of the Library for working on this.
All right, thank you. Over here.
Hi, Lisa Jankaitis, 3 Johnson Road. I think you may have already answered my question, but I want to reiterate what somebody else says. We have some major expenses coming down the pipeline in town. NERI will need to be redone, and that's already in motion and going to cost taxpayers large amounts of money to redo this building that desperately needs it. So I believe you answered my question in that what happens next if the library gets this done, that this isn't really coming down the pipeline, but I know a lot of buildings in town are needing to be redone. There's questions of school consolidation, you know, a new senior center, a new rec center. These are all things I keep hearing about. So I guess where is all this money coming from? Because I also question, can the library stay on the site that it is? Because that site is kind of small, and like someone said, if we're going to be adding large number of people coming to our community, we may need, you know, a bigger library. And is that sort of in consideration that the site where it is may not be feasible? And again, with all these large projects coming down the pipeline, where's the money going to come from?
Yeah, we have considered all of those questions, and we're continuing to have those conversations. We did launch a library building survey last fall that ran for several months, which I hope many of you had the opportunity to contribute initial feedback. What we learned was staying on our current site was very important to the community. So that's one of the reasons why we're calling it an expansion project. But as part of the grant, I have to look at least 2 sites, including our existing footprint, but at least a plan potentially for another site as well. The other thing I'll mention is one of the reasons why we're coming to you at this town meeting with this request to enter into the grant cycle is because Marlborough, for instance, had a $21 million library. Over $10.4 million of that was paid for out of state grant funds. There is no other building grant entity for the state that will give that much money for a program like this. So I think it's important for us to at least like look at the possibility when, to sort of the point that was raised about the size of the community, we looked, and I have to my left, who I did not introduce, Jane Davis, who's the vice chair of the library trustees, and trustee David Eckberg, who's to my right. We looked at population statistics for 1990 when the census came out, which was just over 6,700 people. The library was expanded during that period to meet the needs of the community then. We're now over, 10.4. So the community is only getting bigger, but our library is remaining the same size. And for a library our size, a lot of the community uses it. Like, we get a lot of usage every year. So that, I think, is why we have to start having these conversations and start exploring the different possibilities we can take advantage of to expand. Thank you.
Are you, okay, go ahead over and Mike B.
Yeah, hi, Debbie Keefe, 180 Parkerville Road. I'm a huge supporter of the library. The library is really like a cornerstone of our town. People go there not just to gain information, but they go to find solace and peace and have a place to connect. I know that the librarian and the staff workers do so much more. They are really almost like counselors to so many people. I can remember when I was young, and at this time I was living in Marlborough, and they have done a beautiful expansion. I remember my husband coming home. I've got 3 little boys. He's working a lot. I met him at the door, and I looked at him and I said, "I'm going to the library." And he said to me, "Do you know when you'll be back?" And I said, "No," because it was a place that I could go to really just find some peace. And I think what's going on in our world now and the mental health issues, how can we be taking away a place where people can go to feel better? So I just want to say, I think libraries are very, very important. And Ryan, we cannot thank you enough. We were really given a gift when you became the director. So thank you.
All right, so I've got a person at each mic. We'll do that, and at that point, I think we're probably ready to vote. So over here at A first.
Debbie Demuria, 58 Flag Road. I'm a member of the planning board, but speaking as a private citizen. The library is the gem of the town. I had the opportunity to go around and look at other libraries that have done expansions, for example, over in Grafton. I invite everybody in this body to also go check out some other libraries, because you can see what type of exploration Ryan is talking about and the possibilities that could really serve the community. In Grafton, for example, I went for a simple presentation from the Willard Clock Museum, and I was really stunned at the space, that there was room for people to sit and have a lecture. I witnessed kids and adults up in sort of cubbies and gathering and working together in workspaces till 9 o'clock at night. To me, this is the community center. I'm not sure I support a community center, but we need this space. I haven't been to the library as often as I would like, but the library is always there for me. So I think it's the gem of the town, and I would really urge the body to support this article. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Last person here, Mike B.
Joyce Fukami, 73 Mount Vickery Road. I'm not a regular at town meeting, but I came today to support the library because Ryan has done an awesome job. The library is wonderful, and Ryan has really brought a lot of programs to our town, and as previous speakers have said, we really are blessed. Not only that, many other groups meet at the library, and we would not be able to find space to meet if it wasn't for the library, and we need more space. As a Rotarian who's all about service, we are grateful that every first and third Wednesdays we meet at the library, and I welcome everyone to come and see what we are up to, because we do the food truck festival. We raise money for scholarships for the schools, camperships. We do the Nary Talent Show. So please, this is how you come and meet your neighbors. This is how you find out about the open seed exchange and what Freddie Gillespie is doing, and everyone else. And it's wonderful. And how can we have children and seniors here and not support a library with books that are free? You know, we should all use the library and save the money that we're giving Amazon because you can get any book you want. I mean, come on, right? I mean, and it's open in the evening. It's like, okay, we all work, but you can like request a book. Say you have to wait. Who cares? There's a million books out there for us to all enjoy and read, especially the programs for our children, our grandchildren. And thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. I think we are ready to vote. Requires a majority vote to pass. All those in favor of Article 12, please raise your hands. All opposed? Motion carries. Article 13, Mr. Malinowski, I think we have a little bit of housekeeping to do.
We do.
You agree? Okay.
I do.
So we passed Article 11, which was Mr. Malinowski's non-borrowing capital article. The number he read in his motion is different than the number that was on the screen. So I'm going to entertain a quick motion to reconsider so we can clean that up. Mr. Malinowski, you could make that motion, but you can't vote in favor of it. Go ahead.
I will move that we reconsider Article 11.
Is there a second? All right, that requires a 2/3 vote. All in favor of reconsidering, please raise your hands. All opposed? All right, that motion carries. So now reconsidering 11, do you want to make the correction, please?
Yeah, and just for everyone's clarity, I was provided a sheet that had the incorrect number in the first sentence that didn't sum all the numbers that I read. So all we are going to be revising here is getting the correct sum of everything we discussed. The components of each are going to be the same. So I'm going to move that the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $343,130 for the following purposes: $272,500 for road maintenance, $20,620 for mower attachment for the John Deere tractor, and $50,000 for defibrillators-paramedic. And further, I move that the amount of $150,000 be transferred from free cash for the following purposes: $150,000 for 2 police cruisers.
All right, you said 2620 for the tractor. Did you mean 630?
2630.
Okay, so the numbers on the screen are correct. Yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Do we have a second? Second. All right, majority vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? What? What, Jim? It's the clerk's job to record every motion, every vote. So he's not being, I mean, he is being fastidious, but that's his job. All right, are we changing anything? Jason?
No.
Okay. Yeah, we already voted, Jim. The motion carried. So let's go to Article 13, Jason, please.
All right. I move that the town appropriate $2,186,000 to pay the cost of purchasing the following items of capital equipment, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto. Fire tower demo truck, $1,300,000. Ambulance A28, $551,000. Trash trailer, $125,000. Sidewalk tractor with attachment, $210,000. And that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7.1, and any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore.
So receive a second. All right, Mr. Malinowski.
So these items, the difference between the prior motion and the current motion is these are all going to require bonding. These came out of the same capital vetting process that I already spoke to earlier under Article 11. Given the size of some of the numbers on the screen, I just wanted to spend a minute or two denoting our process and why we thought it was important to bring each of these items forward in this capital cycle. The largest of which is the fire tower demo truck. This started with former Fire Chief Achilles bringing forward a repair project for the existing tower truck through collaboration with Capital in vetting needs 4 to 5 years out. We landed on this solution that would bring a new truck to replace a existing truck that is not meeting the needs of the department anymore and bring forward a project that would be much less now than it will be 4 to 5 years out. That has then been, as everyone knows, Chief Achilles retired, and as this process has continued, we've worked with Chief Philip Brown and members of his command staff to continue to validate this purpose. The next item is Ambulance 28 for $551,000. This is one of the 2 ambulances that the town maintains. A few years ago, we replaced the other one, which we still have not taken delivery on, although I understand it's very close. This takes a 2 to 3 year cycle to actually receive this asset. This item was moved up by Capital to facilitate the purchase now so that we could get in line for the build cycle and kind of cut out some of the inflationary pressures. The last 2 items are related to DPW operations and in working with the new DPW superintendent. We're bringing forward a trash trailer, one this year, and we expect another one next year, that are integral to the transfer of trash from the site that you're all familiar with in town, off-site for the permanent disposal, as well as a sidewalk tractor that has been well vetted and is a utility asset that will service multiple needs of that department.
Any comment or question about Article 13? Yes, sir.
John Butler, 4 Davis Road. Could someone explain the meaning of the word demo in this line item for the demo truck? What does that mean?
I'll start.
Sure.
So I'll start, and then if Captain Franks wants to add anything, feel free to come up. The reason we purposely put the word demo in this is we're not going to go out and custom build a truck for Southborough. One of the things that I stood up on the stage a couple of years ago when we built the new public safety facility is we built a station that can hold a truck that we don't have to custom build anymore. So if this gets approved, the expectation is that we are going to purchase a truck from a manufacturer that's already built, it's already on the road theoretically, and would be in town shortly, as opposed to waiting 3 to 4 years, which would be what it'd take to do a custom build.
May I ask a follow-up question, Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Is there a plan, or could someone describe the plan to dispose of the existing truck for its value? Sure.
Captain Franks.
Ken Franks, 81 Carriage Hill, and captain on the fire department. There are a couple options for the town to dispose of the truck, either via a trade-in to the dealer that we'll be buying the new vehicle from, or through another municipality that may be interested in our truck and making the repairs that it needs so it will suit their needs. So it's undetermined what the course is yet, but we do have 2 options available to us.
All right, thank you. Any other comment or question on Article 13?
Hi, Freddie Gillespie, 78 Southville Road. This is the tall ladder truck, is that correct? Didn't the one we purchased last time, wasn't it funded in large part by Capital Group, and St. Mark's School gave annual donations of tens of thousands of dollars to pay for it? Am I remembering this correctly? And was that ever investigated for this? Because I think one of the main reasons we need a tower truck, although that will be changing with new zoning, but one of the reasons, or in 40Bs, One of the reasons was the dorms at St. Mark's School, to be able to get up them because they're taller than our traditional zoning building height.
So your question is, were other funding sources investigated for this purchase?
Yes, and particularly the school and businesses.
All right, Jason, you have an answer?
That, I think, is a select board item to answer, but I do want to clarify one thing, is that this truck, the reason that capital was so behind it was the description from the chiefs that really spoke to, this actually works in residential too. I know everyone thinks it's a tall truck and we only would use it on commercial buildings. That's completely inaccurate. And in particular, the asset that they are looking to acquire would be more useful for residential structures. It will still be useful for commercial structures. And by appropriating this, because we were doing it as bonding, and we thought it was really important to do it as bonding and do it now to get in line to get one of these assets that are available, is it doesn't mean that we have to spend the 1.3. So I think this body can certainly send a message to the select board, much like you kind of just did, saying we'd still like you to look at potential funding, but this is the gross cost. It is not the net cost for a trade-in. That was just the last comment, and it does not factor in any donations, but obviously it is something that I think the select board could further expand on if they chose to.
All right, this gentleman was next at A.
Stan Michelle, 7 School Street. This is probably not the time for a detailed discussion on this topic, but seeing a $500,000 appropriation for ambulances, I know a lot of the surrounding towns use third-party ambulance services, and I was just wondering if there's been a cost-benefit comparison, sort of along the lines of the regional dispatch and so forth. And again, I'm not looking to get into any sort of a detailed discussion of it. I'm just kind of curious whether that's ever been evaluated.
Jason? Just stay up there.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure people can get to the mic. So the most important thing to consider is, on average, over the last 5 or so years, the ambulance actually generates receipts for the town through insurance and other payments for those individuals that need the service. And it's over $500,000 annually that it brings in. We pay for this asset in one swoop, basically 1 year. We're on pace to raise over $551,000 based on the current year projections just in this current year. And a normal funding mechanism of this is our ambulance fund, where those receipts go. But this is a bonding article, so that's why it's lumped in together.
Thank you. Over here, sir.
Yeah, Jim Caleri, 51 Central Street. I was on the fire department when the tower was bought. I was chair of the committee. When I heard that they were coming with this article, or thinking of coming with the article, I went over to the station. That was Ken Franks, Captain Franks, and the chief, just the interim chief, to go over this thing. And I saw what they were having to do with the tower, which is quite common practice. Seeing what the cost of the fire equipment, how it's going out of sight, and the delays of 4 and 5 years to get one, if you can get it. And then some of the manufacturers now saying, well, yeah, but we gave you a contract 4 or 5 years ago, but also we're finding the cost of materials, this has happened with things coming into the country and so on and so forth, so now your price is almost double. I strongly support this article. First of all, this truck now will be a little bit better designed for what we're going to see for 40B projects, which I think are going to be imposed on us one way or another. And it's also to make sure everybody understands the old truck which we got rid of, which are going to go, and the new truck that's here today was never designed or ever consideration for St. Mark's Faith School or the commercial side. It would work there. We knew that. We needed something that could go in your driveway and reach out to your window. We're not talking about going up. We're talking about going out. That was our whole plan, and it's the same plan that they have today. This truck will give us another, the truck they buy, my best guess, Ken, would give us another 10 to 15 years of service for the town of Southborough. It would be more than adequate. And I think that they've worked a good plan, because there was a truck existing, or a number of trucks existing, that we could get for a more reasonable cost. It's a lot of money for a fire truck, I understand that, but that's what the cost of fire equipment is today. And to answer the question about the ambulance, going private ambulance service, that was researched a number of years ago. And one thing that didn't change was the number of people on the fire department. Simple engine going out to a house, single-family house, one-floor house, to get a hose line in the truck in the burning building. It's not hasn't changed since 1800. 4 to 5 people, and that's what you got to shift here. So if you got the ambulance service and paid out for a private ambulance service, which the town would probably have to reimburse them from that which is not paid, really didn't save you money. And I think at that time, I think Pete Faniff was the chief. They really proved that we actually gain ahead of it with what we have, doing what we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here.
Tim Fling, 18 Main. What is the replacement cycle in terms of years for each one of these items? So how long is their useful life after we'd approve it and put it into service?
The capital plan currently for the ambulance recycle is replace about 10 years service life for the ambulances, and then the latter is projected about 20 years. 15 to 20 years is a reasonable expectation.
All right, thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Bill Cundiff, DPW Superintendent. With regard to the trash trailer, usually we like to see about a 20-year cycle. The current vehicle is from 1997 that we're using. With the sidewalk tractor, again, we like to see about 20 years or 5,000 to 6,000 hours. The current vehicle it has 9,500 hours and is from 2001.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Article 13. All right, as Mr. Malinowski said, these items would be bonded, so we're borrowing this money. Requires a 2/3 vote to pass. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? I declare a 2/3 majority. We jump to Article 19. Ms. Cook.
I move the article as printed in the warrant.
To receive a second. All right, Ms. Cook, Article 19.
This article basically repurposes money that you had approved at a previous town meeting related to the Lundblad Field. The rec department has had a dog park high on its list for quite a while. The original article allowed them to do some study and research to make sure that the land was safe. As everybody knows, there used to be a landfill underneath there. That work has been done. They did not spend all that article, so they're asking you now to repurpose what was left in that old article to allow them to start designing the actual dog park.
Comment or question about Article 19? Yes.
Carol Logan, 30 Constitution Drive. Is that field not being used for sports anymore? And if it's not, like, I don't know how long it's not been being used. When my kids were little, they used that field. And what would be the annual upkeep after? If this is approved, what's the annual upkeep for a dog park?
Can Tim Davis or Don Dumont come forward to?
Don Dumont, 21 Overlook Road, member of the Recreation Commission. So that field is, if you've been there recently, it's a gigantic field. The plan would be that the portion of the field that is flat and level, that is still very much playable and in good shape, would be retained to be used as fields. The section of the field that we're actually looking at for the dog park is the portion on the south side, which is actually sloping and has been impacted by the landfill underneath. And so to regrade that for field use would be substantially more money than to repurpose it for a dog park where you don't need to have a flat surface at all there. So the field portion will still be there, but we're hiving off maybe a third of the space for the park, as well as wrapping around. If you've seen the design, there'll be ADA compliant walkways to allow folks to access the field from the Neary side, and other improvements that we're looking to make there.
How much is it going to cost in future years to upkeep the dog
So
park?
I'm not sure what the actual annual maintenance costs, but for the most part, you're talking about, they'll put down a surface of, I can't remember if it's wood chips or what do we decide, we're thinking, a gravel. So very minimal maintenance for the use.
All right, thank you. Yes?
Hi, Sharon Shoemaker, 22 Wood Street. I just think it's odd that we're reusing something that was funded for a different purpose. It just seems weird that we're doing that, was my one comment. And my second comment is I am concerned about a dog park next to a ball field. I used to do uniforms for the basketball program in town, and there's a significant number of children that are scared to death of dogs. And if you have balls going back and forth next to a dog park, I just don't see those two very compatible uses for that one field. Thank you.
So I'll address the using an old article for this. Select Board talked about it. I'm sure Advisory did too. And we felt that the connection was very close, so we ended up being okay with this recommendation.
Over here, A?
Hi, Diana Bell, 24 Main Street. People already use the field for dogs, so I think it's just nice to give them a designated spot. So I'm in support of this.
Thank you. Other comments or questions about Article 19? All right, requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries. We move to Article 21. Ms. Landry.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator.
Who's making a point of order?
Tim Woodland Road.
Where are you?
I'm at B.
Okay, go ahead. What's your point of order?
Unless I'm mistaken, we've skipped over Article 14. It was held from the consent agenda. I don't recall.
No, it wasn't. Consent, we held 1 and we held 35.
I'm sorry, but I must have made an error.
Okay. Jim, can you confirm that?
Yes.
All right. All right. Where was I? Article 21, Ms. Landry.
Okay, I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 for the ongoing maintenance of capital investments associated with outdoor recreational facilities. The town's Director of Recreation shall recommend appropriate projects to the Recreation Commission. The Recreation Commission shall approve all expenditures under this article. Select Board supports unanimously and Advisory supports unanimously.
All right. Does it receive a second? Second. All right. Ms. Landry, can you, and make sure you got that mic right up close.
Oh, sorry. I would actually ask the head of the Recreation Department to speak to this, if he's here.
Good afternoon, everybody. Tim Davis, Recreation Director for your town. Over the past 4 to 5 years, we have set off and completed extensive capital when it comes to the outdoor facilities, rec facilities in town. We're approaching about 1.2 million, again, over those four to 5 years. What we're looking to do here is establish a fund to provide maintenance funds for preventative maintenance of these facilities. Over time, as we see increased usage from the youth groups, both grass, I'm talking about grass fields, we're talking about the Tri-Tier track, our hard top sport courts or tennis courts or pickleball courts or basketball courts, and our playgrounds. The need to upkeep them, once again, for preventative reasons, so that we are not coming back to you in years future with a much, much higher ask, is becoming more and more apparent season after season. So we're looking for an outlet and a fund to assist us with these yearly needs, to make sure that we are keeping our assets sound for you all to use.
All right, thank you. Comment or question about Article 21? Requires a majority vote. Are you? Okay, no. Requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, motion carries. Article 23, Ms. O'Mealy. Is she here? Oh, okay, sorry. I'm looking at microphones, sorry.
All right, Kamali O'Mealy, Chair of Southborough School Committee.
Oh, you gotta talk right into that mic.
Kamali O'Mealy,
There you
Chair
go.
of the Southborough School Committee. I move that the article, as printed in the warrant.
So receive a second? All right, can you explain the article?
Essentially, the article is, I'll just read it, to see that the town will vote to accept provision of the fourth paragraph of Massachusetts Law, Chapter 40, Section 3, to allow the Southborough School District to keep monies received from the rental space in the schools. These monies will be expended by the Southborough School Committee for the purpose of upkeep and maintenance and of any Southborough public schools with no further legislative body approval. The monies may accumulate from year to year and shall not be considered to be part of the general fund's assigned balance or do or act anything in relation thereto.
All right, comment or question, microphone A.
John Butler, 4 Davis Road. How much money are we talking about here on an annual basis? Something approximate, got an approximate answer for that?
I'm going to get our, Becky Pellegrino, our finance director, to speak on that.
For the current fiscal year, we have received about $45,000 in facility rental. That's a combination of the rent that is paid to the district from the regional school district, as well as Northborough for the use of space at Neary for the central office, as well as 2 classrooms which house special education programs through Assabet Valley Collaborative.
Thank you.
Betsy Rosenblum. Oh, sorry, wasn't recognized.
No, microphone B, go ahead.
Oh, okay, Betsy Rosenblum, 5 Strawberry Hill Road. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the statute in question, so could you just explain to the taxpayers why we would want to turn that money over to the schools? Because then presumably it would affect your budget, which we annually vote on. So what's the theory behind why this is a good idea for taxpayers?
I'm going to have town council speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
The statute essentially creates like a revolving fund of sorts. So the money doesn't close out. It allows you to carry over and use and stay in the account to be able to use for costs related to those particular buildings that are being leased and used. So rather than monies coming in and then closing out annually and then having to be reappropriated later, this allows money to stay in those funds to be used for upkeep and maintenance of those school buildings. So
I guess as a follow-up, where's the accountability to the taxpayer on how much money comes in and whether or not that's offset anywhere in the budget that we do vote on? I guess I'm having a hard time seeing why monies that come into the school would no longer be the province of this body to review and know about. Like, why is that a good idea for the town? How does it benefit the town? I guess I don't understand the impetus behind the legislation and why proponents of it think it's a good idea for this body.
So Greg Martineau, Superintendent of Schools. So the rental income that we take in goes into that revolving account. We then use that revolving account for capital expenditures. For example, the Finn paving project, that was funded out of that revolving account. The Trottier parking lot was funded out of that revolving account. So it goes back to capital expenditures for the school system. The school committee does receive reports on that on an annual basis and also approves the expenditures from those accounts.
Is any accounting, under this law, or if we approve this, would there be an accounting or a report to this body?
In terms of transparency, it's not something that's brought to the town hall, but the information is presented on a, whatever, it could be monthly or quarterly basis to the school committee, We have a document that will show us this is what is part of that revolving fund, and we can ask questions, you know, we can bring up any communications there. And then that document is listed online, it's video recorded. So there's opportunities for us as, you know, residents, taxpayers to see that. It's not, you don't have to wait until the, you know, the town hall meeting. It'll be information that's available at the school committee meeting.
Would it be reported, so if one doesn't follow the school committee, if one is beyond those years, will it be reported to this body? I know that we lose control of the money. It goes, it's under, would be under the, if we approve this, it would be under the control of the school committee. But would there be a report? There's no requirement that a report be made to the taxpayers. It's just something we would have to chase down through school committee?
So this has already been approved by this body. What we are adding is Trottier and Woodward and Finn. So it's an amendment to that. I will share that we do not offset the appropriated budget by this, these funds. So we do not go into the budget process and then say we're getting $250,000 and offset our appropriated budget. What we do try to do is we work with capital on capital planning to see what projects are in the queue, and we try to fund those capital projects with this funding to offset requests that we typically would go through a warrant article, for example.
So this article doesn't reference a particular school, but this article only relates to one school?
Kathy, do you want to?
So, and Andrew.
All right, hold on.
Sorry.
We're going to give everybody else a chance as well, all right? We've kind of had a one-on-one dialogue going here for a while. I'm going to go to...
I'll sit down. I'll just vote no because I don't...
No, but feel free to get back up. I want to, you know, make sure your issues are addressed. They're good questions. Ms. Cook.
So, Betsy, give me a chance here. So this article really is it's being done to correct something. We have had this rent revolving account for a long, long time. SCDP used to pay rent when it was a separate legal entity. Mr. Pfaff realized this past year that we were using the funds for schools other than Neary, even though the old article said it was supposed to be for Neary. So we're just trying to correct this so that it's clear that the funds can be used for all Southborough schools. But this account has been around for a long time. Remember, the school budget doesn't have a reserve fund like the town does. So this is the fund they've been able to use when things come up during the year that they need to spend money for that were unexpected. It's nowhere near as big as it used to be. It's no different than the 10 revolving funds we have on the town side, too, that we're about to vote on. I don't know, it's $50,000 now. It's not much. It's basically superintendent's office and one other program. We used to have a lot more, so it's not a small amount of money. It does give the school a chance to use it for things that were unanticipated, and certainly the school committee does review what it's used for. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
That's helpful.
You know, this is a good, well, no, it's fine. Andrew, you're going to sit? Okay.
Don Dumont, 21 Overlook Drive, here as a member of the Recreation Commission. So I'm just curious as well, because as the Recreation Department uses these facilities on a regular basis, are you proposing any changes to how we use those facilities, the arrangements we have in existence, or is this simply something off to the side? Just not having been aware of what the change is and being a consumer of the properties, there's a little bit of concern.
No, this would not impact the way that the Recreation Department utilizes the facilities. This is strictly for creating this quote-unquote revolving fund, and has nothing to do with how we would, any changes we have planned for how you would consume the buildings and partner with us. No.
Thank you.
Any other comment or question? You know, I think, I'm just going to say this to whoever needs to hear it down front. I mean, Kathy Cook's explanation was very helpful, right? We have this already for one school, and this is now expanding it to all the schools. And if that was in the summary, I mean, I think that would have licked it right off the bat. So it's just a suggestion to think about how you present these things to folks. That's not directed at Kathy because she answered the question. I'm actually commending her for answering it. All right. Any other comment or question with regard to Article 23? All right, requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? All right, the motion carries. Article 24, Ms. O'Mealy.
Okay, Article 24. I move that the article be approved as written in the warrant.
Receive a second. All right, I hear a second. Ms. O'Mealy?
Are there any questions?
Well, can you explain what the article is, please?
Okay. Could you turn to the PowerPoint presentation that we have for this? Okay.
I feel like I just was called out for not doing my homework by
I didn't direct it at anybody in particular. And I honestly have no idea who writes these summaries, so I really am a neutral island up here.
Again, Greg Martineau, Superintendent of Schools. The Southborough Public Schools seeks approval to establish a special education stabilization fund. Massachusetts general law allows a district to establish a special education stabilization fund for the purpose of funding unexpected or unbudgeted special education costs. The district projects special education expenses on an annual basis each budget cycle. The projections are based on what is known when the budgets are developed and do not account for unexpected special education costs.
So when we were looking at establishing this fund, we really looked at three key areas within our budget where we see the most volatility. And there are three line items in particular. The first is transportation special education, which is 3309. And this account actually is responsible for the payment for transportation for students who are either receiving services within our district who are not able to take a typical school bus to those specialized programs, and also for students who are attending day programs at private schools for special education services. The second line item is for those private school tuitions, and then lastly for the tuitions to collaborative programs within the state. So we are a member of the Assabet Valley Collaborative, where we partner with area school districts to be member districts, in the AVC Collaborative. And so they do offer programs for our students to attend, and we do pay tuition for those specialized services. So those were the three areas that we were really looking at. This slide right here does show the volatility from year to year in those three line items. You can see some years where we see very high increases, and then other years due to student needs, perhaps a student has aged out or moved out of district, where we see those funds really decrease in terms of the impact on our fiscal year budget. And then this slide also shows those trends as well, but also in comparison to where our fiscal budget is. So the red represents the special education costs for those three line items, and the blue would be the increases in our fiscal year budget for those years from FY 16 to our projections for fiscal year 25.
If you can go back one slide. If we were able to stabilize these three accounts, it would represent a $22,000 increase annually, but wide fluctuations make certain fiscal years very challenging to predict the budgets for these line items.
So just some of the parameters on how we can utilize these reserve funds. So first of all, they are for unexpected or unbudgeted special education costs only. What we have seen in previous years is we have seen students who have perhaps moved into our district from either out of state or even from out of the country who have required services that we did not budget for when we were planning our budget. We have also seen where students that we have kept a watch on have now required more intensive services and have required a different placement within our district. It does require a vote of both the school committee and also this legislative body in order to establish this, and the school committee did vote to bring this forward to the town for their approval. The other piece that is important to note that when we are expending funds from this reserve fund, it would require the approval of both the school committee and the select board to expend those funds. So both bodies have to approve that. We have not budgeted in our fiscal year 25 budget for funds to be appropriated into this account. That would be something that we would look to do in our fiscal year 26 budget. This vote is just to establish the reserve fund to move forward with it. Oh, and one other piece is that by law, it cannot exceed 2% of our annual operating budget. So you can see that for fiscal year, net school spending. So for fiscal year 24, the max that we could have in this account is $558,000.
All right, we'll take comments or questions. Mr. Butler.
John Butler, 4 Davis Road. So there are 3 of these stabilization fund projects before us, or proposals before us. This one is in the middle category of egregiousness. As a general matter for the taxpayers, it's not in our financial interest to take money out of our pockets early and leave it on deposit at the town in order to not have to pay that the following year. That's basically because the cost of average consumer credit is much higher than the cost of municipal credit, and the returns to consumer investment, which are unfettered by state law, are higher than the returns to municipal credit. So if you take money out of your pocket before there's actually a need and you deposit it with the town, you are inevitably going to lose money in doing that. The question is it worth it to you to do that? The costs are, the delta between the 2 rates is about 3%. So if it's $1 million, it costs you $30,000 a year to prepay to a municipality for services it's not going to deliver to you this year, but sometime down the road. Now, for a very long time, as they've pointed out, the SPED budget has been volatile. We've always covered it every year as necessary by appropriating as we need to. This year, you may have seen it's up about $900,000, and so we voted to cover it. Personally, I would not recommend, because you're inevitably going to lose money by doing this, as opposed to the method of appropriating as it's actually needed, which we've followed for the last 75 years, as long as there's been a SPED requirement. I personally would not recommend making these deposits early because it's just not worth it to you. You lose money as opposed to the method we have been using. The method in which this fund can be appropriated from, which requires going back to both the select board and the school committee, is better than the one we're going to see later from the region. But still, I think on balance, it's not in our interest to prepay for expenses that are not facing us today because it simply costs you money every year. Thank you.
All right. Yes, same mic.
Patricia Burns, Fiore, 10 Winter Street. I have a question for advisory. In Article 26 and 43, which, as Mr. Butler referenced, are the other 2 stabilization requests, you said it is advisory's strong recommendation that town meeting never cede the power of appropriation to any other body. So I'm really confused why you are now in Article 24 asking us to do that.
Mr. Pfaff.
Sure. well, in this case, it would be under the school budget, and we have not appropriated any funds into this, so it's just like a regular revolving account, just like we have with other committees. And it's still under town meeting purview to put funds into this account. One of the reasons why we chose to support this versus the other two regional stabilizations is that by law, it has specific guardrails in place, specifically that 2% increase and the vote of the select board and school committee. So this is very similar to, what we do with the reserve fund or other pieces of that. Because there's such a large increase year over year, we thought it could make sense to create this account. Again, we aren't funding anything this year. It's just the creation of the account. But having the ability to have $500,000 in there when we're having $900,000 swings year over year could be a useful mechanism to even out some of those swings.
But the intention is for the school department to fund it. As she said, next year. This is just perhaps creating it, but it has all good intention to be funded.
And just like with any other funding, town meeting would need to appropriate those funds into the account. Just like we approve a reserve fund, that then is voted on by advisory. Same concept.
Okay.
It's basically a reserve fund for special education. So if we get it in, out of placement, out of district placement over the course of the year, we're not going to have to come and have a special town meeting or do a reserve fund transfer or do something to handle some of these very large unbudgeted increases. It allows to have kind of that special account set up.
So I thought Mr. Butler was pretty clear. Has there been a problem in the past that these items have gone unfunded? Because I'm not clear. Thank you.
From a budgeting perspective and going through the budget process, it can make the district budget very reactive. So we're reacting to large increases in a few line items and trying to accommodate that increase throughout the rest of the budget. So one of our goals is, again, to stabilize, make it predictable, and then have a more proactive approach to looking at our budgets year over year.
Yes, ma'am.
So Kathy Cook, Select Board. Mr. Butler was on the advisory committee for, 30 years or so, and during his tenure, he wrote a very well-written white paper on stabilization as a philosophy. It's worth reading. Because of that paper in the advisory position that year, the town has not had stabilization funds available to it since 2010 or so. And we've been fine. We've got $600,000 in a bank account where we used to have $3 million. To me, this one's a little bit different. As a member of advisory, every year when we met with the school committee as far as their budget goes, they would literally hold their breath as far as this cost because it can bounce up and down. It just depends on circumstances, how many children need the services, et cetera. So this one always has been one that has worried the school committee. But as far as trying to make a decision, and John's probably going to say I'm making this too simple. I get where he's coming from. I get what he's saying as far as, keep the money in your pocket, pay it when you need it. Don't set it aside. You've got a better use of it than the town does. However, I think a lot of us too want our budgets, our personal budgets, to be steady, go up a little bit at a time and not bounce. And to me, that is the danger here. Now, he's right. We always seem to be able to bring it into the school budget, but they cut other things to make this work. So this is one that I think is a little different than the next two that are going to come up that are capital related as far as how you consider this. So the select board supported this, but we talked about it a lot. I grew up in the John Butler stabilization philosophy world. So it took me a while to come, well, I did. It took me a while to come around, but I do think this one, I can distinguish this one from the next two that we're going to discuss. So select board does support this one.
Over here, please.
Hi, Lisa Jarankaitis, 3 Johnson Road. I want to speak in support of this, and I want to speak as a parent of a special needs child in the district right now, and how this is incredibly a volatile thing to predict. A lot of you may be asking, why can't we budget for this like everything else? The one thing I can tell you about having a special needs child is you cannot predict what they're going to need today, tomorrow, down the line. My daughter is at Neary right now Last year, she had just a fine and dandy year, went to school every year. She has an IEP. She was doing just great. This year, she has spent most of the school year sitting on my couch because she cannot enter the school building. No one could have predicted this. It's the same staff as last year. It's very much what their needs are year over year, how to be supported. Personally, I feel the schools are lacking support staff, and I know this is not addressing it, but what I'm telling you is these children are in our school system. This is a public school system, and by federal law, every child in this town, regardless of their needs, is due a fair and appropriate, or excuse me, free and appropriate education. And when the public school system cannot provide that, the public school system has to find a place to place them. And this isn't going unfunded because by federal law we have to pay for that, but other things I imagine, and you know, maybe the superintendent can speak to this, but other things will be cut because legally we have to give these children an education. So my understanding of this is what we're trying to do is basically keep those funds because these things come up out of the blue and we have to give those children an education, and we can't just be like, oh, well, whatever, we don't have the funds for it. So the funds are coming from somewhere, and something else within the school district may be getting cut. So I don't think it's really something that we can predict for. So I would just encourage everybody to remember that this is a public school system and that we need to support all of the children, you know, in our town and in this district. So I believe this is actually a really good idea to sort of have a cushion for things that we can't predict within the special ed department overall. Thank you.
All right, let's stay on the same mic. I've got to give everybody a chance first.
Jennifer Primack, 7 Jericho Hill Road. I'm also vice chair of the K-8 school committee. I've been on the budget committee for the school committees for quite a while, and I just wanted to highlight what some people have said already, but this idea of like being able to implement programs that with sustainability over the years. It's very difficult to do that when you have maybe 1 or 2 potentially unexpected placements that come up that then require that you have to go back into the budget and cut. We do have a level services budget most of the time. Just one example of this is the World Language Program, which is implemented in stages across years. Well, if one of those years we end up having a huge increase in expenditure for special ed that is unpredicted, then implementing that World Language Program or these changes that we need to stay current to be able to maintain that kind of stable programming and improve programming over time is impacted. We started our preliminary budget of the school, our initial budget was around 10% when we first started discussions about this. A large portion of that increase was due to some of these special education costs that we are legally required to fund. So just to highlight, you know, what we're doing then when in years that we have this extra cost that's coming from those places is we're having to cut other programs, we're having to cut potentially staff. So this allows us to really be able to control that, and from a budget planning perspective, it makes things easier looking forward for the school years for sustainability of important programming and to stay ahead of things.
Thank you. Back over here, please.
Yeah, Stan Michelle, 7 School Street. So if I read this correctly and if I understand the information that people have been giving, this year the special education line item was around $900,000, I guess. And then this is adding what would be another appropriation in fiscal 2006 of another $600,000. So essentially the line item goes from, say, $900,000 this year to $1.6 million next year. That seems like the practical town meeting implementation of this over the next fiscal year, or for the next fiscal year. It seems like it's 6 of one, half dozen of another. I mean, if the school committee spends the money and it comes in for the appropriation the next year, and they're going to get that money. And granted, there may be some cutting of in other areas of the budget, but the town had a fairly significant free cash balance this year. So it doesn't seem like, it seems like this isn't really a significant issue.
All right, thank you. Well, I got to go to B, and then I'll come Or do you want to address that question?
Yes, please.
Just on that question,
Yes,
please.
so I just want to, the increase over fiscal year '24 was $900,000. So that was an increase over fiscal year '24 for the special education. We will go over there and we'll get you your number.
All right, Mike B.
Matt Spencer, 17 Parkerville Road. I'm also a member of the Regional School Committee. And I'd just like to speak in support of the establishment of the stabilization fund, and I'll also comment that I'm in favor of the stabilization funds in the later articles, and my point would be the same. From my limited experience on the school committee, which is now a little bit over a year now, the challenge that we face when we review the budget on an annual basis is, the mandate we put to the superintendent is we want an educationally sound and fiscally responsible budget, and we understand our obligation, or at least our responsibility to the taxpayers, to make sure that we, provide the service to the community that we need, but we're also not overly burdening the taxpayers with increases. And as we've seen with rising costs and inflation, there's been particular challenge to increases in the budget. And I see this and also our use of excess and deficiency funds as a tool that's available to the school committee to be able to mitigate the increases that we see year over year. On the regional school committee budget, we did approve the use of $675,000 of excess and deficiency funds. So I can understand the arguments that were put forward by Mr. Butler, and I did take the opportunity to read the white paper that he had prepared, and I thought it was very well done. I just think in the environment we find ourselves in now, we really need tools like this to be available to members of the school committee and the superintendent so that we can manage the goals over a longer period of time than just reacting on a year-to-year basis. Thank you.
All right, we'll go over here and then we'll see if we're ready to vote.
Al Hamilton, 35 Pine Hill Road, speaking for myself. There's a common misconception that the reserve fund is only available to support unanticipated expenses for municipal purposes, and that is not the case. The reserve fund, which we maintain for unanticipated or unusual expenses, is available to both the K-8 school committee, and in fact, I believe this year they made use of it, and also to Algonquin, should they have such an expense, or for that matter, Assabet. So, we do actually maintain very modest sums by this scale, but I think we ought to give careful consideration to also using those funds, and perhaps we will need to raise the amounts we appropriate into those into the future.
All right. Passage of Article 24 requires a majority vote. Ma'am, are you? Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? All right, that motion carries. Before we move to Article 25, I'm obliged to let everybody know as we sort of go through the midday hours here, and we don't have that much more to go, actually. There's several articles at the end that are going to come off. The Girl Scouts are here. They're in the cafeteria. They are selling pizza and sandwiches and drinks and things like that for those who might want to grab a bite. You can't all go at once, but they are doing that, and if you're so inclined, they would appreciate your support. So there is, sorry, what? Yeah, I took the words right out of my mouth. So there is a large screen in the cafeteria so that you can observe what's happening in here. That's all. There is two-way communication. There's no voting over there. If you're in the caf and you want to vote on something, you got to get back here. But you can at least monitor where we are if you're over there. So with that, we'll go to Article 25. Ms. O'Mealy.
Okay. I'm just going to, the article is printed in the warrant, but Can I go ahead and kind of give a summary of what
Yeah,
that
but
is?
make that motion. Let's have a
Okay.
second. All right, go ahead. Tell us about it.
So this is different than the previous two that I spoke to you about. This one is in regards to a specific school, Trotter. The purpose of this warrant is that we would like to be able to lease all or some portion of the Trotter Middle School roof so that we're able to initiate a solar energy project. It's something that we've been talking about for quite some time now, but essentially we would like to lease some portion or all of that roof, but it would be contingent upon the replacement of the current roof. For that, we've applied to something called the Massachusetts School Building Authority. There is a special initiative that they have that we've applied to for funding for that. The solar project is part of the our strategic plan, which is listed, and it would of course help us to implement energy efficiencies. Any questions, comments?
All right, thank you. Comments or questions about Article 25? Yes.
Patricia Burns, Fiore, 10 Winter Street. I know when I added solar panels to my house, yes, I had to replace the roof. You were applying for a grant. What happens if you don't get that grant? Do you come back to us to ask for money to replace the roof, to lease it?
So the Mass School Building Authority accelerated repair. Sorry, Mr. Moderator, can I answer that question?
Yes, please.
The Mass School Building Authority Accelerated Repair Program has incorporated the governor's supplemental budget bill of $50 million for solar-ready projects. So what we have done in our application to the MSBA for a new Trotter roof is we had incorporated a potential solar project. If the roof is not replaced in the future years, the solar project will not move forward. It's contingent upon making sure that the roof and decking is secure and can take on a solar array.
Okay, but your only alternative to replace the roof is going through this state grant. It's not to request it of the town. Is that correct?
So if we get accepted into MSBA's accelerated repair program, there is a process. We would begin the eligibility phase and then feasibility, and then it would be brought forth to the town voters for approval.
No, oh wait, I'm confused. Now you're confusing me, sorry. If you don't get approved,
Correct, yep.
what do you do? If you don't get approved, does the leasing program still move forward and the town pays for the roof? Or is the leasing program for the solar contingent upon getting the public funding?
Yeah, if we do not get invited into MSBA in the next several years,
yes,
then we will come before the town for a capital project to repair the roof at Trotter. And then at that point, once the roof is replaced, then we'd come back and ask for the lease of the roof for a potential solar array.
And would that expedite the process of replacing the roof? For example, in my personal experience, I know had I not added solar panels, I would not have needed to replace my roof at that point.
No, the Trotter roof is in need of repair and replacement, regardless of a solar array.
I'm sorry, one final question. And what is the likelihood of getting that funding from the state?
It's a competitive process. It depends how many applications from other municipalities come forth. But we will know shortly. It is very competitive.
Do you know those figures from like last year? How many people applied versus how many people got it?
Well, what happens is, depending on the number of districts who apply, the age of for the criteria of the age of the roof increases. So, for example, one year the roof had to be 20 years old. The next year, based on the number of applications, the roof had to be 30 years old or older to meet that criteria. More and more districts capital projects are queuing up, so it's becoming more and more challenging.
And how old is our roof?
2001, so it's about 20 plus years, but it has issues.
All right, Next.
Yeah, John Butler, 4 Davis Road. I really have a question about the form of this Article 25. My understanding had been that during the time period that a school is in actual use as a school, that the school committee had sole authority over the control of the property. This states it in terms of the select board, and maybe just someone could clarify that. I thought under Massachusetts law, the school committee had control of the sole control of the property during the time it's actually, in the years it's actually in use as a school.
Maybe a question for you. I'll have town council speak to that.
They have control of it, but a lease is a conveyance of an interest in that property, and it requires town meeting approval.
Good enough.
Same microphone, please.
Patrick Stanton, 24 Main Street. I think this is a great idea. I'm just curious, you mentioned energy savings. Do you have any about estimates of what the savings would be or what the financial benefits would be to the school? Thanks.
Sure. So a solar array, we did do a feasibility study. A solar array would account for 83% of the energy generated would be from a renewable source. And we are anticipating over a 15 to 20 year period, depending on the terms, a savings of $1.2 million over that term.
All right, other comments, questions, Article 25? All right, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? Motion carries. Article 26, Ms. Harrigan-Polichko.
I move the article as printed in the warrant. And
Receive a
invite-
second.
Second.
All right.
And then I invite the superintendent and the director of finance for a short presentation, and I'm sure what will be a fun-filled discussion.
The Northborough-Southborough Regional School District is seeking approval to establish a capital stabilization fund. Massachusetts general law allows a regional school district to establish a capital stabilization fund for the purpose of funding school capital projects. The Northborough-Southborough District's goal is to create a capital stabilization fund to fund unexpected capital expenses. Algonquin Regional High School is 350,000 square feet. And to give you a comparison, it's larger than the combined square footage of Finn, Woodward, Neary, and Trotter, which totals 337,000 square feet. Algonquin Regional High School's renovation began in 2004, and 20 plus years later, many of its systems are aging and near their replacement cycle, such as HVAC, asphalt, and roofs. To plan expenditures, the district has a 5-year capital plan, which totals about $2.5 million, and the school committee updates the plan annually. Since the ARHS renovation addition project, the only capital project brought before the community was the athletic complex project, which was approved at the last year's town annual meeting. The approval of a capital stabilization fund allows the school committee to consider funding the account in future years. The FY25 budget does not include any capital stabilization funding. Capital stabilization funding would fund unexpected emergency capital repairs and allow the district to respond promptly. The fund would be used to pay outright for moderate range capital expenditures between $25,000 to $250,000. I will note that over the last 7 years, capital projects have been deferred year over year, which places the facilities team in a reactive mode when issues arise. Some sample examples of unexpected repairs have included failed plumbing and electrical. We are currently contending with a cracked sewer line that is anticipated to cost a significant amount of money. We've had rooftop unit failure most recently over the guidance wing, which is yet to be repaired. And we've had heating system component failures, motor failures. And we've also had failures of uninterrupted power backup in certain systems. What I determine an emergency is issues that would result in us having to cancel school, issues that we need to fix immediately. So the next slide is what are the safeguards in place for Capital Stabilization Fund?
In 2022, the Regional School Committee did establish a capital fund policy, and you can see that is policy number D160. This policy does require that any funds that are appropriated will go through the annual budget process. It will be included in the assessment to the member communities. And it also requires that a vote of 2/3 of the school committee, and that is the entire school committee, not just a majority, does have to be in attendance and does have to take place in order for funds to be expended from this account. The school committee did also set in place a parameter for funds that would be used in this account, so it could not exceed, or it would be within a targeted range of 1% to 2.5% of the annual operating budget. And you can see those parameters that are listed up on the screen. That would be $278,000 to no more than $696,000 that would be included in this reserve fund. The other thing to point out is that, I know Greg mentioned what is considered to be an emergency, is that DESE does have very stringent parameters as to what is considered to be a capital project, and that would be an expense over $25,000 and would also be something that would be used over multiple uses. It could not be a one-time type of a purchase. So examples that Greg used would be those repairs to HVAC units and also to the parking lot and the sewer line. We would also be required to report out to our member districts any usage that would come from this stabilization fund to our member communities, so that you are aware of the projects that have been funded. And we would continue to work with each of the member communities on larger scale projects and run those through the normal capital planning process.
All right, thank you. Comment or questions about Article 26? Mr. Butler.
Yes, I was wondering if we might, is it possible, Mr. Moderator, to first hear the views of the Select Board and the Advisory Committee are both recorded in the warrant? Is that the situation?
Yeah, why don't we go first to Chair of the Select Board, Mr. Dennington.
Yes, the view of the Select Board was on this, I think it was a 3-2 no. So 2 yes, 3 no. I was one of the yes. And just my own view is I'm more persuaded by some of the just practical arguments that the school committee has made and Superintendent Martineau has made, that, you know, there's an appropriate place for this mid-range of capital expenditures that are preventative in nature, that don't really need to take up a tremendous amount of town meeting time or wait to be approved until the next town meeting cycle.
Andrew, it's 3-2 against, and you happen to be the chair, so you snuck one by me there. I'm not going to have every. I'm not going to have every Select Board member give their individual view.
Well, if you would like, you can hear the no vote too.
Unless it's helpful to the folks. But we have it's 3-2 opposed. Do I understand that right?
Yes.
Okay. How about advisory?
Advisory was unanimously not supporting.
All right.
Why or just? That's okay?
I can't,
Okay.
Yeah.
So the reason why is, as opposed to the other stabilization account, this one, per the Mass General Law, has much less guardrails in terms of how much can actually be appropriated and what the size of the account can get. I mean, they have a policy here that, you know, they're looking for it to be relatively small, which we may not have had an issue if the fund was only, say, $250,000. But per Mass General Law, it can be up to, what is it? Hold on, it's in the advisory letter, but basically the limit on it could be up to $330 million. And the amount that they could assess is, I think it's like $1.5 million. I can't read it right here. But basically, and then that amount then could be overwritten by the, I believe it's the Secretary of Secondary, Commissioner of Elementary and Secondary Education. So instead of a project like Gronkplex coming to this committee and this town meeting to approve independently, it could be pushed through this account with a vote of the Commissioner of Secondary Education and not go through us. And basically, it would get added to the regular budget. That budget would then come to town meeting. We could then push back on that budget, which would then trigger, you know, going back to the regional school committee and could force a Northborough and Southborough town meeting, which we haven't had yet. And Northborough has more registered voters, so really we didn't feel that it was appropriate to take away the power of town meeting to do that. We would, you know, entertain if they wanted to come up with a different process to have kind of a maintenance fund like we do in the town. We have the John Parent Facilities Maintenance Account, which he can use for these unforeseen issues in the town buildings, but that has a very set dollar amount and a very set purpose. So I think it's just the legalities of this specific Mass General Law and the guardrails of it were not appropriate to advisory.
Mr. Butler, anything further from you?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say that I support the majority position of the boards on this strongly. The problem with this particular is the structure of this with respect to the region and the regional agreement is problematic for us because the monies that would go into this stabilization fund would come through in the budget. We have no separate control over the funding of this as this town meeting. It was just a line item in the budget as a whole, and so these notions that it would be limited to this $200,000 or whatever is entirely outside of our control. We can't deal with it on an individual basis. We merely get to vote on the budget as a whole. This would be buried in the budget as an item. So it's very difficult to manage. The deeper question is, if we thought that additional reserves were necessary to cover expenses, where should those reserves be kept? The logical place for us as citizens of Southborough is to keep those extra reserves in our own stabilization fund where they can be used for Algonquin or any other purpose. Algonquin already has an excess and deficiency fund, which is somewhat like this. But it can be used during the year to fund things such as unexpected capital expenses. So the control mechanisms for this particular type of stabilization fund are particularly bad. From our viewpoint, we should keep stabilization money here where we can decide to use it for Algonquin when it's necessary. And lastly, I would note that in the almost 70 years that the regional school system has operated, this body has never refused to fund any requests coming to it from the region. So the notion that somehow it's going to now be starved for funds because we won't appropriate as necessary has no basis in historical fact. We rebuilt the entire school 20 years ago without having a stabilization fund in place. We had the money to do that. We've stepped up to our responsibility whenever it was a requirement, and we should not, as a general matter, be transferring money from our pocket to municipal pockets in advance of demonstrated need. On the other hand, when we've had demonstrated need, we've always stepped up and done the thing we should do, which is to appropriate the money as required. So I agree with the board at the front table that we should not approve this. Thank you.
All right, microphone B.
Matt Spencer, 17 Parkerville Road, and just as a reminder, I'm a member of the Regional School Committee. I'll try not to repeat some of the comments that I made in my previous statement, but you know, what struck me in the latest remarks by Mr. Butler, I think I would want to remind everybody here that there is a significant amount of opportunity for people to inject their control and influence over the use of these funds by virtue of the votes that they make when they elect members of the school committee. As Becky had pointed out, you know, the use of this particular funds require 100% attendance of all members of the school committee and a 2/3 vote of the members of the school committee for use of those funds. Again, I'm a relatively new member of the school committee, and just from what I've seen in my time on the committee and the approach to the budget is just how aware everyone is as to how we spend the money and how we mitigate the increase in the budget on an annual basis as to then impact the ability of or just the overall impact to the taxpayers. And as Greg had mentioned, we're facing $2.5 million of maintenance and improvements that need to be done to an aging facility, and that fact is not going to change. And what we, just as a school committee, what we don't want to be faced with on a future basis is the need to prioritize one thing over another. And I think the establishment of a stabilization fund, just again, as I mentioned before, just provides a tool that we can make available so that we can be fiscally responsible and educationally sound as we approach a multi-year plan to provide the services to the community that we do and our students. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Cook?
Greg, can you clarify this? I had thought when this came in front of Select Board that these funds, stabilization funds, would be used for any capital within the range of funds that you stipulated. Is it truly for emergency capital, or is it for all capital?
For emergency purposes. So the amount, the $600,000, would be used for anything unexpected. So currently, if there is an unexpected capital expense, what happens is we then go to the appropriated budget and we adjust our budget plan, which means not doing something that we had plans to do.
You can't use E&D for what you're talking about here?
So
In order to use E&D, we would then have to adjust our operating budget, which would then have to come back to the towns for approval. There's no way we can just dip into those funds.
Okay.
Kathy, I also wanted to clarify that, certainly with deference to whatever policy the school committee chooses to adopt, I think your question may relate to the language of the statute, which does not limit it to emergency funds. The statute states that it could be used for any purpose for which regional school districts may borrow money or for such other district purpose as the commissioner may state. So I'm not suggesting that they wouldn't abide by it, but just for a clarification as to what the law says.
Okay, so law is more broad. My vote against this was because I thought it was just normal capital, and I wanted the town meeting to have a chance to vet all the capital. With all due respect to Mr. Pfaff, I'm not worried about a Gronkplex coming or getting passed without town meeting, but I did think with only 2 towns, it's not much more of an effort to bring forth all the capital projects to each town. So that's why I'm trying to clarify, is this truly going to be for emergency capital, and there's no other mechanism currently to deal with that? And it sounds like the last part of the question's yes, but Jay's point is that regardless of what they say they're going to use it for, state law says it could be much broader.
Thank you. Over here, please.
Hi, Cass Mello, 10 Birchwood Drive. I am a student representative on the regional school committee, but I'm speaking as a resident. It is my understanding that this was brought up in a past meeting years ago, and I would like to hear an explanation of any differences between this and that, and what the rationalization is for it being brought up again. Thank you.
Go ahead, Greg.
So similar concerns were raised, I believe, in 2020 when this was brought forth to the citizens. The school committee, the regional school committee, then went back and developed a policy to address some of those safeguards and concerns that were brought up. So one of the major differences is the policy is now in place for the regional school committee around capital stabilization.
Thank you.
Yes,
John
Mr. Butler.
Butler.
Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. Yes, I've got to give,
Sure.
sorry, you're blending in over there. Go right ahead.
Kathleen Harrigan-Palechko, 28 Darlene Drive, Chair of the Regional School Committee, and I can speak as the Chair of the Regional School Committee. Southborough Town Meeting has always been incredibly generous. Mr. Butler's right. We've never come to you and you've never said no to anything that we've ever requested, and we're incredibly grateful for that. But the region is a separate entity. We, the town of Southborough, are not in control of the region. We have to do everything in conjunction with Northborough and Northborough Town Meeting. So everything that we say that we may do and everything that we say, our intentions are, we have to just trust another town to do it, and they have not always been as generous and as reliable as Southborough Town Meeting. So just take that into consideration, because if something desperately goes wrong and we need to call a special town meeting because it's just that much amount of money, and then we have to call Northborough Town Meeting, and that's incredibly time-consuming, and in the meantime, costs go up. The circumstances may be dire in terms of not being able to have kids in school. This would just give us a little bit more control over situations like that.
Same microphone, please. Then we'll come down to C, then we'll go back to A.
Howard Rose, 2 Bantry Road, member of advisory, but speaking as a citizen. I have a problem with this one. I believe we talk about this new policy. Policies change. It's up to the school board. School board changes, as someone said, they're elected. Taking this, allowing this to happen takes this and takes it out of control of this town and out of our town hall here and puts it into the school committee, as someone else just mentioned, which is tied to another town. I strongly encourage you, we have a stabilization fund to deal with these kind of things. I strongly encourage you to leave this, to vote no on this and leave it in control of the town. Thank you.
All right, down in front, Mr. Dennington.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, just wanted to clarify that I believe the select board vote on this has changed based on the discussion.
Well, hold on. First of all, I can't really hear you, so if you get right into that mic.
Okay. I said that, just talking with my colleagues, the select board vote here has changed, so we're now 4-1 in favor of it.
All right, so you repolled yourselves while we've been talking? Yes. Okay. Mr. Butler.
Yes, John Butler, 4 Davis Road. Yes, in 2020, this came before us and we voted the same proposal down. I want to clarify that my concern has nothing to do with the notion that the regional school committee would waste the money or misappropriate the money. I have absolute confidence that they will only spend it on things that are needed. The problem is on the opposite side. It's on the collection of the money side. It's because we can't control the money going into this because it is buried in the regional budget. And so we either approve the budget as a whole, which we have done for 70 years every single time we've been asked, but we can't reach into the budget and say, we approve the budget, but not you're putting more money into the stabilization fund. That's not within our power. I would also note that the notion that somehow we're going to be burdened by running special town meetings all the time to meet capital requirements of the regional school system has never happened. We have never had a special town meeting because of some capital problem at the region. We always could. It is not a problem that has actually occurred in all the years. We've always met their needs. We've never needed a special town meeting. We should not tax ourselves in advance of actual needs. It's not in our financial interest of us as taxpayers to do that. And so I would urge you to reiterate what you said 4 years ago and not approve this. Thank you.
All right, microphone B.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Mary Tinty, 2 General Henry Knox Road. Select Board, can you explain your 4-1 shift? We'd love to hear it.
I'm one of the shifters. So, and again, I generally espouse to Mr. Butler's philosophy on stabilization. However, in this case, that's why I said I really misunderstood. I thought that this was intended to fund capital within a range of money, not necessarily emergency capital expenditures. They've had a hot water heater that they keep trying to get fixed for a few years. Look how long it took us to get the athletic complex fixed. It was in pitiful shape by the time we approved it last year. We're not talking about anything that big. So once I started thinking about the emergency piece of this, things happen. That's why we've got a fund on the town side to fix emergency things. We've got this set on the town side. So I think that something equivalent to this with a range of cost we're talking about makes sense. If it's something that's not emergency, I would still want that to be brought forth to the town to be able to vet the actual project. But if something needs to be done, it needs to be done. So that's the reason I switched my vote is the adjective emergency instead of just capital.
Not surprisingly, I am in the minority. It's something I've grown used to. John Butler convinced me many, many, many years ago of the correctness of his position, and I have stayed pretty much steadfast to that. The best place for our future tax dollars is in our pocket when the need is demonstrated. Quite frankly, if the region is not budgeting for some level of emergency repairs every year, then they're not budgeting effectively or correctly, because it is an independent entity. So I'm with our colleagues over here in advisory and suggesting that we should vote this down.
Hi, Paul Desmond, 5 Pinecone Lane. I'm also a member of the Regional School Committee. Just wanted to raise a couple of points. One, I think we're in part dealing with the theoretical versus the reality here. Advisory, theoretically, yeah, we can spend $33 million, $33 million really. I mean, the reality is we came up with this policy that says we can spend at most 2.5% of our budget. That means in the entire fund, we can never have more than, it was a little less than $700,000. So we're not going to be coming anywhere near the $33 million. And, another point Mr. Butler just raised, we did bring this up a few years ago because we've seen this issue coming. I mean, this building is now about 20 years old. Ms. Cook just raised that boiler. I've been looking at that boiler on the capital budget for I don't know how many years now, but it's a redundant boiler. So we still have one functioning boiler. If that goes, we can't open school. I mean, the reason I joined the school committee 11 years ago or so was I'm concerned about the quality of education in the town. And as has been raised, you folks have been very generous. We have really good schools, but we can't educate anyone if school's not open. And if that boiler goes, the school can't open. So, I mean, it's that kind of thing that we're talking about here. It's not, pie in the sky sorts of things. This is just nitty-gritty reality on, things that need maintenance. That's all we're asking for. Thank you.
All right, we're going to stay at the same mic, and then we'll come down front.
Cass Mello again.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I've got to give everybody a chance who hasn't spoken yet. So I think that's Betsy behind you.
But she's so eloquent. More so than I am. Betsy Rosemoon, 5 Strawberry Hill Road. Devil's in the details. I'm a little confused. Select Board presumably studies these things, and I'm a little confused about their change here, and I thank the person who got up to ask about that, but I'm still confused. I heard, if I understood correctly, Select Board members flipped their position because they now understand this is limited to emergencies. But I don't see emergencies in the text of the warrant article or in the summary. So is this an intention to fund emergencies? We all want to fix a boiler so the kids can go to school. But is there a limitation in the statute itself?
No, Town Council has already said there is not. We heard from Ms. Cook, who is one of the flippers. I think Ms. Landry is the other flipper. Why don't we have her say, just address that directly, please.
And could I just say for the future, so you don't have to say it, Mr. Moderator, it would be really, really helpful if the supporters of these, some of us only read what's in this summary. If it was meant to be for emergencies, could you say it's meant to be for, that would seem, following up on a theme from a previous article, a little more information for us would be really helpful and might cut down on the question. So thank you, Mr. Moderator.
All right, you're welcome. Go ahead, Ms. Landry.
Okay, I changed my mind after listening to the school committee people and the administration people. I think they can be trusted to handle this money and put it where it needs to go if there is a problem with the building.
All right, Mr. Rose.
Howard Rose, 2 Bantry, again speaking as a citizen. I have a question. Didn't we already do a recent article, and isn't there already several revolving funds in the school specifically for this type of funding? So any emergency comes up, that's why we're taking the funding from extended day and all that to pave the parking lot and things that you've already said. Shouldn't those funds be used for emergencies before we establish another fund?
So I think it's important to note that, again, the region is its own entity. It operates similar to the town. We do have other revolving funds. For example, we do charge students parking fees for those students who drive. That goes into a revolving account that goes to the maintenance of the parking lot. So the fees that we take in go back to the purpose why we collected them. There are no other funds that go to emergency repairs or capital expenses. Per Mass General Law, the 3 stabilization funds that a school committee, a regional school district can create: capital stabilization, special education stabilization, and also transportation. We only have right now a transportation stabilization fund, and the sole purpose of that is for transportation purposes.
All right, we got to go to Mike. Mike B. Is Ms. Mello still there?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
I agree with the previous comment, but I do have great respect for the Regional School Committee and their trust. I just disagree with the previous school committee member comment about Northborough not providing the vote for funding on items, because I think since they have approved this article in the past, it shows that they definitely trust the school committee with this. Not that I don't, but I think that it would definitely be a question about what would qualify under this, and I think once those small repairs or even larger ones get fixed, I would be more concerned about the future of this fund and the fact that it probably would not be removed after the important changes that will be made in the next couple years or couple decades. So I'd definitely be concerned about the future of how large this fund could grow and what that would look like. So thank you.
All right, Mr. Pfaff.
Andrew Pfaff, 50 Oak Hill. I think personally, I don't disagree with having an emergency maintenance account. I'm supportive of the one we just did for recreation, the one we do with town facilities. I'm concerned with using this specific Mass General Law to do that. I think a separate warrant article, like a capital article, like we do for the recreation one or the facilities one, in which there's a defined purpose and we could put emergency funds on that, and that's exactly what it would have to be used for, is a better mechanism to solve this problem. I think this specific Mass General Law allows for additional loopholes, and the policy, while the policy is great, can be changed at any point in time, where you can't change a capital article, for instance, without coming back to town meeting to do it. So I'm supportive of the idea. I just think this mechanism is not the right one, and I'd like to see it come back with a more specific targeted article in the future so that we can do that.
All right, looks like we're ready to vote. The passage of Article 26 requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Okay, that motion fails. We move to Article 29. Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon. Ben Smith. I'm Chair of Community Preservation Committee.
And I move that the town appropriate $46,046 for the rehabilitation and restoration of historic town records for historic purposes as requested by Southborough Town Clerk Jim Hegarty, with $21,005.43 from the Historic Reserve account and $25,040.57 from the budgeted reserve account. This consists of $45,046 in project costs and an additional $1,000 in contingency funding. Contingency funds only available after approval of the Community Preservation Committee for unexpected costs unforeseen at the time of application. Funding is contingent on a project start of July 1st, 2024, and to be completed by June 30, 2027, or funds to be returned to the Southborough Community Preservation Fund balance as directed by the Southborough Community Preservation Committee. Project to be completed in conformance with details as presented to the members of the Community Preservation Committee and documented in the application. Said funds to be expended under the direction of the Community Preservation Committee and the Town Treasurer.
Thank you. Does it receive a second? All right, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Hegarty. I guess for actual details of the preservation work to take place, Mr. Hegarty gave a shorter description of it. This is for the physical preservation of historic town records, a couple of examples of which Mr. Hegarty showed on the screen. And again, because of interpretation of the law by the Massachusetts Department of Revenue, community preservation funds are limited to the actual physical preservation of documents, but cannot be spent on the digitization of these documents.
All right. Thank you. Comment or question about Article 29? All right. Seeing none, requires a majority vote. All those in favor, raise your hands. All opposed? Motion carries. Article 30, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. I move the town appropriate $211,232 from the CPA Fund budgeted reserve for the construction of the final segment of Peninsula Trail requested by the Southborough Trails Committee for recreational purposes. This consists of $183,680 in project costs and an additional $27,552 in contingency funding. Contingency funds only available after approval of the Community Preservation Committee for unexpected costs unforeseen at the time of application. Funding is contingent on a project start date of July 1st, 2024, and to be completed by December 1st, 2026, or funds to be returned to the Southborough Community Preservation Fund balance as directed by the Community Preservation Committee. Project to be completed in conformance with details as presented to the members of the Community Preservation Committee and documented in the application. Said funds to be expended under the direction of the Community Preservation Committee and the Town Treasurer.
So receive a second? All right, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. As it says in the article, this is for the completion of the final piece of the Peninsula Loop Trail, and will give Southborough now access to pass through the DCR land that has been closed to everybody except for apparently during hunting season. Some access is allowed to hunters. So we will have access to that piece of property and a completed Burroughs Loop Trail. We do have present here tonight the chair of the Trails Committee for any more detailed questions on the specifics of the project if those arise.
Questions or comments about Article 30? All right. Requires a majority vote. All those in favor, raise your hands. All opposed? Motion carries. Article 31, Mr. Smith.
I move the town appropriate $553,750 for the installation of a new irrigation system in accordance with the standards of Audubon International at the Southborough Golf Club from the CPA fund balance as requested by the Southborough Golf Committee for the purpose of recreation. This consists of $475,000 in project costs and an additional $78,750 in contingency funding. Contingency funds only available after approval of the Community Preservation Committee for unexpected costs unforeseen at the time of application. Funding is contingent on project completion by December 1st, 2026, or funds to be returned to the CPA fund balance as directed by the Community Preservation Committee. Project to be completed in conformance with details as presented to the members of the Community Preservation Committee and documented in the application. Said funds to be expended on the direction of the Community Preservation Committee and the Town Treasurer.
You receive a second? All right, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. So, this is for the installation of a new irrigation system at the town golf course. The existing irrigation system, as I understand it, is in excess of 50 years old and is in terrible condition. Frankly, the countdown has really begun on it. At some point in the very near future, it's going to fail and it's not going to be fixable. As I understand it, the underground pipes were steel, put in that long ago, and there's very little left remaining of them except for rust. We learned a little bit about the benefits of irrigation on a golf course this past season, last year, with the incredible amount of rain that we had. Despite all of the rain, the decrease in the amount of playable days because of rain, surprisingly, there was a large increase in playership at the golf course because all the rain showed us what irrigation will do, which was turn the golf course into, make it lush and green, which actually ended up increasing playership. This was shown by the return of funds from the golf management company to the town's golf course revolving fund. I believe last year the total was something like $91,000, up from originally about $25,000 the first year. There was a really large jump last year, and it was because the golf course was, for the first time, thoroughly watered, and it looked absolutely gorgeous. For details beyond that, I believe we have a member of the golf course committee here this evening who will be able to answer any more detailed questions if they arise.
Comments or questions? We're going to go to Mike B. first.
Howard Rose, 2 Bantry Road. My only concern with this one is when we voted this golf course in and took it over, it was supposed to be self-sufficient. And all the repairs and everything were supposed to come out of the ground fees and et cetera that we're supposed to pay for this. And now we're back at town meeting, asked for more town funds, be it CPA, to continue to do more work on a golf course. So I'd like some explanation of why it's not self-sufficient and why we're being asked to fund it again. Thank you.
Understood. And by and large,
I'm sorry, sir. Name and address.
Ira Schild, member of the Golf Course Committee, along with Rosemary Fedorchak, Kathy Coburn, Jen Selig, and Tony Schoner, who ducked out of here today, leaving me up here. By and large, the revolving fund is taking care of the maintenance and improvement needs of the golf course. This one is extraordinary. As you see, it's in the neighborhood of $500,000. We cannot accumulate that much money via the revolving fund, both because of Article 22, as passed earlier today, that limits the revolving fund to $75,000, and also because simply the revenues are not sufficient to pile up that amount of money in a reasonable amount of time. And as Ben indicated, the irrigation system that exists right now is truly on its last legs. This is the only such expense that I can anticipate.
All right, let's go to Mike A.
Stan Michelle, 7 School Street. I'm just curious if this, if the golf course was supposed to be self-funding, rather than the taxpayers taking this cost as a one-time expense on the operating budget, can't the golf course somehow, and I don't want to use the word recklessly, but can't the golf course somehow borrow this money and pay it off over time?
We attempted to do that very thing. In fact, at Community Preservation, an idea that we had, first, we asked the Golf Course Committee, can't you bond against the golf course receipts? And while, as Ira said, the revolving fund is limited to $75,000, the golf receipts this past year were in excess of that. What happens is the excess will get swept back into the town's general fund. But with this money being generated by the golf course every year, we thought, why don't we bond against that? Turns out, for a variety of reasons, in conversations with Town Administrator Purple and Town Attorney Jay Tellerman, not possible to do that. Excuse me, and also with Brian Valentine. Our next thought was, why don't we try to use CPA funds as a sort of 0% interest loan? We asked town meeting for an appropriation to fund this, and then the revolving fund will then be dedicated to paying back a certain percentage, say 50% of it, every single year for a period of 12 or 15 years. It seemed like a great idea. We would enable the golf course to be self-funding, as was suggested by the previous questioner. We learned from the Department of Revenue that we can't do that. The way that Southborough adopted the Community Preservation Act back in, 2003, we adopted a portion of MGL Chapter 44B, the Community Preservation Act. It was subsequently revised, allowing community preservation funds to accept other monies from the town beyond the surtax that funds the community preservation here in Southborough. Because that element was added after our original adoption, we would have to have an article before town meeting to adopt that specific amendment to MGL Chapter 44B. I wouldn't be surprised if we come at a subsequent town meeting and do that very thing, but we were not able to get that done here in time for this work on the golf course. The lengthy answer to the question is, we tried really hard and couldn't find a way to make it work legally.
Thank you. Mike B., please.
Peter Kachajian, 149 Woodland Road. I've looked at the contract, looked at the revenue that's come in. It would seem that doing this sprinkler system would inure to the benefit of New England Golf more so than the town, because looking at the 12% that we realize, we've seen an increase over the COVID years. Those are behind us, hopefully. But how much revenue are we going to see based on the current contract? I don't see us raising any more money than really what we've seen this past year.
It's a fair question. I think I understand it correctly. There is still headroom in the number of rounds that can be played at the course. It's not enormous. I won't estimate it on a percentage basis. But if you show up at the course at various times during the week, even this past year, there are still times when groups could go out. So there's some room for growth. For me, the issue is the other way around. If we don't irrigate and we have a couple of bad years, dry years, we lose usage tremendously. Speaking personally, I don't play there when it's very dry. The headroom, I think we had 23,000 some odd rounds this year. I believe our guidance is that we could grow up to 30,000 rounds per year. So there's still, excuse me, there's still room to gather more revenue. There's also, if it's in really good shape, there's room relative to the other 9 whole and municipal courses around here to raise the rates a tiny bit, but that's a two-edged sword. We have lots of input to the golf committee that says that one of the concerns is that we keep it affordable for town residents. So that would be a possibility to be discussed, but not something that we would run at. I'll give you one instance. Berlin Country Club, which is roughly comparable to ours and is a muni, this coming year is going to charge $24 for a 9-hole round. We're charging 21. So there's a little bit of margin there.
As a parenthetical, I'd say we need to revisit the contract. I think there's an imbalance as to what the town could realize. And I've had occasion with my troop, we're now, Troop 92 is doing a second year of fundraising, utilizing the golf course, and there's been incredible pushback. And disconcerting to say the least, but probably not an appropriate part of this, but hence my concern of giving them money.
Thank you. Let's go here to Mike A.
Al Hamilton, 35 Pine Hill Road. The first thing I think we need to recognize is we have invested over $6 million in the golf cart course so far, and this is an enterprise that was supposed to be self-funding. The second point I'd like to make is that, the terms of the CPC have changed substantially since we adopted it. When we adopted the CPC, or CPA, it was for every dollar of tax money that we contributed, we got about $1 from the state. Today, that number is 15 cents. So the reality is that the only people who are paying for this improvement are the folks in this room and the taxpayers of the town. That the matching is in decline and will decline further in all likelihood. As was mentioned, the primary beneficiary of this public expense is the golf course operating company, because they will be able to realize lower labor costs, because right now their labor expenditures for irrigation are higher than they would be once we install this system. So, and finally, given that this money is now approaching being indistinguishable from the general fund, I think we have to ask whether this looks right, that, golf is a priority, but, we had to have a knockdown, drag out over funding dispatch. So I'm opposed to this. The golf course needs to find a mechanism to stand on its own, as we were promised when we bought it.
All right, thank you. Mike B.
Pat Probst, 31 Woodland Road. My question is, what is the alternative here, and what alternatives have been explored? I assume that the operating company has been looking at these 50-year-old pipes in the ground, and as they deteriorate, I would hope that they'd be replacing them with plastic over time, or PVC, whatever's normal. And I assume that, rather than doing this big bang, $500,000 dig up all the pipes, replace them, I assume that an alternative might be just to deal within the funds that they have, slowly replace as they fail. And that's the question to you. Thank you.
So an incremental approach, as you suggest, has been thought about. It's just that the system is broadly breaking down. There isn't a case where we have one or two hotspots and can go along from year to year. There was something in Mr. Hamilton's commentary that I wanted to address, but I can't think of it right now, so I'll let it pass.
All right, let's back to A, please.
May I?
Mr. Smith has another comment.
If that's okay with you?
What are you addressing?
Yeah, Mr. Shine had difficulty recalling something said by Mr. Hamilton. I was going to respond to that portion of his.
Okay, if you know what it is, go right ahead.
I believe I do, and that relates to the irrigation. There was some knowledge that the golf course suffered from a lack of proper irrigation at the time of its purchase. I served on the golf course conservation restriction committee, and in fact, we included within the conservation restriction allowance for the installation of an irrigation pond, because it was known that some solution to the irrigation issues in the course would be required at some point, and this was around the purchase of the golf course, so that it was known that irrigation in some form or another was going to have to be added to the course.
All right, Mike A.
Thank you. Sam Stivers, 7 Presidential Drive. I hate to disagree with my fellow select board member, Mr. Hamilton, but I'm strongly in favor of this. And I was going to make the point that Mr. Smith just made, is that there was general recognition that this was an issue when the course was acquired. I think that it is interesting that it seems to me this is one of the few CPA projects that actually can generate substantial revenue for the town. And it's been mentioned, over $91,000 this year came back into the golf revolving fund. Could come back more later, as a matter of fact, if the rounds increase, playability increases. been very successful. The other side of this that hasn't been mentioned is that a value to the course is you've got many acres of open space here versus the development that was proposed as the alternative when we acquired the course. So I think this has many advantages to the town. I think that, again, a recreational asset, open space asset, and a project that will generate additional revenue for the revolving fund and the town ultimately, I think make this a very desirable project. So I think this is a very appropriate opportunity for CPA funding, and I urge people to support it. Thank you.
All right, we're going to stay on the same mic, and then we'll come back over.
Joanne Pearson, 101 Newton Street. I am very much opposed to this, I think for a number of the reasons that have already been mentioned. And I also want to comment that Mr. Starvis just made the comment about, it's a great recreation opportunity for the town. That's only if you're a golfer in the summer. If you're not a golfer, but let's say you walk, you're only allowed to walk on the golf course during the hours that the golf course isn't operating as a golf course. That means at night when it's dark out. So we're being asked, the taxpayers in town, to cough up $500,000 for something that I would imagine a lot of us never use or aren't allowed to use unless we golf. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mike B.
Marty Healy, 8 Upland Road. And I'm not a golfer, but I could not be more in favor of this. I guess a couple of things. Number one, this isn't going to hit our tax rate. This is out of CPA funds. 20-some years ago, through the efforts of a number of people who are in the room tonight, we adopted CPA. And one of the things that CPA does is it funds recreation. Boy, if you go around the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, that golf course we have is, I think it might be the only one where there is a golf course sitting in the center of a town. And again, I'm not a golfer. I think it's remarkable. I think it's a remarkable asset for the town. I think it helps beautify the town. I don't recall, quite frankly, the notion that the golf course was going to be self-funding. I think that's a bromide that's being tossed out. This is a capital expenditure, I think, that was known at the time as a possibility and certainly could have been expected at some point down the line to come up. So again, this isn't tax money. It's money we've put aside for, among other purposes, recreation. I can't imagine anything falling more squarely into that recreation bucket. And it also will, for everybody in town, maintain that incredible golf course that we have that I think distinguishes us from everybody else.
All right, thank you. Back over here.
Patricia Lally, 16 Woodbury Road. I am a golfer at the Women's Golf League on Monday mornings and have enjoyed it a great deal. But besides that, I really am not a very good golfer, but I have enjoyed it. And I also have lived in town for a long, long time, and the beautification of the town includes that beautiful green grass that was on the golf course last summer. So many summers when it's been hot and dry, it's just a brown, burned grass. And when you come to the center of town, as Mr. Healy was saying, it really does add a lot. And also, when it's not golf season, if we have snow, it can be used for snowshoeing or hiking. If there's no snow, it can be used for hiking. So I would really please vote for this article. Thank you.
All right, we're going to stay on the same mic.
Freddie Gillespie. I'm speaking as chair of the Open Space Preservation Commission that strongly supports this article, and we voted not once but twice to do so. And I want to just give a little background on why. When this property for the golf course came up for sale, there was no intention of keeping the golf course. And I wasn't a golfer, and I wasn't that enthralled with golf courses. And then I took a walk there, and this is truly a unique golf course. It has open space attributes. We were able, the Open Space Commission ended up collaborating with the Board of Selectmen to create a warrant article that was passed to purchase the land for the public safety building, which had been the selectmen's main goal, but also to preserve the golf course. So $6 million was never spent on the golf course. That includes the price of the land. There was some money spent because they put the public safety building on top of the golf course, and we had to move some of the holes around. We got a conservation restriction on that course so that it's permanently, in perpetuity, protected as open space. If golf doesn't make it, because at the beginning everyone said it's not going to work, it's going to fail, and they've proved us wrong, or not us, because I believed in them shortly afterwards. They proved it wrong because it's a very vibrant golf course today. Not just since COVID, 'cause since COVID ended, people are, still golfing there in droves. It's a huge asset for the town as a historic landscape. It's one of the first, if not the first, public golf course in the country. It's one of only a few that has a conservation restriction on it. We worked really hard to get that because land trusts aren't jumping up and down to hold golf course conservation restrictions. That's starting to change because they're now seen as valuable open space. But one of the other things, it's recreation attributes for, yes, we want to work better at getting more off-golf time access for snowshoeing and sledding, getting the parking lot open. Golf course committee's going to work on that. We're also working to make sure it's managed ecologically, environmentally set, highest standard. But I'm not sure why I got shaky voice because I'm emotional about this because we worked really hard on getting this preserved. And what are the values that if it doesn't become a viable operation, if the irrigation stops, and just to be clear, the irrigation systems that's there today is not the same that they'll be installing. There's some holes or areas that don't get water unless somebody goes out with a hose. It's not a way to run a golf course today. We have opportunity for our schools to be using it for recreation. And like I said, I'm not a golfer. Many people aren't. But we supported funding lots of CPA projects for Little League lights at night, basketball, pickleball courts. If you don't play those games, they're still a valid recreational asset, and we need to look at this golf course as such. And the final statement I want to make is that if the golf course doesn't succeed, it's okay in a long, big picture because the land is perpetually preserved as open space. However, that's not a just leave it alone and don't pay for it. You, the taxpayers, are going to have to be paying to manage it. If you want those wide open green spaces, the views as you drive into town, you're going to have to pay big bucks to keep it that way. And I'm very aware of what goes into it because I also sit on the stewardship committee for Breakneck Hill Conservation Land. And it takes a lot of work by volunteers, and it takes some funding to accomplish keeping it in the views you want. And I will also tell you, a lot of money to keep it out of invasive species, right? So right now, the Golf Course Management Company is providing that resource for us. So everyone who drives into town and sees those views, that's because it's a golf course. And it's a pretty darn tootin' good one. And it's managed pretty well, environmentally sensitive. So thank you.
All right, back over here.
Don Dumont, 21 Overlook Drive. No question from my perspective that the irrigation is necessary. I've played out there when it hasn't rained. My concern is completely on the financial side. You have an asset here that generates revenue every year and has the propensity to generate more revenue. We have a model in town where the town funded improvements at the 9/11 field. We take those fees from the 9/11 field and we put it in a revolving fund. And this evening, or today, the folks here approved moving those funds to the town to pay a bond. I'm concerned how hard did we look at not necessarily tying the proceeds from the golf course to the bond, but even if the town could have supported a bond that could have been funded by the golf course providing those fees over, and maybe 500,000 would have been too much in terms of how much the golf course could have committed. But $50,000 is all the golf course could commit this year to actually cover this. It feels like we didn't try hard enough to match up the revenue from that asset to the potential here to pay for this investment. And more so if the management firm is benefiting from this as well, why wouldn't this be a charge that would be counted before they get their cut? Like if we're funding this and we're paying for this, why isn't the town getting something for the additional asset investment?
All right, so I'm going to have Mr. Smith respond to that, then we're going to go to the two folks at this mic, and then we're going to most likely go to a vote.
Thank you. Well, in fact, we tried very hard to find a way to match a revenue source to this for exactly the reasons that many folks have brought up here tonight. And the reason why we face so much difficulty is because this involves the use of community preservation funds. I explained to you some of the strange legal vagaries that prevent us from doing it, but the fact is they do prevent us from doing it. And we spoke with town council about this. We spoke directly with the Department of Revenue. Town accountant Carla McAuliffe also spoke with the Department of Revenue, and we racked our brains trying to figure out a way to do it. Now, the golf course is generating income that comes back to the town. A certain percentage of the greens fees are turned over to the town every year. They end up in the revolving fund. That is money that is coming back to the town. Unfortunately, we don't have a mechanism that's legally allowable to pipe those revenues back into the community preservation fund itself. It's simply illegal until we come back to town meeting with another article to allow accepting other municipal funds back into the community preservation fund, which, as I say, we'll likely be doing in the near future, but you know, we simply weren't able to get that done this afternoon. It just wasn't possible.
All right, thank you. Right here, Mike A., please.
Brian Shea, 17 Pinecone Lane. The contract with the management company has been mentioned a couple times. I was on the board when we negotiated the first contract with the golf course management company. And I think you need to go back to when that negotiation happened. The course was, 2 of the holes were torn apart to build the public safety building. So we were trying to negotiate and get a contract with a firm that would take over a golf course that had 2 holes that were pretty much unplayable. So we were fortunate to get the contract that we had at the time. Times have changed. The contract is not a lifetime contract. There is the opportunity when it expires to negotiate new terms. I hope everybody here supports the continued investment in the golf course. Thank you.
All right, same microphone. And then, sir, if it's something new, I'll let you add on. But if it's more of the same we've heard, we should probably vote. Go ahead.
No. Kathy Cook, Select Board. So to add on to what Mr. Shea just said and to clarify some of the comments that have been made about the contract. The current contract ends in 2026. We get financial statements from the entity that the management company has set up to manage the golf course. It's a separate legal entity, so we see exactly how much money they're making off this, and it's not much. Literally $8,000, $9,000. So they have ridden with us throughout this. So the idea that they've got some big windfall here is incorrect. We will renegotiate a contract in 2026. It will look forward. It will take into account what they think their projected expenses are, which hopefully I hope they do go down because we'll benefit from this. But the idea that they're getting a windfall from putting this irrigation system in is incorrect.
All right, thank you. Something new?
Yes. I'm Dick Cruciani, 4 Ted Lane. In full disclosure, I am an employee at the golf course and have been for the last 16 years. And one of my jobs is to water. And what you've heard about the system is true. It's not adequate. But I'm here, and I'm going to speak on behalf of the management company because everyone seems to think by cutting the labor costs that they're going to make out, and it's a profit. But the real fact of the matter is we're going to use about 4 times the amount of water that we're using now, and it's the golf course management company that pays for that water. So I'm sure that the savings that they're going to get is going to be spent well over the amount that they're going to save. And that's all I have to say, Mr. Martin.
All right, thank you. I think we're ready to vote, and the mics are empty as it is. So Article 31 requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? One more time. All in favor? All opposed? All right, that motion carries. Article 33, Mr. Dennington.
Mr. Moderator, I move the article as printed in the warrant.
So receive a second. I did, okay. Mr. Dennington.
Article 33 seeks to do two things. First, to dissolve the existing Public Works Planning Board. And second, to make it the case the Select Board is no longer the tree warden. So to the first, there's a consensus that the current Public Works Planning Board is not functioning well. And part of that reason is that it's accomplished what its original mission was. It was originally formed in 1991 to oversee the merger of what was then separate departments that what is now the DPW. And those departments were the Highway Department, Cemetery Department, Water Department, and the Office of the Tree Warden. Since that time, the Public Works Planning Board has met very infrequently and has not been particularly effective. And because it's created by a special act of the legislature, a home rule petition, we also need another home rule petition to the legislature to dissolve it. To the second point, that special act designated the Select Board as the tree warden, and just in terms of our time, bandwidth, and experience, we don't think that we're the right fit to be making individual decisions about whether public shade trees should or should not come down. I'm pleased that this has been a consensus effort that has generated support from the Planning Board, the Advisory Committee, the Capital Improvement Planning Committee, and we would ask for town meeting support for this as well.
Comments or questions about Article 33? Yes, sir.
John Butler, 4 Davis Road. Article 34 touches on similar subjects, but if Article 33 were to pass, you're not making 33 contingent on the passage of 34. Do I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Just to expound on what Mr. Butler had to say, 33 gets rid of a certain committee. 34 creates a new one to sort of backfill it, but those two things don't need to depend on each other. All right, other comments or questions about 33? All right, requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? That passes. Article 34, Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. Article 34, I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Let's receive a second.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, this article goes with Article 33. This creates the new Public Works Advisory Committee to work with the DPW and the DPW superintendent, who is also supportive of this, to provide a sounding board advice for DPW issues. So this is contingent on the passage of, or the approval by the state legislature, signing by the governor, the home rule petition from Article 33. And once that happens, then Article 34, if passed today, becomes effective. So that's the intent, and we hope you will support it. Thank you.
All right, so I should clarify because I probably confused folks. 33 stands alone. 33 is passed. 33 gets rid of the old board. It has to be accepted by the state. If it does do that, we can add this new board under 34. But if for some reason the state doesn't approve or agree with 33, then obviously 34 is moot. And I think that's the point.
That's correct.
That Mr. Stivers was just making. So
thank you.
I will note for the hall that Mr. Hegarty has turned over. Mr. Hegarty, why don't you tell him what you've done up here so that you can be out there?
Yeah, I typically don't speak on articles, but I'm going to speak on this one. So Mrs. Berry, the Deputy Town Clerk, will record the votes on this one. Jim Hegarty, 14 Maple Crest Drive. I'm going to tell the hall what I told the Select Board, and I urge the hall to vote to indefinitely postpone this article. I don't want to embarrass the members of the hall, but I mean, how many of you really actually read this? All 1,023 words of it, all right? Most of you haven't. It's terribly poorly written. It's contradictory. And honest to God, the number one complaint that I hear from people is that the rules are too complicated. When rules are complicated, nobody follows them. You don't need 1,023 words to make something work. it has things in here that don't make a lot of sense. Well, let me back up. One of the things that I've noticed in town is that we have a number of situations where women especially have been in the workplace, they've gone home, had kids for a couple of years, and maybe want to come back and work part-time. But if we look at on page 41 in the third or fourth paragraph down, it says that you can't be a town employee to be a member of this committee. How do you know that somebody who's working part-time in the rec department doesn't have a background to be appropriate for this? It doesn't make any sense to automatically block this. And if you choose to trust the select board to be able to fill this committee, let them make that decision. But you shouldn't automatically say because somebody's an employee of the town, they couldn't add value to this. That's a dumb thing, in my opinion. Technical term, dumb thing. So we get down to the next paragraph, 952B appropriations. Get down to the third sentence. It says any voting member who shall remove from the town, establish residency in another town, resign, or die shall cease to be a member of the committee. I'm glad we had the part about die going in there, okay? All right? Well, this isn't technically true because there are instances where people have dual residency. All right? That's a fact of life. We have people that have residency in Marion, but here as well. It says that this board can have, on the next page, 42, second paragraph down, the PWAC shall assume the functions of the former Green Technology and Recycling Committee that were assigned. It doesn't say what they are. Okay. And then it says this committee can hold hearings. This is supposed to be an advisory. A hearing's a big deal. Why do they need to hold hearings? The elephant in the room is former DPW Karen Galligan. All right, let's just put it right out there. Right, wrong, or indifferent, there are a number of people on the planning board and the select board that didn't feel she did her job. I don't have a dog in that fight. I'm just throwing that out there, okay? Bill Cundiff, the DPW director, is doing a good job. Let him do his job. He reports to, effectively, the select board, yet he also reports to the capital planning board that tells him, advises him which roads he should have in his budget to plan. He doesn't need 4 levels of oversight. Nobody needs this. Nothing that's this complicated is good for anybody. You just don't need it. And I'm old enough to remember a reporter, commentator for CBS News called Eric Severide, all right? And he had a great quote. He said, the biggest cause of problems are solutions, all right? And that's what this is. This is a solution to a problem that you don't have. So I recommend you vote this down. Thank you.
Thank you. Same mic, please.
John Butler, 4 Davis Road. So my view is that the reason why the old board didn't function effectively or serve us in any useful way was structural, that it was because we don't ordinarily have advisory boards in that position in the town offering advice on a particular function. We don't have a separate committee to advise on the fire department. We don't have a separate committee to advise on many things. And so the position that it was in was somewhat awkward, and it never really worked. So I'm a bit puzzled as to why, if the select board was responsible for bringing this article forward, I kind of would prefer that someone would articulate why they think this will work when the other one failed. I don't think, for example, that the cause of just to draw the contrast, I don't think the cause of the failure of the last board was something to do with its appointment structure. I think it basically was in a funny place in the town government system in which it couldn't really do, it wasn't easy for it to do a useful job. So I'm just wondering if, since you're bringing this forward, why should we pass this?
Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. Several points. One, I think that DPW is one of the more sizable departments in town. They spend a fair amount of money, and in many communities, the DPW has advisory boards like this, as a matter of fact. Our current new superintendent, Mr. Cundiff, has actually said that he thinks this is valuable, and he's looking for a sounding board. To the earlier point about hearings, I think there are things that come up for DPW that it would be helpful to have a broader public hearing or public input on, and the mechanism for this board to actually do something like that I think would be very helpful. Full disclosure, I happen to be a member of the current Public Works Planning Board, as a matter of fact, and have been for the last several years, and I've seen many opportunities where that board could have been very helpful, but for a variety of reasons was not able to provide input to DPW. So it seems to me this is a useful mechanism, and as Mr. Hegarty points out, there may be a few redundancies in here. On the other hand, I think that you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater here. I think it does a lot of good things. I think it creates an opportunity for more public input to DPW activities more directly. And in fact, again, Mr. Cundiff believes that having that sounding board for his ongoing activities is a helpful thing. So I believe this is a good thing, and I think that it will be helpful to not only DPW, but to the public as well.
All right, thank you. At microphone A, please.
Debbie Demiria, 58 Flag Road, member of the Planning Board, and speaking as a private citizen, but I'm also an appointed member to the Public Works Planning Board. I just want to add that this is a way to get us back on track. One of the reasons I joined Planning Board, and many people volunteer their time for public service and getting involved in our town government, is because they want to make things a little bit better. This, I believe, is a way that we can make things a little bit more transparent. So people know there's been some issues with Public Works Planning Board in the past, but if you go online and you look at other towns, our neighboring towns, for example, they have something very similar, but maybe more functioning. Maybe they call it boards of public works, maybe they call it something different. But it's a place where people can go out and find what's going on their road, find out when their road's going to be paved, what about those potholes, what about the water. We've had several things come through town that there were no hearings. Our Public Works Planning Board actually did hold hearings. If you look at some of the minutes from a couple of years ago, Water Tower, for example. We've had a few things go by, like St. Mark's relocation of that street. That's an example that should have come to Public Works Planning Board. The Hopkinton water connection, that's another example that could have come to Public Works Planning Board. So this is a way to put it into local control. We're going to take it out of the current present situation that really the select board will be able to appoint the members, and the members would be working with DPW. I was also appointed as a member of a subcommittee, informal working group, let's call it, with Mr. Tim Litt. Tim has to be recognized because he did a lot of the heavy lifting in writing the warrant article. But between Sam and Tim and I, we came up with what we thought was really the best way to move forward. And really, I think that this is it. It does address some things, but not all things. But really, it's also a step in the right direction. One of the best meetings I think I ever had with DPW was with the new DPW chief. And he said, I love having a board. It takes the pressure off of me. I have a sounding board. And I said to him, I hope you say that at the meeting, but I think he's left. So, that I think is really his showing that he wants this to work. And I can tell you, for our little working group with Sam and Mr. Litt, we want this to work also, and being that it will be appointed by the select board, if it doesn't work, they can change the charge, which has been one of the issues over the last year. So I hope that everybody will vote for it, and let's try and move forward. Thank you.
All right, microphone B.
Hi, Beth Mello, 10 Birchwood Drive. I just wanted to rebut an earlier comment. When Mr. Butler said that he pointed to fire and police as not having their own boards and indicated, that many town departments don't have boards. But if you actually go through the list of departments alphabetically, you'll realize that almost every entity in the town government has a board or committee that oversees and advises it. Here, the DPW has some major components that they're responsible for in our town. As Mr. Stiver said, huge budget. It's because they're covering water in addition to the roads and the infrastructure and the transfer station and trees. And there was a reason this advisory committee was formed. The DPW reports to the select board. If you've ever watched a select board meeting, and believe me, I watch every select board meeting, they have huge agendas, huge responsibilities. They put in so many hours. It's unbelievable. The idea that they would have the time to dig into the details of the projects that the DPW is doing. Even the capital Improvement and Planning Committee, they have a role here involved with the DPW, and they do a good job, but they have a lot on their plates too. It's a matter of having a committee that is targeted to the topic and will, learn over time if they don't already have the understanding, and really take a look at the priorities. Just like the library has a board of trustees, the Council on Aging has is overseeing or advising the senior center. Youth and Family Services has the Youth Commission. I could go on and on. You don't want the whole list, but if you look at the town committees and boards and the departments and you line them up, you'll see that police and fire are actually in the very small minority of departments that don't have a direct oversight or advisory this way.
All right, we're going to stay on the same mic, just taking everybody in order. Go ahead.
Matt Probst, 31 Woodland Road. Sounds like there's a need for this. We need a committee. There's strong consensus by select board as well as advisory and public works. But there's also sounds like there's problems with the language. So I would make a motion that we correct some of the more egregious problems in the language before adopting it.
Well, if you're going to make a motion to amend the article on the floor, you need to put that in writing and provide it to the clerk, and you're going to have to be specific. You know,
might have to depend on the clerk for some. I've underlined some of the things that he's outlined, but be happy to do that.
Well, come forward and you can put that in writing. In the meantime, we'll keep going over here. Microphone A.
John Bartolini Jr., 4 Wires Circle. Just a point of order here. Did Mr. Haggerty ask us for he said to withdraw that? Was that a motion, or was he just asking the selectmen to withdraw it? So he spoke first, and I don't know where we're at.
I didn't hear a motion.
Or did he urge us to vote against it? I guess somebody's telling me.
Yeah, I think he was urging you to oppose it, but not a motion.
I didn't hear a
All
motion
right.
either.
I agree with the language here. I agree that it should probably be withdrawn and the language should be worked on a little more. I'm looking here under one of the paragraphs. It says the PWAC shall not manage or direct the superintendent, and then underneath it says, but he shall assist the superintendent. So I'm kind of confused as when it's an assistant, a direction, or working with. Or do you talk to him, or does he call you up? It is ambiguous. It really is. So I think that it probably can come back in the spring or the fall.
All right. We're still over here, and then we're going back to microphone B. Go ahead, Mr. Butler.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that I'm not unalterably opposed to this article. I think giving it a try again can make some sense. I just wanted to hear someone articulate why they thought this would work when the last one failed. But it's not a terrible thing to try again.
It's going to take him quite a while to adjust.
A ringing endorsement. Thank you.
Over here.
Okay.
Sorry, me?
Yes, microphone B.
Thank you. Cass Mello, 10 Birchwood Drive again. I was curious about the decision to not allow town officers or employees to be a part of this. I know that town employees come in many shapes and forms, including some people who volunteer just a couple hours a year to be a poll worker or work at town meetings, for instance, all the way to helping out during summer camp for Southborough Rec, or even for like technology during a time where it's especially needed by someone who has knowledge or expertise in that field. So I'd be very curious of what that decision was like and why you would stand by it.
I think Mr. Litt has some background on that. He's the author of that one, so I would defer to him on that.
All right, so the question is, why the exclusion of town employees and volunteers?
Sure. Tim Litt, 148 Woodland Road. I do plead guilty to writing this, and I will point out that there is very similar language in other articles that, in fact, people who've spoken against this have supported. In terms of town employees, that's a provision that we've put in to ensure that the committee is independent. We prefer that people not feel that, gee, they're saying something that their boss might not like. And since the DPW superintendent is an ex officio member of the committee, we did that. We did a similar thing with Municipal Technology Committee and with other committees.
All right, thank you. Back over here to A.
Patricia Burns-Fiore. I am one of the few people that did read this article. I agree with Mr. Hegarty that it is overly complex, and I would like to make a motion to indefinitely postpone this, have it rethought and brought back for the fall town meeting.
All right, motion to definitely postpone, and I heard a second. Indefinitely postpone is the equivalent of defeating the article, requires a majority vote.
I think there's great value in a committee like this, and I am fully in agreement with the last article that we did approve. I just am not in favor of the language, nor in favor of amending it on the floor, because you're not going to have enough time to think about it and fully digest what the changes are for an amendment. I think it's better to bring it back in the fall.
All right, so a motion to definitely postpone is equivalent of defeating the article for purposes of this town meeting. It does require a majority vote. We would be defeating the article as currently moved. Obviously, there's perhaps an amendment that somebody's trying to pull together, but that would not be part of what we're voting on now. All in favor of indefinitely postponing Article, 34, please raise your hands. All opposed? All right, all in favor? All opposed? That's some tired arms the first time around. That definitely passes, so Article 34 is indefinitely postponed. Article 36, I guess, no, 35. Oh, yeah, we did. We held 35. I got you. Article 35, who's got that, Mark?
I do.
Article 35, Ms. Landry.
No, it's Ms. Cook.
Oh, well, she's standing up. It was confusing. That's all right. Ms. Cook, go right ahead.
So I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Receive a second. All right. Ms. Cook?
So I'm not sure who held this. This one's pretty simple. The Capital Improvement Planning Committee has requested that we reduce their membership from 7 to 5 to give them a chance like other committees. This is not the first time this has happened. We have trouble staffing committees sometimes. So this gives them the ability not to worry about a quorum as much as they have in the past. They specifically requested that. Select Board supported it. Advisory supported it. So I'm not sure who held this and what the reason was.
Is there any comment or question on Article 35? All right. Seeing none, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? All right. That motion carries. Article 36. Mr. Stein.
I move the article is printed in the warrant.
To receive a second.
And we have some slides which I'll briefly run through.
5 minutes, brother.
I think. All righty. So Jesse Stein, 6 McNeil Drive, member of the Planning Board. And the article, that's fine there, is to add the phrase downtown district to supplement business village district throughout the town code where appropriate. Next slide. So this is normal and typical on any zoning changes that we have follow-up warrant articles to update the town code because we don't have enough time during our public hearing process to get the code exactly correct in all areas. So this passed At the 2021 town meeting, it created a downtown district that included multi-family by right and mixed use. And we're updating the code to basically fall in line with the business village district for signage, outdoor illumination, and landscaping. And this requires a 2/3 approval, hence my desire for transparency and thoroughness. Next. Next slide, please. So there's the map, and as you can see, it's just the area in the downtown area where the business village district, quote unquote, used to be. Next slide, please. And part of the business village district still exists. Next. And then we can run through, I won't go into too much detail on this, but it pertains to the areas of the code where there is, where appropriate, schedule of use regulations, signs, we just added, and downtown district, in addition to business village district. Next slide, please. There's the stuff for the signs. Next. Illumination and landscaping. I think I'm well under 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Comments or questions about Article 36?
Patrick Stanton, 24 Main Street. Just so we're clear, there's no changes here. It's just more of a clarification of a previous vote.
That is correct.
Okay.
Any other comment or questions? Seeing none, as Mr. Stein mentioned, because this is a zoning change, this requires a 2/3 majority vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? I declare a 2/3 majority. Thank you, Mr. Stein. Article 37, Ms. Landry.
I move Article 37 as written in the warrant.
All right, Ms. Landry.
It's pretty self-explanatory. It's adding some language that maybe Mr. Williams can speak to it since he's the ZBA.
Who?
David Williams?
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, go ahead.
David Williams, Chairman of the Southborough Zoning Board of Appeals. Yet, Ms. Landry's right. This is really just addressing what was identified as a gap. We don't have a time limit on special permits, so the modification is just it actually complies with Mass general laws in terms of establishing a limit for a special permit before it will lapse.
Okay. Comment or question? Microphone B, please.
Yes, John Bartolini Jr., 4 Wyeth Circle. I'd like to make an amendment to the bylaw. And in the first sentence on page 44, I'd like to remove the word single.
Can he do it? Yeah. Jay, can we put that up? First of all, does that receive a second? All right. Give us a second. We'll put it on the screen. All right. Are we putting something up? Oh, okay. All right. it's a little hard to see, but in the middle of this paragraph, there's a sentence that starts, "The applicant may be granted a single one-year extension." And Mr. Bartolini's motion is to strike the word "single." It's been seconded. Any comment or question about that motion? Yes.
Can I explain it?
Yes,
Can I explain
yep, we'll
first?
go to
My
you
reasons
first,
for
and then
doing
we'll
it?
come over.
So the reason I want to do this is that the special permits requirements we have now is for 2 years. After 2 years, it lapses, and then want to give a single one-year extension. Mass General Laws under Chapter 9, special permits, allows it will lapse, a special permit will lapse after 3 years. It doesn't mention special permits in there, but the assumption is, I believe, that towns can give special permits. They can extend it for a period of time. The reason I want to do this is because I've been going to these boards for a long time. I built my first house in 1972. I've been coming before these boards a long time. So what happens is stuff happens. You get a special permit on your home for, say, an accessory use, an accessory apartment, something. You lose your job. Somebody dies. Somebody gets divorced. All that stuff happens. The FDIC takes over your bank. There's a pandemic. There's material shortages. There's reasons that these things happen. I just don't want to see the ZBA get into a position where they have to say no to somebody just because we've decided that we just want to end it abruptly at 3 years. It says may. If the project is good, they may extend it for 3 years. They don't have to, but it gives them the option of being able to do this. So I just think that it's in fairness to everybody in the town, and this is more unlikely going to happen to a resident. It's not really going to happen to a big-time development. But it could, but I doubt it. It's going to happen to someone that has stuff happen. I've seen it years and years. So I just think this is better. I think it's better for the ZBA.
All right, thank you. Mr. Butler?
John Butler, 4 Davis Road. I'm just curious as to whether there is anything about our attempt to bring this into conformity with state law that would not be, any part of that goal would not be met if we were to strike this word single. Would that still meet the objective of doing this? And if it would still meet the objective to strike the word single, I think that we're adequately protected by the last sentence here, that an extension will only be granted for good cause and at the discretion of the permitting authority. So it seems to me that Mr. Bartolini's suggestion is a good one, provided that it would still achieve the purpose of this warrant, which is to bring us into conformity with state law.
All right, so on that, I'll have town council confirm. But your point is, are we somehow now, if we lose the word single, have we no longer complied with state law? I'll have town council.
It's fine either way, so it does not have to have that single language in there.
Then I would support Mr. Bartolini's proposed amendment because it seems to me that his point is a good one and we're adequately protected by the last sentence. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Same microphone, A?
Yes, Mimi Luttrell, 19 Oregon Road, a member of the Planning Board. So my question is, Mass General Law says that the special permit shall lapse in no more than 3 years. So if we have a 2-year special permit and a 1-year extension, that's 3 years. So that's not, if we have additional 1-year extensions, that's not running in conflict with that 3 years with Mass General Law?
No, because an extension would essentially be considered an amendment to the special permit. As long as on the face of because it's discretionary as to whether you grant the extension or not. But you do have to have something in there that says they lapse if they're not begun with good cause. So an extension is essentially tantamount to an amendment to the terms of that special permit. So it's not at cross purposes with the statute.
Thank you.
Sam Stivers, 7 Presidential Drive, speaking as a former chair of the zoning board who has actually sat on these kind of issues, in fact, for Mr. Bartolini on more than one occasion, I think. I think
You said no, too.
Yeah. not all the time. I think there's an issue of clarity here, too, in the sense that I think the word single in there makes it very clear. I think that, as Mr. Bartolini says, stuff happens. And his reference was to developers. Stuff happens to neighborhoods, too. So if you have a situation where a special permit is issued, things change in the local environment, I think it's reasonable to have the applicant come back for renewal or an additional pass at the special permit, because again, you can't predict what's going to happen in the future. Maybe the conditions that existed when that special permit was granted are indeed different or sufficiently different that it's a different issue. So I think that for protection of the public, the word single is very useful here. Thank you.
Can I answer that?
All right. Well, there's nobody else at the mics, so you can go again. Yes, go right ahead.
It says may. They don't have to do this, but they can do it with good cause. So I just think that if the building inspector and nobody else has anything to do and they want to rehear these things over again, that's fine. But if the ZBA has heard something, the neighbors have all heard something, it's been agreed to, and then for whatever reason, things have happened, give the guy an extension, give the guy a break.
Yeah, let's go here.
Yeah, if I could, speaking on behalf of the ZBA.
Well, name and address, please.
David Williams, 25 Meadow Lane, Chair of the Southborough ZBA. I think we would at least feel comfortable that we have the ability to have the discretion whether to extend or not. I don't think we would necessarily be hung up on the striking of the word single. I think we felt it was important that within 2 years is reasonable to hear cause for extension. We would have discretion. So I find it kind of hard to speak for the whole board, but I believe we wouldn't have a hard time with striking single.
All right, thank you. All right, the motion on the floor is Mr. Bartolini's motion to amend the original motion by striking the word single as shown on the front screen. This amendment requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? All right, that motion carries. Well, you know what? Let's see it again. All in favor, raise your hands. All opposed? The motion carries. All right, so now we're back to the main motion as amended by striking the word single. Also requires a majority vote. I'm sorry, 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And all opposed? I declare a 2/3 majority. Article 37 passes. We move to Article 39. Mr. Hegarty. What's that? Yeah. Yeah, Ms. Berry will be doing the vote tabulation for this article, obviously.
Jim Hegarty, Town Clerk, 14 Maplecrest Drive. I move the article as printed on the warrant.
So receive a second. Thank you, Mr. Hegarty.
The gist of this article is a section of the general law, Chapter 41, Section 19K, that allows a stipend of no more than $1,000 a year to a town clerk that has obtained a certain amount of training and certification by the Massachusetts Municipal Town Clerks Association and taken their test. I've done it. Only 31% of the clerks in Massachusetts have gone to the trouble to do this. It's a heck of a lot of extra training outside of things that clerks typically do. And I will confess that I failed it the first time I took it. I think it's a good thing to do, and I'm not going to be here forever, and I think it sets a standard for whoever my replacement is, whenever that is. You shouldn't hire somebody unless they pledge that you shouldn't vote for somebody unless they would have pledged to do this. Some of the stuff is really arcane. If a lady's in labor in an ambulance driving to the hospital and the baby's born before she gets there, where is the birth recorded? We have any lawyers in the room? The answer would be, it depends. All right? There's a lot of minutiae and trivia, but anyway, that's the gist of it. I did pass it my second time around.
Thank you. Comment or question about Article 39? All right. Requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed. I will tell you now that the article is finished that it was suggested this one could have made it onto the consent list, but I was not going to let Mr. Hegarty off that easily. So I told him he had to stand in front of you, and I think he acquitted himself well. So thank you for that. Article, but by the way, we only have 3 left. I know it looks like we have more, but we are going to dispense with some. You'll hear about that very shortly. Article 42, Mr. Dennington.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 42 as printed in the warrant.
Does it receive a second? Mr. Dennington?
Yes. Is Don Morris here?
Yes.
Okay. Don Morris is the chair of our Tricentennial Committee, and he's prepared to speak to this.
Mr. Morris.
Good afternoon. I'm Don Morris, serving on the Southborough Tricentennial Committee. Southborough will be 300 years old in 2027. In 2023, the Select Board authorized the Tricentennial Committee and asked for volunteers to, quote, develop a comprehensive plan for celebrating and promoting the 300th anniversary of the incorporation of the town of Southborough, end quote. This is the list of us on the committee. Next. The committee has met in 7 public meetings. We reviewed the work done in other cities and towns who have recently celebrated. We invite the more than 130 Southborough organizations to be involved. There's a tricentennial announcement letter, copies of which are out here in the hallway. We have a survey to get your ideas, a web page, and we are planning social media campaigns, and we are preparing a sponsorship package. These things are consistent with what other towns have done. We are hoping to have a year-long celebration. Title VII, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts has authorized cities and towns to appropriate funds for anniversary celebrations, and we are within the 5-year window. The reason for the money, we've learned that to secure support for some events, deposits are needed well in advance. And then, why $30,000? The committee has contacted several towns to learn the cost for various celebration events. How do we arrive at the $30,000? The next slide shows some more detail. This slide shows what we found. On the bottom of the graph are some of the towns we researched and the amounts they funded. The blue bar shows the town's population. The orange bar shows 10% of the town's funding. That's because the software wouldn't allow us to put the whole number in there. And the gray bar shows the town's funding per resident. The number for Southborough will be around $3. So if you see that box, we extracted the outliers and averaged the rest. And the takeaway from this slide is an average funding of $37,400. We're still receiving information from other towns on their final amount spent, but so far have a range of just under $100,000 and up to $400,000, excluding the big spending towns and cities of Dover and Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and Walpole, Mass. Those are the ones over there on the left. They really had huge budgets. We feel that our request for $30,000 is reasonable and appropriate. This appropriation will show that Southborough is serious about having a good and proper celebration, and will encourage donations and sponsorships from businesses, organizations, and citizens. It's seed money that assures potential donors that there will be a celebration and their contribution will make it better. Any money left over will be returned to the town's general fund, or using the terms in the state law, shall be transferred into the treasury of such town. Please share with us your ideas for this year-long celebration. We invite you all to participate in the survey. If you go to the town website and go to committees and boards, you'll find Tricentennial Committee. Click on that, and you'll see it'll take you to a QR code, which we just checked, and it works, and a link, which we just checked, and it needs a little work. So please vote yes on Article 42.
Thank you. Comments or questions about Article 42? Seeing none, is that, yes, go right ahead.
Hi, Sarah Warden, 27 Atwood. I was just wondering if the 30,000 is going to fireworks.
We haven't got it yet. Actually, our initial plans are for fireworks for sure. Parades, or a parade, a gala. If you go back a couple of slides, it shows the type of things that we intend.
Is your concern whether there are fireworks or not,
yeah.
or is your concern that we're paying for them?
It's the 30,000 going towards fireworks, which I don't support because of what it does to wildlife and people, and I just have concerns about fireworks in general, so I was just curious if it was 30,000 towards, any of it was going towards fireworks.
Again, we haven't nailed down the actual events or when they will be, although there will be competition in 2027. The town of Shrewsbury also turns 300 in 2027, and there's a few other towns in Mass. But yeah, fireworks is usually an event that accompanies the celebrations. So fill out the survey, and we will follow the lead of the people. If the people don't want fireworks, another town used a laser light show instead of fireworks.
Thank you.
All right, any other comment or question? Looks like behind you, Don.
Tim Fling, 18 Main. This says seed money. Is there going to be a request in the future for more money if donors don't step forward, or is this the max that we will be asked for at any future town meeting?
Yes. We've seen in other towns where the initial appropriation was all they needed, and then the donors stepped up and sponsors, and that was it. We've also seen in other towns where they've had as many as 5 separate appropriations for the celebration. But at this point, we're going to be working hard to get separate funding, and again, if there's money left over, it will be returned to the town treasury.
Other comments or questions? All right, Article 42 requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Article 43, Ms. Cook.
I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Receive a second. Second. All right, Ms. Cook.
This article is the third stabilization article that we have been talking about today. This one's a little bit different. This is ASABED, our regional technical vocational school, of which we're one of 7 communities that participate. The reason they are asking for this is different from the reasons we heard for the other 2. And this is actually good news. In the past, They did not fill that school with students from the 7 communities. They would allow, because they didn't, they would allow students from other towns to come in, pay tuition, and come there. So this is pretty striking. In the 9th grade, right now, there's 0 students from out of district. We have filled up the slots there from the 7 communities, so the school is much more popular than it was with the communities in our area. If you look at their senior class, they've got 66 from out of district. Look at the junior, it's 48. The next one is 18 and then 0. So they're not collecting the out of district tuition that they did since they were opened. So they don't have the money coming in from that they use to fund relatively smaller capital projects. They also had some grants that came in that they used. So they're looking for a new way to fund relatively smaller capital projects. These are not the big ones where they redo the whole school, which they would have to come to all 7 towns. So they're trying to avoid having to come to all 7 towns to have to get relatively small capital projects approved. Southborough is only a small piece of the school. Marlborough is a huge piece of it, so we're a small piece of it. So that's the reason that Select Board did support this one. We really did feel it was a lot different from Algonquin, which is we're only 1 to 2. And we felt that their reason was different than where Algonquin was. So we did support approving this article. What's that? And advisory did not, so let me make that clear. So they're just opposite. They voted, I think, 0-6 against. We voted 5-0 to support.
John Butler, 4 Davis Road. There's a saying that consistency is the hobgoblin of small minds. So I don't want to get tagged with that. And I'd say that we're 3% of our money portion of Assabet is 3%. And although all the same reasons apply that I discussed before, for 3%, having a conversation with 6 other communities is not worth it. We're just too small. And so I think we may as well go ahead with this. Thank you.
Patricia Burns, Fiore, 10 Winter Street. I would ask advisory to explain their dissent, please.
So I think, as John said, this is technically the same exact Mass General law as the regional Algonquin. So basically on that principle, so it has the same kind of concerns in terms of the stops and the limits in terms of what this could be. I think that being said, we are a very small portion of it, so certainly less concerning than the other ones, but that was the reason we voted not to support it, was basically the same reasons we voted not to support Algonquin, but less of a concern with this one.
Any other comment or question on Article 43? Seeing none, requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, motion carries. You may think we have 4 more left, but actually 3 of them are going to be disposed of here on one motion. And those are
44,
45, and 46. Where's Mr. Palmer?
I'm here.
Okay. Why don't you make a blanket motion on those 3 articles?
I'd like to indefinitely postpone Articles 44, 45, and 46. The circumstances have changed. There's a committee that will be looking into the determination on the future of 21 Highland.
Yep. Hold on, Mr. Palmer. Do I have a second on the motion to indefinitely postpone those 3 articles? All right, go right ahead.
And I think it's only appropriate to let the committee do its work and not preemptively determine its fate right at this moment. There'll be a meeting in 6 months. We can revisit it then when the committee puts in its finding.
All right, so the proponent of the petitions has moved to indefinitely postpone them. Any comment or question about that? Sir, are you going to the mic, or are you? Oh.
He's trying to prove my point for the next article.
All right. Requires a majority vote. All those in favor of indefinite postponement of 44, 45, and 46, please raise your hands. All those opposed? All right. Article 47, Mr. Palmer.
Yes, sir. I think as you look around the room, you'll see the problem that I have with what's been going on, especially with some late CPA articles. There are some slides with some, brief facts. I could read them out to you. Currently, CPA funds are about 80% Southborough tax dollars, only about a 20% match at the moment. This is not free money. This is mostly our tax dollars. And if it's not our local, it's 20% from the state, which I pay state taxes, and I think everybody else in the room does too. We're getting only a 20% match, which equates to about $519,000, about a third of which goes to historical, so about $171,000. That's the total going into the historical bucket. Right now, we have 3 projects that are pulling on that. We have the library at 66, the townhouse at 52, and the Burnett House is still taking up $77,000 a year. That's about 45% of that amount, and about 15% of the total CPC. So when you're talking about getting a 20% match, 15% of that's still going to the Burnett House on that bond for $950,000. St. Mark's came in during COVID. They came in during a COVID year out at Neary. We were sitting in the field. They got $300,000 for the church tower on 1 vote. There was 1 vote difference, okay? When we look around the room and we see how many people are here, how hard would it be for any organization in town to walk in with 80 to 100 people and pass something right now? It wouldn't take much. Think about all the organizations in town that have that kind of pull with residency, okay? You're talking about passing these articles for hundreds of thousands of dollars, that may represent less than 2% of the town being actually for it, right? Why is it important? At the moment, we're doing about $113 for the average household per year. That will potentially increase. You're paying about $260 in simple math over the life of the bond and for that St. Mark's project. All this spending affects tax rates. It's a fallacy to think that CPA spending doesn't, because when we spend it on projects within our town, that helps to lower our tax rates. When we're spending on the townhouse, right now we've been looking for the determination on 21 Highland. If we can pay for that out of CPC funds, even if we're not going to inhabit the building ourselves, we could rent it out. That's a revenue stream, and we get to keep the property. When we sell that property, we'll probably only recoup 60 to 80% of value because people will complain about the building. Whereas we can use CPC dollars with a 20% match, keep it, and then rent it back out, even if we don't feel like using it. The idea that we're going to make more money off consolidation of buildings and sell off the assets, it's only a short-term vision for this town, okay? So this article may actually be illegal under state law. That's what I've been told by the town attorney, and town attorney may be right. But for this town, I think it's worth for us to send a message that this is something that's important to us, and tax money that should be protected and used on town assets first. I understand that there are a lot of people that feel that there was a good historical use of money on the Burnett House. That's opinions. But I can tell you that when I looked up that house, a couple years before that, it sold for $850,000. We gave them $950,000 to put a stone facade on it. If I wanted to revisit history here, I would tell you, look, why didn't we actually offer to buy the property for $950,000 and then use the affordable housing funds that were in there to make apartments out of it, so that I don't go buy that house swearing every time I see the gilded gates and think my kids are going to look like paupers in old England looking at the mansion and going, "Look, Daddy, the mansion," through the gilded, iron gates. And I mean that to be humorous, but there is an element of truth to it. And when we're investing in our own buildings with this money, I think it's money well spent. When we're spending it outside of that, we're making ourselves vulnerable, because anybody with an old building or an old house in town, they can make the same argument that, hey, I'll just let it go derelict until somebody goes, hey, it's historical and we have to save it. And they come in here because their neighbors see the eyesore and want it fixed. And I think it's a bad precedent to set. And I hope that you'll vote for it, even though it might be illegal. Let the AG slap it down. And, at least that'll give us some legal standing if we ever do want to change it. But if we don't actually address it, it'll just keep going. And like I said, look around the room. How hard would it be for another big organization to walk in and take the money? It'd be easy.
Thank you. Comments or questions about Article 47? Yes.
Mr. Moderator, Jim Hegarty, Mrs. Berry will handle the voting on this. I want to explain that I'm the one that kind of kicked over the hornet's nest on this. A few months ago, I went before the Select Board, and as a private citizen, and I said, I had some conversations with people around town on whether they thought we should have a different kind of discussion if we're going to spend CPC money on non-town-owned property. And I suggested to the Select Board that I thought it was a worthwhile discussion, and I thought it should probably be held by the Select Board rather than a citizen petition. The Select Board at a subsequent meeting decided they didn't want to do that and they wanted it to go to a citizen's petition. So nonetheless, here we are. And here's the rationale I throw this out to you. You've heard Mr. Butler speak today, all right? Mr. Butler is a very reasonable guy. He's been in town for a long time, and I've known Mr. Butler for a long time. So just picture yourself, you're in the grocery store. You're in the aisle, and Mr. Butler's ahead of you, and Mr. Butler goes to buy his groceries. And Mr. Butler turns to you and says that he forgot his wallet. And he asks you if he can use the credit card and you'll loan him the money for the groceries. Sure. If you don't know him, you'd probably do that. He's a guy you know around town. But if Mr. Butler then turned around and said to you, Jim, my groceries are $160, I want you to pay for this. You'd go, what? You want me to pay for your groceries? It's as simple as that. And this year, there was an article, a couple of things brought before the Community Preservation Committee that were withdrawn. One of them, I think, was for $910,000 or somewhere in that range. Jimmy Falcone wanted money to renovate a commercial building that he owns. Wow. I think it's, whether it can be done with the law or not or whatever, I just think if we're asked to spend our tax money on a piece of property we don't own, I don't know half of you people here, but if you wanted me to buy your groceries, I'd say, why would I want to do that? Maybe I would. But you give it a second thought. And I just thought it would be good for us to have that kind of a conversation. Now, right now, there's a 1% surcharge on your taxes. You're going to be asked in the next year, I'm going to the bank on this, you're going to be asked to raise that to 3%. That's coming, okay? Whether that's right, wrong, or different, you'll make the decision. But these are big numbers, and there's a lot of money that builds up in these funds. I just think if we're going to be asked to spend money on somebody else's property, we ought to give it more thought. I know my wife would shoot me if I bought your groceries. So that's how it came to be, and that's how Mr. Palmer heard me speak before the Select Board, and he brought this forward. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, let's go over here.
Matt Probst, 31 Woodland Road. It says here that Select Board and Advisory were not supportive of this. Could I ask, was that unanimous, not in support? And if there were people that are not unanimous, could we hear what their thoughts were and why they did not support this? Or why they supported this, rather?
All right, let's go to Select Board first. What was the Select Board's position on this?
Yes, so first, the Select Board first considered this, I think, before Town Council had given an opinion about whether or not it's legal, and that opinion was actually based upon sending the article to the Attorney General for input, would this be approved? And they said it would not. But the vote was 2 of us supported and 3 did not. And I can explain it, but the last time I tried to give an explanation, you said do I have permission to give an explanation, or?
Do we want to hear details behind 2 and 3? No. How about advisory? What was advisory's position on this one?
We were unanimous to not support it. 1, because we heard from Town Council that it was illegal, and from the AG. And 2, there is a lot of historical assets in town that are worth saving that are in private hands. I mean, that's just the nature of historical assets. And to tie the town's hands on having to go to a different hurdle for those, I mean, that's what we're here for. We're here to make a vote on what we want to do, and I think it's unfair to those assets and those proponents to raise the threshold.
All right, let's come over here. Mike A.
Freddie Gillespie, 78 Southville Road, speaking as a citizen. Although I served on the CPC for many years, and I actually had been part of this Southborough Citizens for Community Preservation ballot question committee that got CPA enacted, and have been very engaged in learning all about CPA, attending an early Community Preservation Act Institute, so I've been taught by some of the best in the state, and I've even been asked to give presentations for the Commonwealth. So I would say that this typically comes to play for historic projects. And as you've heard, most of our historic resources in town are in private hands. And if you want to become, one of the things why we enacted CPA was so we don't become any town USA. So that if you're dropped into Southborough, you know that you're in Southborough, a town in New England, and you don't look like every other town across the country. And that's because of our unique buildings and landscapes. And if we can't trust town meeting, I mean, look at you, you're here, it's a Saturday. I trust town meeting. If there's a warrant article that's really not in the town's best interest, it's in your interest to get, thinking that the big bag boogeyman's going to get all their friends to come, get your friends to come. Vote your way. We're all responsible. And I also want to say I have great confidence. Mistakes are often made, not often, can be made in any organization. But I have confidence in the detailed work that the Community Preservation Committee does. Notice that the aforementioned $900,000 project for a commercial building is not on the warrant tonight. Could it come back? Only after deep detail investigation. I don't know that it would actually meet the requirements, but I also know the CPC is looking at more investigation into agreements and for private property, because there's a whole nother level of the anti-aid amendment that the state requires that's going to come into play more significantly for any of those types of projects. But if you don't have the ability for the same level of approval as you do for any other project, you're going to be really hamstringing the ability to preserve historic resources. And I would say on the, you can like a project or not like a project. The 84 Main Street, that wasn't just for facade or anything. It preserved the landscape, the setting. That was going to be subdivided and torn down. The option to buy it was not on the table when we purchased the preservation restriction. Personally, I don't like the gold gilt. And, I maybe wouldn't vote for it today, but at the time, we thought it was the right thing to keep that connection to our heritage there. So I would urge you to vote this down. I'm sorry I even have to give this, because I'm pretty sure it's illegal and the state's not going to allow it to be there. But I thought someone should actually speak in favor of why you would want to sometime in the future be able to fund a private property that didn't pass the 2/3 vote.
All right, thank you. Over here, please.
John Bartolini, 4 Wyeth Circle. I kind of agree with Mr. Palmer here, but I'm going to add a little fly to the ointment. The CPA, Conservation Preservation Act, I think we're out of scope with the original town meeting. Originally, we were told we were going to get matched dollar for dollar by the state, and that hasn't happened, which means that what we were sold, we really aren't doing. And that was voted at town meeting. So, in my opinion, there's something wrong with that. Secondly, and this bothers me tremendously, is that we put on the tax bill CPA. Most people think that that's certified public accountant. I don't know why we can't put on the tax bill Conservation Preservation Act, so that the rest of us that don't attend this meeting know what they're actually paying for. It isn't that funny, I'm telling you. Most people think it's the certified public accountant that we're paying for.
All right, right here, Mike A.
Patricia Burns Fiore, 10 Winter Street. I have 3 points. The first is, I think I need to disagree with something Mr. Hegarty said, because as far as I'm aware, the select board does not need to come back to town meeting to increase our surcharge from 1% to 3%. That's what I've been told by the select board. I also spoke, so I don't know whether they want to agree. I don't think so. It does? Okay, well, that's good to hear. Okay. Point 2 is, if anybody has heard me rant over the last few years, you well know that I disagree fully and wholly with spending public money on private property. What I have seen, and I have spoken to the select board about this as well, what I have seen over the last few years with CPA funding is a slippery slope, where more and more of these projects come before us, where there is public funds, our taxpayer dollars, spent on private property. And whether you agree or disagree that a church should have it, or a millionaire building a mansion should have it, they are still private property. As was mentioned before, there were 2 additional projects that were on the slate this year for CPA funding, both of which I would have heartily opposed because they were both seeking large amounts of money in public funds for private property. And then on top of that, you have little to no oversight on how those individual funds are spent once you give them the public funds. I fully disagree with the fact that we are doing this. I would like a way to stop it. This seems to be the only choice that has come up. My third point is that for those new here, you have to understand a citizen's petition is only advisory. It is put on the warrant because the select board or whatever is not choosing to make an argument that a certain portion of the citizens feels important. But there is no obligation for the select board to fulfill that request. Therefore, because they have gone to town council and town council says that this is an illegal option, it has no relevance on what this vote should be. Because what this vote is the community speaking out about whether we should be spending public money on private property. That is all. It doesn't matter whether the Attorney General will later turn it down. We are voicing our opinion on that, of whether we should spend public taxpayer dollars to fund private property projects. Thank you.
All right, let's go to the same microphone. Not Ms. Gillespie behind you.
I got away with not saying that I live at 158 Parkerville, so I thought y'all should know.
All right, Mr. Palmer, thank you. Over here.
Hi, Cass Mello, 10 Richard Drive. I wanted to make 2 points. One is that in past years, town meeting has approved things which have gone to the state which have not abided by the laws, including last year with votes, lowering the voting age to 17. And while the state ultimately did not choose to allow Southborough to do that, I think that making a statement can be really important. The other thing I wanted to say is that something that was brought up before was the fact that if a group is going to come and sweep in with a vote that they want to carry, that other people in town should step up and be also willing to come to town meeting to vote against it. But I know that a lot of people in town are unable to attend town meeting due to prior commitments, due to work, or due to having young children when there's no babysitting program at town meeting this year. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Same microphone, please.
Excuse me, Larry Sandberg, 7 Granuel Road. I'm on the advisory committee, but I'm speaking for myself. I have 2 problems with this article. The first is that I'm just against the concept of raising the bar. It makes it feel like, well, I've lost some votes that I don't like, so I'm going to make it harder for the next vote to go through, and that seems like a problem to me. The second one is that the idea of stacking the room, which came up, also is a numbers problem that just doesn't work. I mean, if you have a room with 100 people in town meeting like today, it only takes 17 people to change the vote between 50% and 2/3. And that seems like a number that if either side cared to stack the room with, they could get 17 more people on their side, and both sides could do that. If we filled the room with 500 people, the numbers would be very different, and I see no reason if there were 500 people in this room that a 50% vote shouldn't be sufficient. So I would recommend voting against this.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, John Butler, 4 Davis Road. It seems to me this warrant is so moot. First of all, most of the large projects required bonding, and then the CPA money is used to sink the bond, to pay off the bond. The bonding action requires a 2/3 vote anyway. So, and then the thing is illegal, we know already. So it's like, why are we spending time on this? It just seems like it isn't going to do anything on at least two grounds. Anything big has to get a 2/3 vote as it is to be bonded, and then on top of it, it's illegal. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Same Mike?
Stan Michelle, 7 School Street. I think what's interesting, listening to Mr. Phillips' comments about stacking the room, I mean, if you look around the room now, I mean, there's probably more people at the front table than there are in the audience. This is a problem for the town. The vote at the town meeting, I don't think is representative of the views of the town, and I think it's something the select board or someone needs to address to get the people in the town to participate, because there's only a few of us left, and you know, if 10 or 15 or 20 people walked in to vote on the last article, it's going to go totally in a different direction. I don't know the answer to it, but I think it's a significant issue that needs to be addressed.
All right, thank you. Same Mike?
Tim Fling, 18 Main. I think the room's pretty well decided on this. The only thing I'm going to say about private, just for mental thinking, as I'm sure we'll talk about this at a future time. 84 Burnett House brings in roughly $70,000 a year in tax revenue to the town. So even though that property was used by money that had match or a portion of a match, there's ongoing tax revenue coming back to the town to support other things. So I know that it is a private residence. I would just encourage maybe we'd think about this differently in the future, maybe nonprofit or other things that don't have tax benefit. Maybe consider something different for them, but for tax properties, it may not be such a bad problem to help make the neighborhoods look nicer and keep old residences or private uses, and then also get tax revenue.
Okay, Ms. Gillespie.
Something new. I just wanted to respond to about how CPA was enacted. There was a town vote, it passed, and then it had to go to the ballot and it failed. So I have no idea what was promised at town meeting because I wasn't involved with it, but I was the president of the Citizens Committee for the ballot question to pass CPA. And we never promised 100%. I will tell you what we promised. We promised that you would get your share of what's in the trust fund to match communities' surcharge. We have always gotten our fair share. In the early years, it was 100%, but we never said you're going to get 100% forever. What happened is, as more communities adopted it, more money's coming out. At the same time, the funds going in are dependent on transactions when people buy and sell property. In a hot real estate market, more money goes in. In a low real estate market, less money goes in. But all the time, more communities are adopting it and pulling out. The state is committed to raising the rates. Every year, there's lobbying and work that's done to keep it up high. But then what happens is a new community like Worcester comes and draws a lot out, so it goes down, so it takes a little time before it goes back up. But I don't know anyone here who wouldn't be running out to the bank if they all of a sudden, Middlesex Savings Bank said you're getting 20% interest on your deposit. So I look at it that way. We get what we were told, and it's still a significant amount of money that helps pay for things that don't typically get funded through regular budgeting. So thank you.
All right, any further question or comment about Article 47? All right, this requires a majority vote. Before we take this vote, immediately after, I'm going to call for a motion to dissolve this meeting, and as you leave, your wristband will be cut off and your clicker will be collected. Please do not leave with it or leave it at your seat, whatever. Let's just support what Mr. Hegarty has done so well for us with that regard. So, majority vote. All those in favor of Article 47, raise your hands. All opposed? All right, the motion fails. Do I have a motion to dissolve the annual town meeting for 2024? And seconded? All in favor? Thank you all very much. Really, really good job.